of affirmative action, set-asides, civil rights laws, laws that limit constitutional rights to freedom of contract, freedom of association. All of that was to make up for the legacy of slavery and Jim Crow. So unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves, you've taken away the whole purpose of this. So to make the point that Kamala isn't a foundational Black American, I'm always pointing to unless these benefits are going to, roughly defined, foundational Black Americans, the descendants of American slaves.
African Americans built this nation. You built this nation. You're just starting to get real credit for that. Okay, I don't know if you know that. You're just starting to you built the nation. We all built it, but you were such a massive part of it. Bigger than you were given credit for. Does that make sense?
That show me it's a slide.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch, we built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Make no mistake, we're the only black people, and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, yo, black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
Nah, one more time. I'm still sleepy. I need to wake up. I'm drinking this coffee. I'm over here diddy bopping. Pause. Let's get this back one more time. Grand rising in the morning. I'm still getting up a little bit. Went to bed late. We had it late last night live. So, you know, I didn't get much sleep. So I'm a little sleepy. One more time. I'm trying to wake up. Let me drink this coffee and bop some more.
That show me it's a slap.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people, and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, yo, black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. You ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Make no mistake, we're the only black people, and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, yo, black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you're around, hating, faking, with the linear eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
All right, we are up. Grand rising, you dig? All right, let's do a news and update on the Section 8 housing that Trump suspended for illegal immigrants. Let's get an update. What are we talking about?
All right, welcome to the channel. Today we're going to be discussing some breaking news. The White House and HUD have gotten together and determined that within 30 days, every PHA must comply and give a report of all documented and undocumented people that reside in Section 8 housing. We don't have a total confirmation of numbers because the audit won't be complete for 30 days, but to say the least, HUD and the White House are going to remove everybody that's undocumented from the Section 8 properties that they live in, okay? So let's talk a little bit about how all this might have happened and what the true numbers really are. So at present, there are 108,000 people across the U.S. that are living under other people's vouchers. So they're here illegally, they're moving in with a family member that is legally here, and so that's the loophole right there. That's going to be closed in 30 days, okay? Second to that,
108,000 illegals. I know a lot of you guys don't know what a voucher is. Some of you guys do. Some of you do. But those who never sought out or lived in Section 8 homes or low-income homes, yeah, you probably won't know what a voucher is. But a voucher is something you get from your state, right? Your city, but from your state. And I'm just briefly summarizing it. That means you were qualified, you were vetted, your application was vetted, it was looked at carefully, and it was determined that you qualify for some type of low-income housing. That's all. A lot of people don't get people apply and they don't get vouchers. But it's a long process. You get a voucher, that don't mean nothing. That just means you have to, well, it means something, but it's not the end all be all. That means you got to now start. There's different type of vouchers, by the way. But you could take that voucher and you could pretty much go anywhere in the city where homeowners or apartment owners take vouchers. And you say, here, I've been qualified, to rent here. That's all. That's all. And if they take it, you fill out their application. And that application got to line up exactly. Whatever you put on that first one to that Section 8 office to qualify, you got to put everything exact on the next application for that apartment or housing thing, right? So basically, anybody can own a home and sign up to lend their home or rent their space for those who are accepted or have Section 8 vouchers. Anyway, it's supposed to be legal, you dig? And you got to list everybody on that voucher. So if you got kids, they all got to be listed. You got a husband, he got to be listed. Anybody who's going to live there need to be listed. Anybody 18 years or older got to sign their own paperwork. So they sign their own things. Anybody under 18, if your kid in school, you got to list that. It gets kind of tricky. But it get kind of tricky. But if that illegal person is there, that's the tricky part because they're illegal, so they're not going to have the proper paperwork that the housing development spot you're renting from requires. They're not going to have, like, for example, they're not going to have check stubs. They're not going to have any type of documentation. So they're kind of invisibly living there illegally. So almost everything they do, and this is the problem with illegals, almost everything they do in this country is going to be illegal. They're going to drive illegally, as we've seen, right? They're going to work illegally. Now we know they're being housed illegally. So everything about them is basically illegal and off the table, off the record. So this is why Americans are saying, yo, they got to go, man. They'll run your ass over and keep going, and you will never get justice. They'll shoot you, they'll rob you and keep going. You'll never get justice. These guys are the real sovereign citizens. They are immune to law. They are immune to punishment. They are immune to consequences. All right. They'll get locked up and let go in 2 days. Right. So these are the real sovereign citizens that can drive without documentation and licenses and nothing happens. They commit crimes, get locked up, and get let go. So if I was a sovereign citizen, I will figure out a way how to be the illegal immigrant in a sanctuary state, and now you can live out your fantasy for real, for real. Anyway, peace to the chat. We have Tashi D in the building. We got Andre Townsend. We got Shun C. Peace to you, Grand Rising. YouTube Mastery, Steven Wilcox, the man, DeLorean's in the building. We got 420 Alien Age in the building. We have Didn't Have to Be here running wild in the building. Let's get it in the building. I am 6 in the building. And Alexis Berry, early morning, MD Williams. All right, so now, without further delay, let's get it. Wait a minute. We got some messages here. Alexis Berry says, I think these landlords should be fined for housing them the same way businesses are being fined. Oh yeah, they're so this whole thing Trump's doing, everybody's going to be is going to feel this wrath. He's going to explain in a second. Sean C says, when my children and I were homeless many years ago, I was on the Section 8 waiting list for 10 years. Yeah. Look, so Sean C is telling you, these waiting lists may be shorter now. You dig? But yeah, the waiting list, I'm telling you, it can be that long. It could be anywhere from 1 year to 10 years. It's ridiculous. That's another reason why we want these illegals gone. Like they're really, what about traffic? Because they're driving. They got a driver license. If you live in a city with a lot of undocumented people, there is no parking anywhere in your city. There's unnecessary traffic. It just like they just become a nuisance to Americans, like everywhere. It's just a fact. Like I said, no parking spaces. Jobs aren't hiring that like that when they're around. Unnecessary traffic. The food line's long. It's just a lot of if you need any government assistance, those lines are extra long. If you're going to the bank, that line long. It's like it just clutter America, man. I'm being dead ass. They just became a nuisance. And I'm talking about all undocumented immigrants. It could be from a Hispanic country. It could be from an African country, Chinese country, European country. You dig? All of them, Indian country. All of the undocumented immigrants are a nuisance. They're like raccoons in your trash can. You dig? They're like birds or bats in your damn attic, flying from your house. They're like German cockroaches. They're like a rat infestation problem. They are a nuisance. And people, you can't call pest control on humans. So ICE is like the pest control version for humans. And Donald Trump is that owner of that pest control, that human pest control agency. But yeah, she said one of them, she said, when my children and I were homeless many years ago, I was on the Section 8 waiting list for over 10 years and still was unable to receive a voucher. Damn. Forlang says one of them gets Section 8 and they bring it in like 6 of their legal friends to live there, and those 6 go out stealing shit. Yeah, and they loud as hell. And don't forget, parking goes away because they're getting licenses illegally. So now those 6 people living in that place, look, they're going to work. Watch this. And this is illegal too in these places. You can't get any income outside of what you listed on your application, and that city doesn't know, and that place that's renting you, that landlord doesn't know. They have their property management. They have to know. So these illegals out there working, there's 6 of them working. They're getting cash because they're working illegally. They're getting paid cash, and they're giving that person who is renting from that Section 8 home, who's paying like not that much to begin with. At least they're paying 30 to 40% at most of what their rent is due. 30 to 40%. There's a whole science to that. It's called a 70-30. Let me just explain that. So there was some research done, and it turns out that the average American, without any assistance, spend 70% of all of their money just on rent. Not car notes, not car insurance, not doctor bills, not food, not gas. The average American spends 70% of their rent, of their income on rent. 70% of their income on rent. So 30% of it needs to take care of food, gas, all that stuff. So what they did was they said, okay, let's fix that. Let's offer low income housing. That's LIHTC, LIHTC. And they said we're going to reverse it. Whoever qualifies for LIHTC and low income housing, that's all it means. We're going to reverse it. The state, I think through federal funds, is going to cover 70% of your rent. See, they reversed it. Now you only, out of your monthly income, you only pay 30% towards rent, and the other 70% you keep because the government subsidize your place. That's why it's called subsidies. And now you can use that 70% that's left in your pocket to handle gas, food. You see, they just flipped it. The average American spends 70% of their monthly income on the rent. So with this government subsidy, they flipped it, and now you only spend 30% of your monthly income towards rent, and the other 70% is in your pocket to pay your other necessary expenses. So when I say I was in there in this field. Yeah, I'm pretty decorated in life. Okay, with things like this. All right, so I know some things. Stephen Wilcox says word on the streets is Donald Trump may not be here anymore. I don't know what word is that. Fine, everybody. Yeah, y'all gotta stop with the fake news. Yeah, I'm saying it's a whole system. It's a whole underground system that's involved in this. It's a dirty, dirty business. Alexis Berry says Harlem done turned into Little Africa. We need ICE badly. NYC, yep. And New Jersey, most of these cities are Little Haiti or Little Puerto Rico. Salik Bey, peace to you. Steve Wilcox says Democrat states they are being backed and funded. Facts. Grand Rising. K. Kai speaks, and I wouldn't even doubt if a lot of Republican states were doing the same thing. I wouldn't even doubt because Republicans are actually more greedy than Democrats. I could see them say, you know what, let's save some money too and hire these damn illegals, pay them on the table, and save a lot of money. You know, Republicans love to conserve.
I'm going to talk about the numbers now.
Kenny and Glenn, peace.
It's when you think of this, you think of it kind of like an underground railroad. We're allowing people to stream into the country, and they're utilizing their family members' vouchers, and then they're hiding out in the home basically as an undocumented person in the U.S. Now, the housing authority cannot legally give the voucher holder more money, but what the housing authorities have been doing on the cool, well, nobody knows, is simply this. They're going to charge the person with the voucher that's legally here. When they add 5 or 6 more people into the home, what it does is a couple things. One, it allows a voucher holder to go and collect more rent. So they go around, they collect rent from family members that are illegally here, and then that money then is used to be able to rent larger properties. Let's think about this in logical terms. Most Americans are struggling out here to get, to be able to get a voucher and then to be able to find a property. The interesting thing is most homes that are built for low-income people are 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 bedroom, right? For families. So when we have 100,000 people abusing the system, what happens is in the rental market, when we get into 4, 5, and 6 bedroom homes, these are not simple and basic homes. It allows one person with a voucher to have all these people move in the house, and then, of course, they cannot give federal funds over to pay for that big home. Nah. So they allow basically the voucher holder to collect monies or rents from all the people
those people that live there illegally.
But here's the shitty part, in my opinion. When you get into 4, 5, and 6 bedroom homes, what you have is it allows them to go and live in some of the largest luxury homes.
Oh yeah,
in almost in any city. So if I have
these places again, when you take those vouchers and you go to these like I said, you go to anywhere. So like I said, there's different type of vouchers. but you know, some vouchers are just government owned buildings, and that's your projects, right? But people are rather private homes, right? Private apartments, because they're condos. They're very nice. He's not lying. They're very nice. They run them down, but they're very nice. The neighborhood is nice, and they just run them down. But to start off, you got your feet kicked up. First super chat in the building. SLLE44. Piece of you, man. Great show yesterday. 11 hours strong. That's why I'm tired now.
I'm a legitimate American, born here. I've got a voucher, and I'll allow 11 different family members to move into my home. They're all illegal, and that will allow us to go out and rent a 12-bedroom home. Look,
Right.
when you get into 4,
The lights
5,
up, family.
6, 7 bedrooms, and even
Sergeant
higher,
King, peace.
these are luxury homes, okay? They were never designed for anybody low income, so they benefit.
You get that? Yeah, I want y'all to miss that. They're luxury homes because they was never designed for people with low income. The government gave the developers incentive. Incentivized homeowners to work with them with this program, with the LIHTC program. I explained that yesterday. So we got developers who are developing beautiful condos, beautiful luxury homes for wealthy people. This is the part of gentrification. So the government saying, nah, that ain't right, man. You're going to just kick everybody out with these luxury homes. Hey, how about make 30% or 40% of your apartment buildings, your condos, low income housing. And then they'll incentivize them with tax breaks and all type of shit. They'll say, okay, all right, fine. And that's why, family, you would see in nice cities that were once poor or black or Hispanic, you'll see the luxury homes and you'll see somebody Latino or black coming out of there. And you be like, damn, how do you afford that? And they be stunting too. That might be an old neighbor like, oh, ain't that Keisha? And they'll be stunting like, yeah, nah, I leveled up. Nah, it's that 30% of those buildings, the owner, the developer agreed to make low income. So that person is paying only 30% of the rent. And sometimes less, depending on if you're working or not part-time, but it gets crazy. So he's not lying. Laura Mall, Peace, Israelite 1865. We got A. McNeil, Unique Bank. Yeah, so he definitely ain't lying. And this is all facts. And so he can't emphasize enough. These illegals are living in a beautiful home, okay, that they normally ever couldn't get by themselves without the LIHTC program.
Not only that, while the Housing Authority does not permit them specifically to give money, extra money for all those people, it does allow that person basically collect rent from the persons in the room, as a business almost, and then it allows them to move into luxury homes. And in LA, there's a case where you got a family with undocumented workers, and they're getting a rent standard of $6,000. Okay. Not only that, but while the Housing Authority is not going to give out any additional federal funds for them to rent that big home, it allows them. The fact remains they're able to get a higher standard. In other words, they're being permitted to move into larger luxury homes, and so that
hold on.
becomes a problem. So, as a mandate by HUD and the White House, every housing authority must comply within 30 days, which that clock is ticking down. They've got to report all undocumented persons. Those persons will be removed from Section 8 housing. They can no longer reside in anything that utilizes a subsidy, low-income housing, or a voucher. And all
right, hold on. So we got FBA Sip the True 34. So I want to try to give you a video that explains LIHTC. Right? It's kind of hard to follow when you're not familiar at all with how this works, but let's try.
Preferred Compliance Solutions presents Low-Income Housing Tax Credits.
LIHTC.
A quick overview of how they work. Congress created the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program in 1986. Each state has an agency that monitors the program, and those state agencies...
Hold on. I want you to listen, family. Every time you read or learn history, right, always look at the dates and try to ask yourself what was going around at that time. So around 1986, that's the first time Jesse Jackson said, "Hey, we should be called African Americans." All right, and then don't forget that's when most of our neighborhoods start to be flooded by African immigrants, let alone Asian and Indian. So now now watch this. They decided to do this when a large influx of African immigrants were coming in, European immigrants, Chinese, Indian, and Hispanic. Where was this program when it was largely just us in America? So I want y'all to just always look at the dates and ask yourself what was going on and what was FBA's condition. So they did this low income stuff. Always, this was prepping for the immigrants to come in and be good. Okay. And they always talk about, I came here $1.75. You're a goddamn liar. You came over here living in luxury apartments under LIHTC and other government programs that assist your ass with housing. You disgusting dog. So always look at the dates. It's never available. Don't forget the civil rights movement was officially over in 1968. So, and nobody really came into this country, immigrants like that, until late 1980s. So these programs should have been around from the 70s to the 80s, like 10 years. We should have had a 10-year head start getting to these facilities. So now LIHTC is here. Guess what? Immigrants are here, massive influx. And now we got to get in line. The people who were affected most by Jim Crow and the lack of civil rights, racial discrimination, racial segregation, the reason why this civil rights movement is even passed, we got to get in line for our justice, for our making it right equities. We got it. That's the most disrespect you can do to somebody. Can you imagine a handicapped person, right? They got to wait on people, for that handicap spot, and they're really, really messed up. But we're allowed to park in that handicap spot, regular people that's not handicapped, and that handicapped person now got to park in a regular spot because we're parking in their spots just for easy access, and there's no law and order. There's no consequences. So that person that's really bad off got to walk all that distance. You dig? They made them equal to regular people, regular non-handicapped people. That's what happened there. We were handicapped from money, you dig? Housing, jobs. And they just said, get in line. We got a new program. Everybody get in line. We cannot make this race-based. This is race neutral. This is all this stuff start coming in. This is for colored people. Wait a minute. But I recall during Jim Crow, when it said whites only, that was white Americans. And when it said colors only, that was only black Americans. So when it was job discrimination, when it was legal job discrimination, legal segregation, the colored people were only foundation black Americans. Now we're in an equality society. The colored people are everybody except for white straight men. Anyway, always look at dates, family, and please get the likes. The likes are ridiculous.
Tax credits. A quick overview of how they work.
JD Morris.
Congress created the low-income housing tax credit program
Prepare for
in
immigrants.
1986. Each state has an agency that monitors the program, and those state agencies report to the IRS.
And state agencies, if they're in the South, they racist as hell, you dig? And the North, you could just say they're lineage racist, right? Let's get these immigrants in. So the South is saying, nah, let's get these white folks in. And the North is saying, nah, let's get these immigrants in. That's what's happening. And we're left out in the streets. So why the hell would we be pro-immigration?
the states create a qualified allocation plan each year that developers or general partners apply for to be awarded an allocation of tax credits.
You heard that? They get tax
The
credits.
developers then partner with syndicators or investors to get the financing to build or rehab the property.
So that's common sense. Developers always go get investments. Umar, you were in a position as a developer when you had that school ideology. You had that school idea, I should say. You're supposed to get investors' money, right? So those same folks that give you money, those were supposed to be investors. But you don't want hard-working check-to-check investors ever, family. You want real investors. You want to go get to the NBA athletes and our entertainers. That's where you go with that school idea, Umar. And then the public can like publicly pressure those NBA players like Kyrie. Well, Kyrie would have done it anyway, but Kyrie would have donated. A lot of people would have donated anyway because that's just their life. That's their lifestyle. But the public could have really got after, let's say, the Patrick Mahomes and this guy, that guy to hey man, support this idea, this school thing. Dave Chappelle, aren't you black? Aren't you down? Don't your money come from us visiting your show? I mean, coming to your show and yeah, bro, you gotta get on code with this. That's how that's supposed to happen. We pressured those investors, the wealthy investors, to invest. You don't go after poor people to be investors. These developers, they're not going after the average white American that's living check to check. Hey, man, we're trying to build this luxury apartment. No, they're going to rich people that have that cash to the side.
Year that developers or general partners apply for to be awarded an allocation of tax credits. The developers then partner with syndicators or investors to get the financing to build or rehab the property. In exchange, the syndicators get 99.9% of the tax credits, a dollar-for-dollar reduction of their tax liability. Once the property is built, the developer or GP will partner with a management company, and that
property management company. That's what I was doing. So the developer will hire a property management company to run the business, do the everything. The people do the hiring, right, and also handle all the Section 8 vouchers and maintenance, all that stuff. Okay, that's where property management companies step in.
Management of their tax liability. Once the property is built, the developer or GP will partner with a management company, and that management company will run the day-to-day operations of the property.
That's what I did.
Easy, right?
There you go. In a nutshell, that's how it's built. So the developers, the investors, everybody win. Okay. That's a nutshell version.
Once that information reported, I would imagine that this administration might also choose to essentially storm the home, which means
dollar for dollar,
that the person with the voucher would likely have federal agents come over there, and then there would be a process of deportation. So let's take a look at the big numbers here. We're talking about 108,000 people. So if we did some deductive math reasonably, and we went to the airport and the average international flight can hold 150 to 200 people, and we consider deportation, there are roughly 45,000 flights around the country on a single day basis. The country would need to rent every airplane in the United States for an entire day to move out 108,000 people. Every plane that with a capacity of 150 to 200 would be rented for the entire day.
Jeez.
So we're talking about tens of thousands of airplanes and deportation. So secondary effects here are going to roll to those that are legally here but not U.S. citizens yet or not born here. Under the administration's plan, you will no longer be prioritized, period. Okay? So you may be legally here from another nation and you're working towards American citizenship. The administration has made very clear that you will be deprioritized. You will be considered the lowest priority in terms of Section 8 housing, vouchers, and subsidies. So if you're becoming an American and your goal is to move to the country and then jump into Section 8 housing to utilize the system or its food stamps, it is highly unlikely that this HUD or the housing authority local to you in your city that your weight would be extraordinary compared to any other person that's likely born in the country, okay? So they're prioritizing Americans first, and they will have the highest priority. And then those that are legally here but not American citizens or becoming American citizens would have the lowest priority. So that's a big changes. In addition to that, the administration will finish their accounting. Any housing authority that fails to cooperate.
But then, like, you'll let people be in your ear how terrible Donald Trump is. Oh my God, he's a killer. Epstein files, but he's doing stuff like this. It's like, okay, Epstein files, housing. You know what I mean? You start to weigh, like, okay, Epstein files, yeah, that's bad, that's terrible, but that's something personal. You dig? That's something personal. That's his personal life. But this other stuff that affects me directly. These jobs, these housing, and I can't see a Democratic president picking up where Donald Trump left off. See, it's one thing if a Democratic, potential candidate would be like, listen, I want to run. Epstein files, Trump is terrible, and I'm gonna pick, but his policies are pretty good. So I'm just gonna pick up where he left off, but it's gonna be ran in a Democratic way. But I'm gonna, what he's doing is great. But he's just a filthy, disgusting man. Shit, we'd be like, yeah, okay. See, it's not about Trump. It's about who is willing to do the work. That's necessary. So it could be a Democrat, potential candidate. Be like, okay, yeah, you're gonna take over where Trump left off. All right, cool. Let's replace the Epstein guy and put you there. You dig? But that's not what's going to happen. Get Trump out of there so we can maintain what Trump is prohibiting, what he's stopping. Prioritizing illegals and non-citizens, basically, over citizens with housing, jobs. Just name it. You name it. Housing, jobs. You name it. Licenses.
Will be defunded, and that will be the end of that housing authority in its funds. Housing authorities rely almost 100% on federal funds. If they don't want to report the data, then they have to close their doors, and then they're out of business, okay? For those that are on a voucher and you have several undocumented workers or whatever it may be in your home, the administration you're going to need to make some changes. So effective immediately, the administration is going to require housing authorities to demote you. You have one voucher, you're one person legally here. You'll need to move out of that 6-bedroom home and then find you a 1-bedroom apartment, okay? You'll no longer be able to permit to be in a luxury home anymore. That's over with. So, in addition to that, by you hosting or harboring illegal immigrants, you're also inviting federal agents into your home. You can be arrested, charged with civil or criminal activity for allowing that. Same thing for housing authorities and its employees being complicit in this effort to do so, which means that once this data is out, they will know who lives where and is undocumented. You should expect that there will likely be a ring at the doorbell, followed by probably a flash bomb and a lot of people getting arrested in your home.
Followed by a flash bomb and a lot of folks getting arrested. Yeah, this dude is crazy, yo. One more time, run that back.
You are probably expect that there will likely be a ring at the doorbell, followed by probably a flash bomb and a lot of people getting arrested in your home.
He looks illegal. Yeah, he looks Italian, but Italians aren't illegal. Some of them can be. So maybe not. But BR, it doesn't matter. Like this information. See, we don't discriminate on the messenger, right? So it can be an actual illegal, already deported person. And if they was up on this, we're still going to listen. So it don't matter who's the messenger. Is the message up to date and accurate? That's it. So BR, you're probably an illegal by that comment.
If you are undocumented or you're hosting undocumented people in your home, I advise you to report to the PHA or your public housing authority.
Keziah, peace, peppermint
give
patty,
them the information that they request to move those people out your home. You'll need to request a new voucher, and only those that actually are legally here in the U.S. Maybe get that. That's the only number of rooms you'll be able to get. So if you and your husband are legally here and you're an American citizen, then you will get a 2-bedroom voucher. So you'll need to move down from the 6-bedroom house to a 2-bedroom apartment, okay? That's not going to be permitted after this. Those in non-compliance, or those that think this is a joke, in about 30 days, once this administration has that data, you can try to rectify this and then see whether or not you can possibly remain in the country. But more than likely, if you remain in that apartment, everybody will lose. In addition to that, they can impose additional rules, which could ban you or kick you out of the system for allowing undocumented workers to remain in your home after this period. I would imagine that October 1st will be the timeline, and it'll take them a bit of time to review that data, but after that, you'll be complicit in violating federal rules. Voucher, legally here or not, if you're going to host or underground railroad people that are not legal in this country, then you will face deportation. So, again, we're probably looking at around 100,000 people that may face deportation. If you are legally here, but you're not an American citizen and were not born here, you will no longer be a priority in Section 8 system, which means that in the end, you will be last considered on the list for any type of housing. For those of you that are legally here that are born in the U.S., you should expect to release probably around 30,000 new vouchers to flood back into the market to be available to you.
Damon Reeves
probably loosen up roughly, 15 to 30,000 homes, larger homes for families that are American citizens, which will alleviate some pressure. It's not, since housing authorities never did actually give out money, additional monies or federal funds to families that had mixed use, we're not going to get that much savings in money, but it will allow more Americans effectively through the holiday season to be able to rent a lot of new properties that have been held up. So there's a lot taking place here. The critical thing we need to remember is we're still talking about humans, okay? And while I don't agree with either party, I like a little bit of what's happening here for the American.
Well, I'm a little different than you, man. And I was going to title this video "Foundation Black Americans Are Different," and maybe I should have, but because I'm different, bro. Illegal's illegal. They got to go, man. So all that heart shit, save it.
Population aren't anymore, okay? So if you cannot speak English, if you cannot read it, you can interpret it.
That's right.
And most federal agencies, including housing, are not going to assist you, okay? Unless you have a disability, they will no longer assist you in that factor. If you move to the Netherlands, they require you to speak their language. And when you go through their system, you need to be able to read their language as well. We're the only country probably in the world that allows people to move here and not speak one word of English, okay? Now, I want to make also clear that everybody out here needs to consider one thing. We're not just addressing people from South America and Mexico and South America, of course.
Everybody consider.
I'm talking about people from everywhere. Russia, China, India, everybody, okay? So if you're sitting here and you're an Indian family and you're hosting members that aren't in this country legally, they're going to get deported, okay? This information is about 30 days out from getting the White House. Once the White House has this information and they understand who's in your home, they will come and visit you and take these people, okay? If they are here legally, then that's a different story. But if you're using your voucher and you're putting people that aren't American citizens that are legally here on your voucher, you're asking for your voucher to be demoted. In other words,
and by the way, you heard that right. So these illegal immigrants are not confined. It's not like directed at Hispanic people. These are a lot of Indians, a lot of Africans, a lot of these Haitians. Okay, it ain't Hispanics. So Hispanics get the bad rep when you say illegal, undocumented. Media shows them. It's not fair because you have a lot of goddamn Haitians, Africans, Indians, Chinese, and even Europeans, like you said, that's illegal, or they're immigrants for sure. Illegal, we don't know. But yeah, man, it's going down.
But if you're using your voucher,
okay, I don't say that. Then you got these immigrants that come over here with these vouchers, and a whole bunch of them, including Hispanic and the ones I just named, and they'll look at us and thumb their nose up. Like they're not housed with a voucher, Section 8 voucher. They'll look at us and thumb their nose up like they are really in the mud digging and grinding. Like, are you serious? Yeah, I know you're a voucher immigrant. Now, yeah, you didn't fool me. They would thumb their nose up, and then they'll get off the Section 8, end up working, doing a little better, and then thumb their nose up better. I mean, more. Yeah, I came here with $1. Like, they'll ignore all of the programs that helped them out for 10 years. Hundreds of thousands of dollars of our tax money. They'll just say, yeah, I came here with $1.75. And look what I'm doing. And those FBA, they still over there. Yeah, they prioritize your little stinking ass over me, over her, over them, over we, us. That's why you over there. But you going to lie and act like, nah, I just applied myself and stop it.
And you're putting people that
Flowers
aren't American
galore.
citizens that are legally here on your voucher. You're asking for your voucher to be demoted. In other words,
Get your hands
your
on my
voucher
pocket, silly
and the amount that you
bag.
get will be worth less because you're no longer going to be prioritized. So the goal, I believe, by the administration is to focus solely on those that are United States citizens, okay? And while it may not be fun and it's a hot topic, that is the reality of what this administration wants at present. We will see a sweeping changes and probably a lot of breaking news coming up as we approach October 1st. But I'm just giving you some last and final warnings. When October 1st gets here and the administration has the data on all the immigrants that are on these vouchers, they will come and visit. And if they're still at home, then likely you will be arrested, you'll be detained by ICE, and then you'll be flown out to wherever it is they fly people, which can include South America, back to prisons. They can be little islands around Africa. They've been talking about a lot of different things. Look, guys, if you're not here legally, for the sake of your family, go ahead and just head back home, okay? I believe they're even offering money. If you reside in there, they're going to have your name, your address, and you can expect they're going to come and storm your home. Those of you that are hosting people after October 1st,
Which is fact.
or illegal immigrants, you're also complicit in it, and at that point you'll be violating federal rules, and then you can lose your housing, you can lose your voucher, you could be arrested, and many other things. So these sweeping changes are going to be rather difficult, and so we should expect somewhere in that 108,000 people that roughly half of them will likely be leaving through the holidays to go back home.
And the holiday.
If you're going to come to the country, I'd give some advice. If you're going to come to the United States, at present, our applications are closed, okay? We're not accepting new tenants. We're really not accepting new people, from what I can see. It'd be in your best interest to turn around and go home, okay? You don't want to be here right now. Things are difficult. And you're not going to be able to come here anymore and be able to utilize free housing, food stamps, any of that. All that is being eliminated before 2026. And let me make another thing very clear. When this president, Mr. Trump, took office in 2025, he already made rolling changes. Almost every month, another explosive thing happens where there are big changes. If you guys think for a moment that this big old thing that we're just discussing here, deporting 108,000 people, is a big change, the party hasn't even started. When we get in 2026, he'll likely top whatever he's done in this year and probably double it next year. So we should expect, and I know my office monitors almost daily the activity of the White House, Congress, because the changes are getting so big and so explosive that I'm watching daily to see what happens. So there should not be an expected relief next year. We should expect that these type of mind-blowing changes are likely going to increase, become further, even more explosive in 2026, and will top each year. And we should also understand there's a couple more years left in this administration, so there will be no letting off the gas in terms of changes. A lot of big changes to come, and I'm pretty sure the Trump administration is already considering topping everything they've done this year even further in 2026. So that's what needs to happen, guys. If you have a voucher and you are hosting undocumented persons, now is the time for everybody to pack their things and head back home, okay? You do not want to be in an ICE detention center in Florida, trust me. They got all kinds of problems out there, and look, it's not fun. It'd be easier to accept the offer of the White House $500 to $1,000 in your pocket and a plane ride home than for you to have your home stormed, okay, get arrested, put on a plane to some other country, okay? It's just not, that's not the way to go. In addition to that, taxpayers should never, ever, in any circumstance, fund, United States Americans should never fund anybody committing a crime, okay? If you're not here in...
Yeah, so you didn't want to. So now here's the thing. You came to America speaking not one lick of English, and you thought it was sweet. You want to overstay your visit. You don't want to self-deport. And by the way, I heard there's 1.3 million undocumented illegal immigrants who did self-deport. But my point is, you want to come here, don't speak one lick of English, and you think it's all sweet. And guess what? When you get deported, like he said, this is the only country that take in people who don't speak one lick of the language. But when your ass get deported to, when you get deported to Eswatini in Africa, when your ass get deported to Uganda, El Salvador, oh, you will be speaking that language. You're gonna be great at speaking those African languages. You're gonna be wearing dashikis, all that shit. So if you Hispanic and you playing around, you don't want self-deport, well, your ass ain't gonna be singing no la 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 bamba, all right? You're gonna be doing all those goddamn African dances in Uganda. If you Chinese or if you're a black, if you're a African immigrant and you brag about all these goddamn languages you learned, well, you better start learning some shit in El Salvador, all right? And you won't be, oh, we were the first to do that. Okay, well, you're gonna be the first to merengue, to do the merengue. You better go tell them, hey man, the merengue that started in Africa, because that's gonna be your argument over there. All right, you're gonna be arguing how the El Salvador stole your culture, and you're gonna argue that they don't have a culture, all that type of shit. But that's gonna happen over there if you don't find yourself self-deporting.
the country legally, you're breaking the law, and I don't support that. Now, many have known my channel to widely support everybody. It's meaningful to get housing, and as humans, we all need it. But to come here on the premise to utilize or weaponize the system for housing and not to actually apply to be an American, well, that becomes a problem. So I'm just letting you guys know, if you're from somewhere else or you're planning on coming here, applications are closed. Okay? This is not a great time. It's not a good time at all to consider the U.S. as a new home. There will be no benefits for you here. These benefits are being closed off, and by the January 1st, 2026,
Leon Ag.
There's nothing. If you come here with nothing, then you're going to be on the sidewalk with nothing. There'll be nothing to apply for. There'll be nothing to get because it's all being closed off at this point, okay?
Yeah, so those tangibles we were talking about, remember, FB was saying, hey, man, everything you got really came indirectly from us. We fought not for you, because you're right about that. We didn't fight for you. We fought for ourselves, right, for those tangibles. But they were extended to you. But those tangibles wouldn't be here at all. We didn't fight for them. You dig? So so it's like this. Just imagine this. So this is a good analogy I want immigrants to look at. So let's say, you know what a piñata is? Y'all know what a piñata is. You hit it with like some type of instrument and it busts open and candy and stuff come out and everybody just go grab. So just imagine Foundation Black Americans have fought for the piñata. Okay, so white supremacists was supposed to give us the whole piñata. And you guys are supposed to bear witness and just watch, man, and congratulate us. But instead, white supremacists bust the piñata and let everything come out. And you just start snatching up stuff. So now keep in mind, the piñata was awarded to us only. But they didn't give it to us. They disrespected us and they just busted open and you just picked up all the candy. You dig, that was ours. That's what we're talking about with tangibles. That's what you got in America today. Any assistance, that's the piñata. Okay? That was just for us. Yeah, man. So listen, get ready. Eswatini. Matter of fact, let me help you out. I hope y'all watching. Let me help y'all what Eswatini is. Here we go. Let me see what you be learning. Okay. Okay. This is what you're gonna be learning. Mhm. You don't want to learn English? All right. You ain't got to learn English. But you will be learning this shit right here. All right. Are you Latinos, Chinese folks? All right, this is your new life. Okay, you don't want to self-deport. That's your new life. So get ready for that shit. All right. And you will learn that language. All right. You ask me somewhere eating goddamn this. Matter of fact, if you don't learn the language, you're gonna be caught off guard eating this shit right here. Hold on. Okay. But you're gonna be y'all love cosplaying as us anyway. Well, guess what? You're gonna be the real deal out there at Swatini. All right. Hold on. Family, I got a news and update. You ain't gonna y'all ain't gonna believe this, man. Y'all ain't gonna believe this.
Well, it is illegal and unusual, these discoveries at Detroit Metro Airport.
Yeah, bush meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. I know we got your attention.
Okay, so when Tariq Nasheed be clowning and say bush meat barrister, and all you tethers be up in arms, well, here's a news and update for you.
Well, it is illegal and unusual, these discoveries at Detroit Metro Airport.
Yeah, bush meat. That's meat from rats, bats, baboons, and more. I know we got your attention. The feds aren't monkeying around with this. Fox 2's Jessica Dupnack is live at the airport.
Hillary.
Jessica, do explain.
Yeah, we need some context here, right, Rupe and Amy? So this is crazy. Customs and Border Protection, they seized back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of roast.
Hey, yeah, listen, man. What did she say? Listen, these tethers, they come to America and they are so upset at our cultural dishes, our traditional dishes. They said, man, the hell with this. I can't take this soul food shit. Yo, we need to bring our own delicacies over here. We need to smuggle bush meat. Yeah, this is, wait till Tariq get a hold of this shit. Like, but that's why my channel is called FBA News and Updates. I stay on the update. I try to be the first person to break this stuff. All right, so look, now I'm clearly the first person to break this one.
This is crazy. Customs and Border Protection, they seized back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of rodent meat in someone's luggage. And a couple days later, they found 52 pounds of monkey meat stacked away.
Okay, so when we say you guys eat rats, when we say you guys eat monkey meat, you can stop saying we're lying. Okay, matter of fact, that's why I got that in the song. Listen. Okay, y'all can stop saying we're lying and we're being disrespectful, we're throwing shots. We're not. We're being honest. You guys don't like your damn history, okay?
That show me it's a slap.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people and y'all the only.
Okay, there you go. Y'all the only eat rat. Make no mistake, we're the only black people. Y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. That's in the song. That's in the national anthem, FBA. That's in the FBA national anthem. And I wasn't being funny. In case y'all was like, that's wrong. No, that's a fact. Y'all are the only eat rat, eat cat people. This song was already made before this video came. This video is today. Like, this is breaking news. This bushmeat smugglers. You feel me? So now we know what to call them. We're gonna call them bushmeat smugglers. That's the new name for tethers. Y'all hate tether? Okay. Well, you're bushmeat smugglers. That's your new name. Bushmeat smugglers. So I was spot on when I said, we the only black people. You're the only eat rat, eat cat people. Spot on.
That show me it's a slap.
Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't.
There you go. So, all right. I wasn't capping. I wasn't being mean. I wasn't being insensitive and all this. Now, that's a fact. So one more time.
It needs some context here, right, Rupa and Amy? So this is crazy. Customs and Border Protection, they seized back-to-back bushmeat smugglers here at DTW. Now, the first one, it was 11 pounds of rodent meat in someone's luggage. And a couple days later, they found 52 pounds of monkey meat stacked away. We had to ask passengers what they thought.
Oh, that's gross.
The faces say it all.
Oh, well.
What do you think of that?
That's disgusting.
Back-to-back seizures of bushmeat at Detroit Metro Airport in 1 week. First, 11 pounds of rodent meat in the bags of a passenger coming from Togo in West Africa.
Oh, West Africa. Okay, so I didn't want y'all to act like these folks could be anybody. Well, that could be the Chinese. That could be, no. West Africa. Okay. So that was, Oh, West Africa. So we can move past that. Yeah, come. Get your go. Get it. Get it right there. It's right there. It's right there. Okay. There you go. ATG 1961. All right. So now let's get into some. Now this clown at the top. This was the guy who was gaslighting Professor Smalls to go at us, the lineage, FBA. And he's a weird African, bruh. He's a weird African. He got self-esteem issues, man. So he's debating the FBA guy on the necessity of self-identifying. So let's just take a good look at this. I know y'all still laughing at the bushmeat smugglers, which is crazy. I'm not surprised because I always knew they do that. Okay, nothing gonna change. They try to smuggle rats and monkeys. That's wild. And y'all wonder why, hold on. And you wonder why we ain't touching none of that shit y'all doing over there in the restaurants. Where do you think that meat was going? So any FBAs who tried that shit, well, I'm laughing at you. Y'all was trying that Fulani with this meat. You were eating rats. So every FBA that ate at one of those African restaurants, you dig? I'm laughing at you. Okay? You also took part in bushmeat delicacies. You did. All right, that's disgusting.
I respect most of the stuff that I see you put out there, and I was kind of caught off guard when I seen your post the other day talking about FBA, and so I'm like, what's this all about? And so, a couple people told me, yeah, he's been on that for a while. And so I went on your Twitter and I just did a little Twitter search and started looking up, and I was like, what's up with this? Let's chop it up, because you seem like a brother to me, to have your head on your shoulder. You don't seem to be just trolling to a certain degree, I would say. But to me, it seems like, you're a little bit too intelligent to be saying some of the things that I see you saying and tweeting and all that.
Down,
so where's this energy coming
down,
from? What's the problem that you have with FBA?
Well, the proof is, y'all told me Dennis Sperling was attending the live. So family, get the likes up. We get them back over here. And I told y'all it was all about the likes. And ever since y'all guys been liking the videos, we've been seeing all folks come over here. You dig? So get those likes up, and we might have some surprise guests. I would love for Rod Digger to pull up. Like that's who I really want to get to pull up. I would love to get Rod Digger over here. Yeah, so get those likes up. Help us, get the attention of someone like Rod Digger. I would love for Rod Digger to pull up and hop on the panel.
Well, I'll say this, because I want to allow space for you to challenge me, on the statement that you said you disagreed with, because I feel like that's kind of like the catalyst for our conversation tonight. So we want to make sure we jump into that. But in terms of any political and or ideological disagreements that I've had with FBA and or, you know, the precursor, like.
And yo, let me just warn you right now, family. He's gonna make facial expressions that's gonna annoy the hell out you. Like these guys, I don't even know what type of human being they are. He's making facial expressions that humans don't even do. Like he can't control. If you guys old enough to remember, damn, what was that comedian cop show? Damn, memory gone. Police Academy. Remember Police Academy and the dude that had the Tourette's? If y'all old enough, the dude had a Tourette's and he was always making a crazy facial expression. He couldn't control himself. That's what he's going to be expressing.
ADOS. I've documented them in writing. I've attempted to use kind of like back channels to have conversations so that, you know, shit don't be messy like in the public. And for the most part, I would say for like the last 2 years or so, I've pretty much been silent on it, you know, because I see that space, I see that entire movement almost as operating as like agents of chaos, and I don't think it makes a lot of sense to attack it just ongoingly, right? Because I feel like that just adds to the confusion, right? So in many ways, I've just kind of like removed myself, but you know, until recently. Yeah, I made a statement. You want to say what the statement was?
I'll read the statement. Like the statement said, labeling yourself a foundational Black American is akin to calling yourself a FB plantation, FB Jim Crow, or better yet, a foundational Black Titanic. Pitching your identity to a sinking ship is what happens when an African mind reaches full-blown menticide.
Hey, yo, these filthy bushmeat smugglers are like, they want us to be, I mean, listen, family, listen. The crazy part is they know we're not African. So it's almost like Arabs. That go into African countries and Arabize them. They make them like bow down to like, not just, you know, it's crazy because it's kind of like a buck breaking type of thing. So the Arabs are very obsessed with you not learning just Islam, but they know by you learning Islam by default you got to bow down to them because they are the true Muslims. They can speak Arabic. Prophet Muhammad wasn't Arabic. You know what I mean? So you're gonna always be a second class citizen in the religion of Islam. Okay, if you're not Arab from those countries. Same thing with Catholicism. You dig? It's like a way to buck break you. So these Africans, they know we're not African, but they are going out of their way to Africanize us, and it's a way to buck break us. We accept we're African, which is a lie, and all of a sudden now we gotta always adhere and yield to the true Africans who always lived there, know the culture, spoke the language, got grandmothers. You know, they could do the whole lineage thing over there. Well, you know, let's say if I get Africanized and I go visit one of these shithole countries, they could say, hey man, well, I know you're African, but you don't know who your grandmother is, right? Where she's from in this country, right? Nah. Okay. We do. So we got a connection to this land that you ain't gonna be able to fathom. You know what I mean? They could just pull that right there. But these guys are sick. It's some buck breaking perverted type of shit they doing where they need you to bow down. There's some Epstein shit going on with them. So they need you to bow down to Africans, you know, be buck broken by Africans. And then what? Okay, we're Africans, now what? Well, give me your money. Support Pan-Africanism. That's all it's gonna come down to. A straight money finesse. If we say, okay, we're African. All right, well, help build. That's what's coming next. All right, well, help build Africa up. All the money you got, send it to us. That's all. They become the new pastors, the prosperity pastors.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and I stand on that. So you said you wanted to challenge me on that statement in particular. So
absolutely. So if us identifying ourselves, first of all, that's my main question. Like, what is the issue with us identifying ourselves specifically and separately from all these other ethnic groups? Why is it a problem for us to label ourselves and to differentiate ourselves from some of the other ethnic groups?
Salute Bay, I didn't see the super chat. Thank you, family. Hold on. The super chat. Thank you for the lineage love, brother. Really appreciate it. So we know the super chat works. You know, we start to see the same names that only send super chats. Let's mix it up some bit. You dig? Let's spread the love. But it was somebody new here. I wanted to call it. Kev 504. I see you. Love youism is in the building. There was somebody new that was FBA, and I wanted to shout them out. Hold on. Let me try to find them real quick. Let's see. I did shout out Sport Lee already. Let's see. Don Jeter, I missed you. Peace to you. Majestic, I didn't see you in the building either. Okay. I ain't gonna be able to find that. All right, yeah, I can't find them. All right, anyway. If you're new here, just say you're FBA. That's all. And by the way, let's get the likes of family. Like I said, listen, I can't emphasize that enough. Like what it does for the channel and who we could get over here with the likes being high.
Is anything unique and special about Black Americans?
I don't have a problem with
okay,
us.
So I see Georgette Williams in the building. Peace, Georgette Williams. I'm gonna give you a wrench, a lineage wrench. You'll be a moderator. There's nothing special to do as a moderator. We're just acknowledging you as FBA with the moderator status. You feel me? So I'm gonna give you a wrench. That's called the lineage wrench. And Georgette Williams, please just like the video, subscribe, notification bell. That's all. Libra, peace to you.
Labeling.
Hold on. Alexis Berry said they told officials it was antelope. Yeah, they tried to lie. It was antelope, which apparently was acceptable. Upon further inspection, they found out it was primate and rat meat. Okay, so that's how they got past. YouTube mastery. Yeah, this is an FBA update.
Identifying at all.
Like
I've never stated that I have a problem with us creating political terms or creating names that reflect our identity and or our political aspirations. I've never stated that I have a problem with that. What I said was hitching your identity to America is akin to hitching your identity to a sinking ship, you know, and I equated America to the plantation system, to Jim Crow, and I equated it to Titanic. So what I'm arguing here is that it's very short-sighted, and it's actually an act of political regression for us at this point in time.
He said,
especially given
he said us. This is a tether, and they always do the us thing. Thank you, Georgette Williams. Wow, now family. Georgette Williams just joined the channel. You dig? We just embraced her as a lineage sister. She already showing lineage love in the super chat. Thank you, Georgette. Thank you very much. Let's like the video, and I want y'all to pay attention to this slick tether. They always throw the word us in there. You feel me? Us.
Short-sighted, and it's actually an act of political regression for us at this point in time, especially given where America is in her political journey, to attach our identity to America.
You see? So the real thing you keep seeing over and over, family, is that these filthy Pan-Africanists, they got this fake beef with America, which the Holy FBA Codex pointed out. All of them are anti-American, but they don't have a system outside America. Like how can you be anti-American, but everything you do is American? Everything. You shop, you go to the bank, You talk, you comb your hair. Everything you do is American, but you just fake hate America so much. That's all. It's fake hate. It's fake outrage. It's just a religion. They don't believe it. It's just their religion. But they don't. You ever seen one of those fake racist black guys that join these crazy black groups? And like by default, they got to be like hateful to everybody besides black. It'd be so fake because it's not genuine. So you'll catch them at work cooning like hell. Cooning like hell. Hey, ain't that Rodney? Rodney, I thought you just hated white. Bruh, you all hugged up with your manager, you know? I thought you just hated white people. Like, it'd be fake hate. It's just their religion. Then I realized, oh, that's just his religion. Like, he just, you know, conceding to his religion. He don't really believe that. Cause they be the biggest white lovers. Like, okay.
That's what I've argued. But I've never had a problem with us seeking to create names.
Yeah. Like Huey from yesterday, he just hate white people. He just hate America. And I guarantee if you go to Huey's job, he's most likely an armed security guard at Walgreens. In a white affluent neighborhood. All he does all day is smile at white people that walk in and out. Hello, ma'am, how you doing? I guarantee that's all he does is smile at white people. Hello, good morning. All day long. And he's supposed to hate them. Guy's ridiculous.
Student of Amari Obadeli.
Ramsey, the FBA
created
piece.
the term New African. He said that we are New Africans because
Carlos Magus.
The people, black people in this country, who are descendants of those who were enslaved in this country, we represent an amalgamation of different African groups, right, that were enslaved here. We also have admixture from some Native Americans, and due to rape and other criminality, some of us even have some European admixture. So what he said is we in America, he said we represent a new African.
Where's your
So I've
family
never
from?
had a problem with folks.
Where's your family from?
What was that? Oh, we starting with the gangbanging.
No gangbanging. I just want to be clear about who I'm speaking to.
No, no. This is the question that I was looking forward to answering because it's reflective of the environment that we exist in. This is like.
Yeah, so we know he's a tether. Why do tethers hate to hear that question? The question is, where are you from? And they hate to hear that question from us more than an ICE agent. And the ICE agent will really deport them. We're not. We're just gonna highlight you ain't got no place to talk. They rather answer that question from an ICE agent than an FBA. Where are you from? They just can't answer. So now the Mandalorian, he proved that the super chat does work. Okay, lineage love there. He says, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray. That's a good super chat. Thank you. Maxwell Jig is in the house.
This is like Kendrick Lamar, Good Kid, Mad City. Where your grandma from, where your daddy was gangbanging. But it's okay. It's reflective of the political regression that exists in this environment. So let's go patrilineal. My family goes back to 1784 in Georgia, just outside of Savannah. So patrilineal means my father's side. Matrilineal, my family goes back to Alabama. Now, I can't get records to go past the 1800s, but that's where my family is. My family is tied. I'm an African American. I'm an African descendant who's doing my best to survive.
Right, that's the same thing. Actually, what you just described.
No, it's not.
Look, word semantics that's neither here nor there. I don't mind if someone doesn't subscribe to the term foundational Black American, but the attacks are as if, first of all, you put it as if we're some type of group, some type of political group, or some type of organization, or something like that. When that's not what it is. It's a social term to describe exactly the people that you just described. When you talked about your background, the people that you subscribed are exactly what we're saying are foundational Black Americans. All it means is, I'm pretty sure you understand this, all it means is we are descendants of the people who are the foundation of America. There would be no America if it wasn't for our ancestors specifically. That's different from somebody who migrated here from the Caribbean or Africa or someplace like that. Sure, we all have African ancestry if you're going to go back, you know, as far as we can go back, of course, but that applies to the entire planet. Everybody came from Africa. Africa is the origin of Africa is the origin of humanity.
Hold on, I'm not.
Is Africa not the origin of humanity?
Yeah, absolutely. All humans on the planet come from Africa, right? We all have a common ancestor. We know that humanity originates from Africa. However, the development of, and I don't want to get into fucking science and fucking biology with you, but I just think that some of the arguments being made here, right? I feel like if you're
sure
going to
my
put forth
arguments, because listen,
right?
And family, this is what I talk about greatness and support. So this tether right here, this is why I say the likes are very important. Because no way in hell that we should support a tether more than we support each other. All right. So now look at his likes. Look at ours. Now we should, but look where our likes should be. Look at this. So we should be down here. All right. So now this video didn't circulate. Nobody ever seen this video. You know why? Because he got 2,000 views and only 123 likes. So nobody ever seen this video. You dig? So the likes bury your video or give it life.
I'm only responding to what you're saying, but hold on one second, because I'm not going to cut off your wisdom when
No
you're
doubt.
speaking, but if you ask me a question, allow me to answer. All right, so it's impossible to make the argument that essentially we are all Africans because humanity has its origin in Africa, right? That's like saying, well, we're all humans because we're all here on planet Earth. It's a nonsensical argument, and it's an argument that's not reflective of it. You know, I don't want to be condescending, but it's a nonsensical argument because the development of the different human groups happens over an evolutionary period of thousands of years. There's a process by which East Asians were made yellow, so to speak, and Central Asians were made brown, so to speak, and Eurasians were made white. So they're like this. There's a process, so we understand kind of like the different.
Okay, so this argument is so terrible, but then they will say they're black. So he's trying to undermine the word black that we use to identify ourselves as a standalone identity. But then they'll say they're black. So like listen, family, a tether is a tether is a tether is a tether. Their logic is just all over the place. Oh, see, there's a pattern. The Chinese yellow, the Hispanics brown. See, that ain't really who you are. You not a color. And then later on, he'll say he's black. Super chat, thank you. Naima Buckner, appreciate you. Keep doing your thing. Thank you, I will. As long as you guys keep showing his love, support, liking the video. When I'm live, you guys are pulling up, embracing the the content. And yeah, man, that feels good to go live and see that your lineage is rock with you. They want you to be successful. They're supporting, they're lit in the chat. That's like crazy inspiration, motivation.
Differentiation that exists within the human group. So when we're talking about Africans, we're talking.
Hold on. So we got Fem82 in the building. America had the oldest pyramids, mounds, ruins, skeletons, DNA artifacts, etc. America is grandmama. Then we got RA, the Chicago girl, says my family go back. Oh my God. My family go back. I had this dead Instagram notification block. Okay. My family go back to the pre-Columbian Mississippians on my father's side, back to pre-slavery on my mother's side. Why can't we be our own people like everybody else? Exactly. Satch, Ohio, peace to you. Somebody else came in. FBA Ronnie in the building. I like to shout out my family as they pull up. Nobody goes unnoticed. Intuitively wise, love youism. And we got America in the building. Yeah, every time the family come in, I like to make sure I acknowledge everybody. Okay, cool. Because I do that because I also watch lives, right? And I don't like to be ignored. Some people I watch lives where they send super chats and they all with messages and they all go ignored. I'm like, damn, these folks are that entitled. Like, wow. I send a super chat with a message, it never get read. I feel a certain way. Like, now sometimes they get missed, no problem. But on a consistent basis, like, all right, this person is entitled. They believe they are owed, a super chat.
About those of us,
Computer
to use a
geek
term
piece.
that y'all like to use, those of us who are melanated, right? Those of us who have this bright, vitamin D enriched solar charged skin. That's what I'm talking about when I say African. I'm not talking about the Europeans who were trapped on the other side of the Caucasus Mountains. That's what I'm not talking. I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about us as Black people when I refer to Africans. So let's not make any nonsensical arguments, because I don't want to dip too far in the weeds with.
I mean, but what you're describing is race, right? You're describing race when you talk about it takes thousands of years for these different groups to develop. You're talking about racial, what we know as racial groups. You know what I'm saying?
Family, I gotta ask you a question. Look at his face. His facial expressions are just like, forget about that. Of course, they're not FBA. I don't even think they're human. Like, yo, who make those? What normal human being makes those facial expressions? Check them out.
Describing race when you talk about it takes thousands of years for these different groups to develop. You're talking about racial, what we know as racial groups. You know what I'm saying? Mongoloid, Caucasian, Negroid. You know what I'm saying? These different races developed out of, up out of Africa, traveling to different parts of the world, going through whatever they went through with that
So we got
type of
Dutch
evolution.
up in the
Different
building. Hold
races
on.
came about.
And we got Maxwell Jenkins in the super chat $5. He said the disdain for the term FBA is illogical. Right. Look, the fact is this: to hate the term FBA means you really don't have a problem with FBA. The problem is really with Black American. You always hated that term because we always ask the question, what is the difference between foundational Black American and Black American? And nobody can answer that question, honestly. Because what the clapback is, are you a Black American? And of course they got to say yes. Do you believe your ancestors are foundational? They're going to say yes. Matter of fact, let me give you a case in point of a Pan-Africanist who claimed they hated the term FBAs, right? Oh, that's a Tariq term.
OGTV 45 tapping in live.
Oh, that's a Tariq term. Oh, it's corny. It's built on pseudoism, all this stuff. All right. So hold on. And then when you cook them and show the contradictions, then all of a sudden, I don't got a problem with the term foundation Black American, right? So your only problem is with Tariq Nasheed. Just say that. Now, just say, hey, I just hate Tariq Nasheed. Okay, cool. That's your personal preference, personal right. What they got to do with 43 million people? You dig? So they try to extend their hate and disapproval for Tariq Nasheed to us, but they can't justify it. So then they got to just say, hey, well, you all of his cult followers. So when he go down, you go down. Like they have to just make that up. People from the continent of the 54 countries. That's just terrible. Okay, we back up. Right here. You right here.
Okay. No, that's not what that said. Hold on. Yeah.
Did not. So it goes back to the kidnapping as it's that. So was it this one? I don't think it was this live. I don't think it was that live. Hold on. Damn. It was another live we did. It might be an upload. Let me see. Damn it. So he had came on a live. I was already live and he pulled up. Let me see if I can find that live because this is important. I'm going to show you the contradictions. I think I know the name of It might be this one. Let me just see. It might be that one. Because the live had something to do with the name FBA in there. Okay, so is African culture more? It wasn't that. It could have been. Let me just see. I know I could have sworn FBA was in it. This was embarrassing. This guy right here. He oh my God. He checked. Look, this only 58 minutes. He checked out fast. Check out this video right here. This guy checked out really fast. But I think it's that video right there. I cooked him too. They be trying. Okay, so yes, I think it's one of those videos. All right, so let's see. It's one of those videos. You just look, I just randomly clicked this, and that's the guy right there. That's the guy, this guy right, or the one we're watching. This tether, him, that's him right here. Gaslighting Professor Smalls to go against Tariq Nasheed and FBAs, and it worked. And then Tariq pulled up on him, and he changed his entire tune.
Well, who else was signing the bill? We were clearly not in power.
Okay, so that's the Dallas 75
so how you
line.
say you won? Or independence? They
else. He didn't address that. He didn't address.
Okay, so she wants to revise history and claim that Booker T. Watson was a Pan-Africanist. That's like the biggest lie you could tell.
That
we're Black Americans. Are we
Native American?
Damn, what video did he make that crazy claim?
Last video we made yesterday when you debuted and get it right.
Yeah, this is Elder Talk.
Americans do their DNA and
I think I kind of know what video it is now. Yeah, it's older because I remember what it's older. It had to be like a month ago. Let me see. I'm about to give up. Yeah, I'll find it later. I'm on a Ronin show. I'll look for it during the video. That's what I'll do. Play the video. I'll come back and find it.
But we know that's racist. But when you're having this conversation that you and I are having, we're not talking about race. We're talking about ethnicity. We're talking about lineage. And so if you Africa itself is against ethnicities on Africa alone. You have continental Africans who don't refer to themselves as African. They say I don't feel comfortable identifying myself as an African. I identify myself with my tribe and my nation and my nationality. That's how they identify for the most part.
So what I don't want to do, brother, is I don't want to kind of like, I don't want to chase you through the weeds, right? You know, I'm not trying to have semantic arguments.
Okay, I found the video, family. I found it.
Americans or Africans that came to America by way of slave trade was never indigenous Black people in America. That's what that man said.
To come up short. Like that's kind of like a lot of them.
So immigrants can't prove they're part of the lineage, though. What immigrant coming from Nigeria?
30-year run, like on a 4-year run. It's a nothing burger. You got to admit, like that ain't go.
I ain't making no claim. I'm making a point here. Your point was that at the end of the day, we should be able to verify our lineage. Okay, well, no matter what you called yourself, the booty boo from the booty boo, once you prove your lineage, it's going to take you back to them slave ships and being brought to the Americans. So whoever don't qualify at that notion, you dropped off anyway, regardless of what you called yourself, bro. So I'm just saying, people that's going to give you billions of dollars is smart enough not to allow people in that don't supposed to be in that motherfucker.
Okay, so his argument was, we don't need to gatekeep our culture, and basically gatekeep who's FBA, who's not, and we don't need to gatekeep who get a check or not. He said we should trust white people. This is a Pan-Africanist, and we know all the Pan-Africanists hate so-called hate white folks and don't trust them. They hate America, but he's trying to convince us, yeah, why y'all care about Africans tethered on to your reparations check? Don't even worry about it. White folks know who is really FBA and who ain't. You ain't got to make a big deal of it. They know who they enslaved. So just trust the white man to differentiate and to filter out the tethers from the lineage. You dig? So y'all just sit back and wait for your check. So that's where we at right now.
Now, regardless of what you call yourself, bro. So I'm just saying, people that's gonna give you billions of dollars is smart enough not to allow people in that don't supposed to be in that motherfucker. Now, that's not gonna always stop the scammers or the people trying to get the money. Oh, I get that.
Now, what he's going to say is going to shock you. This is a Pan-Africanist. This is why none of them can be trusted. What he's going to say is going to shock you.
But what I'm saying is you have not addressed the point of, which is essential, right? Like when you say African American, we can verify that we was on those slave ships and came to America, thus Americans, and we built this motherfucker.
Not all African Americans.
Okay, no, the ones that don't have a lineage,
See,
but they have
it's
become
confusing.
African. Let me finish. It's actually not. Let me finish my point. It's actually not. Because like you said, we would have to prove our lineage. But a FBA ain't no such thing as an FBA based off of the misinformation around it. There is no historical documentation that says that there was an indigenous black people in America that mixed with Africans from Africa to form that. There's no such thing as that, bro. That's a made-up pseudo-scientific nonsense, and it's not religious. It's part of the quote-unquote foundation history of what y'all trying to do with the FBA. Y'all got to change that, bro. You might get a few more people.
No, we don't.
And until y'all don't address
no,
that,
not.
that's pseudo.
No, wait, few more people. Few more people. Ain't nobody got more numbers than us.
You made that up. You definitely made that up. You had to prove that.
Okay.
Yeah, you made that up.
Watch this.
Yeah, you made that up. Yeah, you made that up.
Okay, relax. Well, okay, for one, let's go with Tariq Nasheed. So we got him pushing FBA, reaching probably 1 million people. Who you got pushing whatever agenda? Like who is behind the microphone pushing your mission and your statement and what you got going on? Who?
You don't got to push something. We already
actually
know
nobody.
That. No, we already there.
Okay, yeah, actually,
we don't gotta do that. We gotta do that.
You know, crazy. A lot of our talking
Okay,
points.
so it's ways. Now he was running his goddamn Pan-Africanist mouth, and then once I start talking, he cuts back in. Yo, they all have that problem of just shutting up, but they're so arrogant, man. They're so entitled. They just talk over you. He first said he said, listen, man, if you clean that up, you get a few more numbers. I'm like, numbers? I said, no, we got hella numbers. Oh, no, you don't. Prove it. So when I go to prove it, I just named Tariq Nasheed. I ain't named nobody else. I said, well, Tariq Nasheed is out there on the front line pushing FBA, pushing self-identity, delineation, and he reaches about 1 million people. All right. Who do you have pushing Pan-Africanism? You know, who do you got? So my point was, we got the numbers. We of course we'll take more numbers, but numbers are not our thing. Numbers is your thing. So now he's deflecting.
It's a fringe movement,
now,
bro.
A lot of our talking points have made it to politics on the biggest. I got you.
It's a fringe pseudo-scientific movement, yo.
Just keep
you
talking.
know it like I
got you.
We're not gonna play
but
that.
FBA,
trust that though.
I got you. But FBA, I am. I'm just with this. FBA, our talking points made the biggest stages in America. Okay, so it was Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders debating systemic racism after Tariq Nasheed put him on notice going to Breakfast Club, and Charlemagne was using he does Umar now, but he was using Tariq talking points to ask questions for everybody that was a liberal candidate. Kamala, Biden, Bernie Sanders, all of them. He was asking all about reparations, and they was forced to talk about systemic racism for the first time on the largest.
That's a fact. That's a fact. That's a fact. So when he try to act like our voices are small, like, dude, what life do you live in? Yeah, our talking points are, matter of fact, all the Pan-Africans are saying land your plane. They got that from Tariq Nasheed. So these guys be hating us so much, but they use our talking points. Like we influence them. and we influenced that Democratic debate between Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton. Both of them were saying systemic racism. For the first time ever, we're hearing politicians admit their systemic racism. And that was due to Tariq Nasheed coming on the Breakfast Club and other large platforms, Sean Hannity and other people saying, and that was the goal. He said it. He said, I purposely say white supremacy, systemic racism over and over and over. So they're forced to think about it, talk about it, and that's exactly what ended up happening. So I'm like, so what Pan-Africanist talks a lot and then goes places where their talking points are repeated on the biggest stages, and it's a nothing burger. He couldn't respond
in this country. Then you got Donald Trump, all of a sudden talking about 14th Amendment birthright citizenship. That's our talking points.
Man,
nobody ever said that before.
That's all. You made that up, man. You sound like Lord Avenue. Man, get out of here with that. That's nonsense. I'm not getting into the nonsense. So let's get back to fix the history.
Yeah.
Indigenous black people.
Okay, so let me not miss this super chat. The Lineage Love put in there. We got let me get your name right. See, sometimes the super chat don't say the whole name, so I gotta do this right here. I gotta do this. Don't worry. Okay, Truth Fade to Black KH in the super chat with some Lineage Love. Thank you very much. She says, cook young black man, hashtag FBA, hashtag B1. Thank you so much. Peace to you. So this is what we do, man. We got Renaissance Woman. I see you out there, Revon, aka you out there. Peace to you. Like the video. You know, people are pulling up, and I appreciate it. But let's keep the lights up so more folks can. We got OGTV 45 in the building. Who else we got? We got Snatch Adam 69 in the building. Lady E, good morning, grand rising to you. Who else we got? Okay. So anyway, let's continue because I'm getting to where I want to get to.
In America.
Right, so now let's get
with African Americans and Europeans. Let's deal with that, bro. That's the foundation.
So he's a Pan-Africanist, but he sometimes says he's not.
Let's tear it down and fix it, and then you may have more people that will listen.
Nah, we good. It's nothing to fix. It's perfect.
Okay, all right.
Like when we say FBA, you could call it suit or whatever. But you know what's funny? When we say FBA, it's definitely in our spaces. When you say FBA, they know exactly what they're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay,
I didn't know it was such a people. I had no idea.
Shit. Hell no.
Yeah, I didn't know
we got way more people on board. Okay, so Phil Scott, does Phil Scott believe like Tariq Nasheed? He got 400,000 on all his platforms, about 400,000 subscribers. Does he believe like Tariq Nasheed?
I mean, anybody get tricked. You're a trick nigga. So I don't know about getting tricked, yo.
No.
Get tricked. It's called a trick, yo.
Okay, but what's the trick though? The
trick is why you holler FBA when your ass go get a job or do something, you don't put that on that motherfucker. Right. It's just like
yeah, that'd be the weakest argument, yeah.
Do we put black ain't by itself?
Let me finish, yo. When you put that shit on the passport, yo, you don't put FBA.
Let me finish, guy.
Your passport don't say that. So I'm saying
it's a grassroots movement.
No. Thank you. So let's act like it. Let's don't act like it's an overwhelming movement. It's grassroots because it's in the grass. It's at the roots.
It's still small. It's still really small compared to.
Thank you.
No, but it's growing though. Okay, can we agree? Can we?
Hold on. You say who?
Look, he don't want any order. He's going to keep talking and talking and talking and talking.
Every time a person step into that mic and fight for the rights of African Americans and Black Americans, right? That's our voice, bro. Come on,
man. Black American. Yes, Black American, and just put an F there, and that's us. See, ain't nothing even changed. We just said foundational.
Look! I just wanted to
right there, family. I did all that for right there. Listen, so the whole dialogue, he kept purposely saying, if you follow his nothing burger work, he purposely and intentionally only say African American. So, family, I want y'all to hear this clear. All right. So these folks who always say African American, but if you ask them, hey, isn't African American interchangeable with Black American? They'll say yes. So why do you always only say African American? Why don't you ever say Black American? Did you ever call yourself Black American before? Yes. So when did you stop? See, The Pan-Africanist movement got them saying African American over Black American. Most of their lives, they said Black American. But because they're in this religion, this Pan-Africanism religion, they replaced the Black with African. So now he purposely says African American over Black American. So then he slipped up at the last second. Listen.
That's our voice, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah,
man.
Black American. Yeah, Black American, and just put an F there, and that's us. See,
Yeah.
It's grassroots because it's in the grass. That's the roots.
It's still small. It's still small compared to.
Thank you.
No, but it's growing though. Okay, can we agree? Can we agree?
Hold on. You say who promote our voice?
Yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah.
Right. Every time a person step into that mic and fight for the rights of African Americans and Black Americans, right?
Hey, you heard him? He said fight for the right of African Americans and Black Americans.
That's our voice, bro. Come on.
Oh yeah, man. Black American. Yeah, Black American, and just put an F there, and that's us. See, ain't nothing even changed. We just said foundational.
look. I just wanted to.
Okay, so I said, yeah, so that's all, family. The thing, when you want to play with these Pan-Africanists, all you got to do is get them to say Black American, because they're going to purposely say African American over and over and over. Just get them to say Black American, and it's over. Because all you got to do is say hey, are you Black American? They're going to say yes. And they say, hey, did your ancestors found the country? They're going to say yes. Then you say, okay, aren't your ancestors foundational Black Americans? They're going to say, yeah, but not in the sense you guys. I'm telling you guys, it's a nothing burger. All right, so let's get back to this clown.
I'm trying to have a political discussion, right? So you asked me the question, right? You said you wanted to challenge me on my statement of why I made the argument of hitching your identity to America is the equivalent of hitching your identity to the Titanic, to a sinking ship, right? This is not a new argument, by the way, right? I mean, King, it's funny, right? King said, I fear I may have, integrated my people into a burning house, right? So if we understand what America represents on the world stage, right? Where's the logic behind coming to the acknowledgement that this, in fact, is a burning house, doing the work politically to raise.
I told you, bro, all of their talking points, this is the Pan-Africanists, all their talking points are going to come back down to America ain't SHIT. They just fake hate America just so much. And all of them want to line themselves up with Iran, like all the ops, Iran, China, North Korea, Burkina Faso, Russia, but they won't move to none of those countries because none of those countries give you constitutional rights. None of those countries give you Second Amendment or freedom of speech. None of them. Illegal search and seizures. None of them. Okay, so they run their mouth here, but they won't go live in a communist country. None of them. But the real ones would go. Like Robert F. Williams, the real ones will go. But these clowns, they just talk while they kick their feet up and live comfortably in America. So listen to this. Now, he never answered the question when he asked him, where are you from? So the brother, I hope he asked him again. Like, yo, where's your background from? Because when you ask a tether where they from, that's like their kryptonite.
It's the consciousness of the collective to bring us out of it. And then we arrive in this period where the solution becomes wrap yourself in an American flag, pour gas on it, and then run back into the house. It doesn't make it.
Hey, Armageddon, peace. I see you, Diamond.
Any sense. And I want to push back on one other statement you made. You said that I am an FBA. I'm not. Naming is political. What you answer to and what you do not answer to is all political, right? People who are among our group of African Americans who refer to themselves as FBA,
look at his facial
right?
expression. It's so they weird me out.
That y'all are not a group, y'all are a lineage, but y'all can't impose, right, that particular framework on the rest of the group. If I walk through the middle of the hood right now, and I say, yo, you're a foundational Black American, Most of the people who are not involved in internet or digital culture ain't going to know what the hell I'm talking about. But if I say, "Are you an African American?" they're like, "Oh yeah, I'm an African American," because that's what they know. So this change, right, in our moniker, and like I said, like I'm not against change, right? I have a list of changes that have been made, as well as their political reasoning, right? So if you look at New African, right? And Mari Obadeli, the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa.
Yeah, man. This guy said, I'm up to change. He said, look, we got a new organization called New Africa. Bro, that's not change, man. You still got the word Africa there. Like, and then he names an African professor. Like, dude, stop. That's not change.
They created that term, right? Because one, is politically aspirational. They want to be able to identify a group for a political project. That project, land freedom, right? Their whole call is free to land. I'm not against that. I understand their politics and I understand the naming of New African. Malcolm X, another great example. He created an organization. He said the Organization of Afro-American Unity.
Hey,
right?
bro, all they do is talk about the same people all day long. And it's to romanticize us. Malcolm X, Malcolm X, Malcolm X, because Malcolm X is like a celebrity to us, right? But when you actually peel the onion back and when you look at what Malcolm X has accomplished, well, first of all, when they say Malcolm X was anti-African. Okay, so they got to use a different name that Malcolm X went by. He went by Malik El Shabazz, and then a lot of them like to act like Malcolm X took on some African name. Okay, but let's go with that. When Malcolm X dropped Malcolm X, he's no longer Malcolm X. Does that make sense? So that means all of what you loved about him was when he was Malcolm X. Once he became Malik El Shabazz, that was not the guy you fell in love with before. He was somebody totally different beliefs, and he started to kind of coon a little bit. Remember? Y'all don't remember this? Hold on. Let me say the Malcolm X who was no longer Malcolm X. So like you just can't throw names around with me, and I'm supposed to just get teary-eyed. Let me see. Cause he started to minstrel a little bit. Like, okay, it might be this one. He started to appear on all type of it's like game show hosts, like all type of shit. I'm like, what's that? Like, like they used to get him on game show hosts and like clown around with him and shit. I don't know which one it is, but because I, big fan of Malcolm X. When I watched that shit, I'm like, hey, what the hell is this? Why he doing this to himself? I'm not sure which one. I'm just gonna pick something random.
You find our people in any happens 20 police cars about Elijah Muhammad.
That's not it.
Today, in our discussion of minority groups, we have with us two guests.
This ain't it either. But who remembers that?
Said the killings had raised doubts about the
when he used to attend those damn.
Well, now, did you hold that?
No, not this one. Yeah, I don't remember it. Yeah, it'll come across. But if you guys really, really study Malcolm X like you guys say you do, you would recall Malcolm X would be on these game show things like where he just fooling around and, foot shuffling a little bit. Let me see if I could. Let me type that back in there. I put interview. Let me just do this. I don't want to put game shows because it wasn't really that, but it was close. They just asked him like random questions about crazy shit. Anybody know? Help me. Malcolm X. Let's just put game. Let me try that. Nah, this ain't gonna be it. Damn it. But he started to like really play himself on some of these interviews. Here we go. Malcolm X appears on a TV game show.
Tonight we present the dynamic and controversial Negro leader himself, Malcolm X.
Another hidden challenger panel, and this time you're going after an international story. Gordon, may we start with you this time, please? 3 minutes.
Yeah, y'all don't remember this? I keep trying to tell y'all, man, I'm a different type of researcher, bro. Like, so when I watch stuff like this, I'm like, what the why is a revolutionary on this type? But this is foot shuffling. Like, what this guy do with the calls? You dig?
Story happened.
Hold on, let me put this in the chat. Yeah, everybody claim they know Malcolm. You don't really know Malcolm. So when I hear people bring his name up, I'll be like, nah, Robert F. Williams would have never done this shit. Dr. Khalid Muhammad would have never done this. And even Miss Louis Farrakhan would have never done something like this.
And ending with the letter A.
Yes.
Was that Asia?
Yes.
Was it east of India?
No.
Was it in India?
No.
Was it west of India?
Yes.
So was it up in the Persian area?
No.
Was it around the Holy Land?
Yes.
Has this to do with one of these Arab uprisings?
I wasn't joking.
Something in the Arabian country?
Which question?
Arab uprising, let's deal with that one.
No.
In an Arabian country?
Yes. More personality than anything else.
You've called people like Martin Luther King, who just got a Nobel Peace Prize, an Uncle Tom. Is this correct, first?
Well, I'd rather say that in the States, there's a law that has recently been passed.
All right. Yeah, but
You believe, as I think you certainly did at the time you were...
like say he was doing shit like this. I'm like, yo, how is this furthering black nationalism? Like you did, like white folks just got you as an entertainer now. This dude became Dave Chappelle. So yeah, I just feel like when you really look at people's works and forget about the names, you know, the romanticizing and loving certain people, let's just look into what they actually have accomplished. Forget about the rhetoric, the speeches, which were great speeches, great inspirations for Malcolm. But let's look at what actually got accomplished at when folks stopped giving lectures. And in my opinion, it's absolutely nothing. You be looking like, wow, he really ain't do shit. Okay, so look at this.
Right? Their whole call is free to land. I'm not against that. I understand their politics and I understand the naming of New African. Malcolm X, another great example. He created an organization. He said the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Right?
Guess what? Afro-American Unity was a nothing burger. That shit, man, let's Google it. Let's Google it. That shit sounds like a nothing burger. Afro. You see it ain't called African though. You see Malcolm X is smart enough not to name that shit African. Afro-American Unity. Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Let's read this bullshit. Okay, so the Organization of Afro-American Unity. Now notice is not African nothing. People, it goes back to what I was trying to tell you guys. We didn't call ourselves African nothing until Jesse Jackson pushed it with liberal media, Jewish media, all type of media in the 1980s. Ain't nobody embraced African. So even Marcus Garvey, the universal Negro You dig it? It ain't no universal African. Nobody called themselves African, man. That's just common sense. But the Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, was short-lived due to Malcolm X assassination in 1965. So this didn't go nowhere without him. See, now this is a leader. He's a leader, right? He's a leader. And this is why we don't need a leader, because once he was assassinated, this organization was what? Short-lived. This is why they want to make Tariq Nasheed a leader. So if he goes or gets locked up or just transition, it goes right with him. You take the FBA identification and delineation. So he was clever enough to say, hey, I'm not a leader. All right, because he's not. And you can't be leader of a lineage. So therefore, you assassinate him and you do things, lock him up, jail him, diddy him. We go on. You dig? But when you become a leader, your organization is short-lived once you go, or whatever happens to you. Bad Boy is done because of Diddy being locked up and being charged with all that crazy stuff. That stuff is done. If Tariq Nasheed decided to have free calls, the lineage goes on. He just a member. He just a family member of the lineage who did some freaky stuff. He shot out, and it goes on. It goes on. But Malcolm X, this dude referenced this like this was something great. Malcolm, the Organization of Afro-American Unity was short-lived due to Malcolm X's assassination in 1965, but its main accomplishments included internationalizing the struggles of Black Americans by connecting to the third world. How did that work out? How did that work out? Like, yeah, those are nothing burgers. So don't bring up Malcolm X to me when you try to tell me he got Black Americans connecting them to the third world, advocating for the shift of civil rights, which is a hard enough feat, to human rights for Black people, and promoting Black pride and self-determination, laying groundwork for the Black Power movement. The organization also aimed to create mutual economic and technical support between the diaspora and African nations. That's 54 goddamn countries with 54 different governments hate each other, 54 countries with 1,000 different tribes within them. This is just a nothing burger to try to do. This is nothing. Okay. And he also, with a program to establish a pool of Black technicians to assist newly independent countries. Are you serious? Are you? Yeah. Again, like that's why he wasn't successful, because look what he's trying to do. He was not successful because he's trying to unite Black Americans to Africa, 54 goddamn countries, and all of the diaspora. That means all of the islands as well, plus Haiti. Like, yo, like that idea is no different than Umar saying he went to school at Paul University for Black boys. This idea, Malcolm X, has no different than Marcus Garvey with the steamships. It's nothing burgers. You're never going to do anything, including Africa. That's 54 countries with 54 different governments, 54 different flags, 54 different languages at the very least. And then in those countries, you can peel the onion back and find a whole bunch of tribes who don't mess with each other. Okay? That's why when you say Malcolm X, it's like, which one? Because the Malcolm X Nation of Islam was putting in work. He was very he was for Black Americans only. So yeah, that Malcolm X I love, but the El Malik El Shabazz and all this Muslim shit, this Arab stuff, and then this everybody we want to unite Africa. Like, dude, stop. Yeah, so I don't be beat because I really read and I really try to be an historian, somebody who loves history. And when I read things, it don't line up with the romanticism. I'm like, you know what? Damn. It makes me take another look at Malcolm X. Like, I don't know, man. Would be pure chaos. Exactly. Vendetta. Like, yeah, so me, I'm just a realist. I'm just a realist. Like, if you did great things, I can appreciate it. I don't care if you are white, Black, Indian, African. You do great things, I'm going to give you your credit, your flowers. But what I'm not going to do is give you flowers because somebody said you did something great. And when I try to fact check it, it's a nothing burger. Like, I won't give you, you won't get flowers, period. So anyway, yeah. So that's just me. That's just me, right? That's not you. That's just me. But that's something to think about.
Right. Their whole call is free to land.
Okay, now we know the organization was a nothing burger. He's gonna reference it and it died with Malcolm X. That makes it more of a nothing burger. It didn't live past Malcolm X. Why didn't they sound familiar? Okay, so it didn't live past Malcolm X. All right, so let's see how he twisted if he tried it. Let's see. Let's just see what he says about it.
I'm not against that. I understand their politics and I understand
because they always try to use Malcolm X as our leader. Like we have to bow down to the words of Malcolm X, and whatever he was for, we got to be for. That's what they use him for. And that's why I got to say, hey man, that ain't my leader. And matter of fact, I disagree with the Afro-American bullshit that you try to deal with Africa. I think that was a stupid nothing burger. Like, so yeah, you're not gonna make me appeal to authority, appeal to an ancestor because they got a good name. Like, dude, no, he was on some crazy shit before he died, bro.
Of New African. Malcolm X, another great example. He created an organization. He said the Organization of Afro-American Unity.
What about
right? Why did he use the term Afro-American? He wasn't talking about blacks in the United States. He was talking about blacks throughout the diaspora.
Now, you know there's no blacks outside of us. Okay, but anyway, go ahead.
Canada, blacks in the United States, blacks in Mexico, blacks in the Caribbean, and blacks in Latin America.
Yeah, this dude said blacks in Mexico. Okay, I get you peanut butter bread. Get your cartoons, go in the kitchen. Yeah, this dude said blacks in Mexico. Everybody's black. Every country is black besides Europe, right? You know, European countries. This dude said blacks in Mexico, blacks in China, that blackity black stuff.
But in unity, right? Why did he use the term Afro-American? He wasn't talking about blacks in the United States. He was talking about blacks throughout the diaspora. Blacks in Canada, blacks in the United States, blacks in Mexico, blacks in the Caribbean.
Now, look how unrealistic that shit is. Malcolm, he said when Malcolm X said Afro-American, he was talking about blacks in all these different countries and do what with them. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to say. We got to get out of this fantasy shit, man. And Malcolm X couldn't even link up black Americans together. You dig? Like, let's finish that project first. Can we just finish that project? Okay, go. Okay, can we finish galvanizing black Americans and bringing us to one code first before we go international? Let's finish the national project first. You know what? We should name it something like that. I like that name. The National Project. The FBA National Project. Which is just to step one is simply just to galvanize as much of us as possible. Get us all on code. And that just simply means that we are prioritizing our lineage above anything. Religion, that's what that's for. The FBA National Project is prioritizing our lineage above everything. Everything is second, third, fourth, fifth. So we want our activists, right? Our spokesman people to finish the national project before we start to do other things, you know. Finish the national projects, finish galvanizing us on code, and that just simply means prioritizing the lineage over everything. Right? So we're gonna come together on just lineage-based identity alone. Nothing else. That's first and foremost. So when we can't accomplish that and we bail from that, we flee from that idea, right? That necessary idea, and we start to create organizations called the Afro-American Unity Project, and we want to go to the blacks in Canada, the blacks in Brit, the blacks in Jamaica, like that's come on, man, that's a fantasy that will never happen. That's the Marcus Garvey steamship fantasy. That's the Umar School steamship fantasy, and that's the Peter Pan African fantasy. Like, why we just can't accomplish smaller tasks first? Show a portfolio of success. Look what I did. Look what I did. Look what I did. And that's one thing we can say about FBAs, people who acknowledge the FBA. They accomplish smaller things first. They have a portfolio of just success. We could start with Tariq Nasheed. Everything he has set himself out to do, he did. I even could vouch for Yvette Carnell. Everything they wanted to do, they accomplished. Smaller projects, but accomplishments. They can show, hey, look at my track record. Jason Black, every idea he had, he put out there, he accomplished. Dr. Claude Anderson, we could just go on and on and on. They put stuff out there and they accomplished it on a smaller degree before they had this grand scale idea. You dig? So Marcus Garvey, Umar Johnson, they have not accomplished nothing tangible, no smaller tangible projects to show a track record of success to say, hey, I want to take on a larger project now. Jay Morrison, like that Cuban coon, same thing. He has never accomplished smaller projects before he took on this grand scale project. So before we take on another grand scale idea, just ask them, what have you proved what you have accomplished that was smaller than that? Show a track record. What's your portfolio? What's your portfolio, man? Let's look at it. So Malcolm X, he wanted to unite Black people from all across the world, and he has done nothing such in America. Like, we got to stop the feel good speeches, man. Oh, that just feels great. Oh my God, let's do it. No, and let's not fall for that stuff within the lineage, because some people are going to come and be spokesmen, spokeswomen, and they're going to have that right there. And they're going to lead y'all crazy people astray. What have you accomplished throughout your life that was smaller projects? What's your, you got to show us proof of concepts and your portfolio. And then that's still ain't a guarantee. We may entertain your idea. May. Okay? But that's just a fact. So it's Malcolm X, nothing burger. It's just what it is.
Blacks in Canada, blacks in the United States, blacks in Mexico, blacks in the Caribbean, and blacks in Latin America. But it used the term Afro-American because it has political meaning. King called us American Negroes. Why? Because the term American Negroes suited his political agenda of integrating into America, right? Yvette Carnell, a more recent advent. She said, we're not African American. We need to remove this African off of our name. We are American descendants of slaves. All of these are political monikers to facilitate a political agenda. So when I say I denounce or I do not refer to myself as foundational Black American, it simply means that A, I don't align with the particular agenda attempted to be achieved, right, under this particular, under this. I'm gonna let you explain that. I'm gonna let you explain that, right? I don't align with the agenda that's trying to be achieved under this moniker, and also like the direction that it's going in. Hitching your cart to America it's a fool's mission, and it's short-sighted at best. And I'm not saying this to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, but I'm trying to speak to why I'm in disagreement with the term foundational Black.
I'm still not really getting it, except for the American part. Seems like you have a problem with, and there's a lot for me to respond to there, and I'm not good at remembering every single point that I want to respond to. But man, so first of all, let me just go here, man. Instead of even trying to do that, let me just go here, because your name, I've established that you are what I refer to as the foundation of Black America.
Okay, and that's why, family, it's not good. If you have truth on your side, it's not good to be long-winded when you're having a dialogue or debate, because they'll justify not answering those things. And then that's a strategy for liars. Liars like to talk long because they know you can't remember everything they said. And then when you try to remember the most you can and get done, they're gonna say, "Hey, you didn't respond to this or that," and it'd be 1,000 things they know you can't remember. All right. So before he responds, let me do this. Before he responds, let me do this. Okay, let's see what he got to say. So somebody from the chat sent this link, and I wanted to see what this is about. So before I let him respond, let me first play this link right here and see where it's going. This is Professor Dave Eltis, right? This is from the chat. So the chat, I do read y'all stuff sometimes when I'm looking down. I see y'all links, I click them. I'll be interested to see what information you got. So let's play some of this and see where it's going. Maybe we'll like it, maybe more.
Slave trade. They were astute merchants on the coast, and the idea that they were somehow gutted by an influx of cheap European goods is just not appropriate.
There you go. He talks about the truth about the Atlantic slave trade. All right, so let's go.
The transatlantic slave trade. He is the Robert W. Woodruff Professor of History, Emeritus at Emory University, and he is recognized as a leading figure in the study of Atlantic slavery and migration. He's known especially for his work on slavery databases and digital humanities projects. And his latest book is Atlantic Cataclysm, Rethinking the Atlantic Slave Trades. So, Professor Eltis, thank you for joining me today.
My pleasure.
I believe your book really is a first in many ways, because it's, I think, the first book, correct me if I'm wrong, the first book to make a systematic use of the enormous databases and information about the slave voyages, which have recently come online over the past 40 years or so. Tell me, what did delving into that information tell you?
It really begins in 1516, when I think the first voyage that actually went from Africa to the Americas occurred. Previous voyages had taken captives from Spain specifically to the Americas. And it covered, we intended to cover the full period. It turns out that the height of the slave trade was 1700 to 1850. And it's clear that but for abolition, it would have gone on to expand even further, I think. There was...
How many slaves does it cover?
Our best estimate currently is 12.5 million.
Wow.
Which is featured on the database to which you refer. What we have is an estimate section. Well, briefly, we've got a database, obviously, which is based on material taken from thousands of records, but beyond that, we established an estimates page. And we think that we probably have got well over 80% of all the voyages that ever occurred.
How many would that be? What kind of number were we talking about?
Number of voyages?
Yeah.
About 40-some thousand, low 40s. The current database has records of 36,400 voyages. So what we're looking at here is a fairly high proportion of what actually happened. And it's this that gives us the certainty or the possibility of making generalizations.
Right, because of the vast amount of data. Tell me, what was the most surprising discovery that emerged from your examination of the data?
That the key slave trader, in terms, European terms at least, were the Portuguese, not the British. Obviously, the British and the French and the Dutch were very important. But the thing about the Portuguese is they were there at the beginning and they were there at the end. So
what sort of a margin are we talking about when you say there's more Portuguese slave trading? About twice as much, half as much again, or what?
Probably, I would say, if you take the Portuguese and the Spanish together, you're looking at over half of the total traffic.
Half of the total traffic,
yeah.
Whereas the UK was, what proportion would they be?
Probably, I haven't looked at the percentages recently, but I would think about maybe 30%.
30%.
The great point about the British was that they dominated the traffic briefly in the second half of the 18th century. And everyone has taken that as an indication of their preeminence. But overall, that's certainly not the case.
Is that simply because of our naval policies of being the largest seafaring power, and it sort of
it's partly that, but it's partly also just the duration of the traffic elsewhere in Europe. The British got into it fairly late, as indeed did the French, and left it fairly early. Whereas the Spanish were there at the beginning, as were the Portuguese, and continued to send out voyages throughout the 19th century down to its suppression in 1867.
Right. So as far as the UK is concerned, I think let me try and get the dates clear, because I think they're quite interesting and quite helpful. So when you say the Spanish and the Portuguese were there at the beginning, you're talking about the 1500s or thereabout.
Yes.
Which is not so long after the New World was discovered in 1492.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yes, absolutely so. I mean, that's
whereas when did the UK actually start getting involved?
Well, everyone knows about the Hawkins voyages in the 16th century.
So that was 1500 and something.
1560s, yeah. But large-scale participation didn't really get underway until the establishment of Barbados, mid-17th century, and of course it ended prematurely compared to the other nation states in 1807, because British
that's when the Act of Parliament was passed, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right.
There's one of 1830, I think, which, if I remember correctly, abolished slavery in all the dominions. But before then, in the country, I think some judge said, if a slave sets foot on English soil, that slave is free automatically.
Yes, that was that was what, 1770 or so.
Yeah, which is quite early.
Yes, but that didn't have any impact on the slave trade per se.
No, because they didn't set foot in the country; they just went round it. Yeah, of course.
Well, actually, some did, because there were some terrible cases where slave ships were discovered mid-Atlantic without any crew members left, and the British brought the slaves to Bristol or Liverpool.
What happened to the crew members?
They were killed
by the slaves.
Yeah, this was a result of rebellion.
Yeah, which is always a possibility when you have such a large number of people you're bringing.
Absolutely. Yeah, they crew
Were there any common myths about the slave trade that we all believe or think we know, which are untrue, which your data has revealed to be incorrect?
Well, I think everyone assumes that the British were the prime slave traders, which indeed they were for some decades in the 18th century. And carrying on from that, they also believe that this slave trade was a basic contributor to the Industrial Revolution. In other words, it stimulated economic growth. And this goes back, of course, to the thesis of Eric Williams.
Yeah.
It's a 1944 book, which you probably are aware of.
Yep. Capitalism, wasn't it? I think it was Slavery and Capitalism, something like that.
Yes, capitalism and slavery. Yeah. And it now seems that that picture is a bit more complicated, given the fact that Portugal, which was the leading slave trader, is now the poorest country in at least the western part of the EU. Yeah. So it's hard to argue.
It hasn't benefited directly then from the slave trader only, by the sound of it.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, this is a narrative which is strongly taught today in all of our museums and art galleries.
That's right.
It's also taught to school children as one of the prime strands. Yeah. Is there anything that you would want to seek to correct, maybe just one or two things which are taught in schools, or at least widening out the picture so they had a better understanding?
Well, we do have this summary table in what we call the estimates page of the slave voyages database, which indicates pretty clearly the relative importance of all the European countries involved. And I would think if that could be somehow integrated into the school's program.
Yeah. And that table would show what? Portugal at the top with 50% of the slave trade, the UK next with about 30% of the slave trade, and then other countries coming in after. Who would be number 3 and 4?
Well, it would be the French and the Dutch, who were very much heavily involved before the British. Yeah, I think the Portuguese ratio is a bit less than 50%, but it's still clearly the largest of the European slave traders.
Right. Now, one of the things that your book does is it challenges the traditional estimates of the transatlantic slave trade. Can you remind us what the traditional estimates were or are normally presented as, and what your discoveries have said instead?
Well, I think we go back to Philip Curtin's book, 1969, The Atlantic Slave Traders Census, which laid out what he saw as the revised total. Before that point, there had been huge exaggerations of the size of the slave trade. Curtin, in effect, scaled those down, in our view, too far down. So I think we increased Curtin's estimates from about 9 million to 12 million.
Hmm.
And in fact, it's remarkable how that number is now accepted by, I mean, this is a very contentious field.
All right, so let me get back to as a brief commercial. I'll check that out later. You know, it's a long video, 32 minutes. I just want to get, you know, just understand where he's coming from, what he got. Now I know something I'll watch later, dissect, and you know, chop it up and make clips. You know how I do. Okay, anyways, let's get back here. Why is the screen blurry? Oh shit, I brought the wrong, my fault. My 44. All right, so let's get back to where we were. And let's pick right back up. Here we are, family. This damn tether.
So this change, right, in our moniker, and like I said, like I'm not against change, right? I have a list of changes that have been made, as well as their political reasoning, right? So if you look at New African, right, and Mari Obadeli, the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa, they created that term, right, because one is politically aspirational. They want to be able to identify a group for a political project. That project, land freedom, right? Their whole call is.
So the thing with Pan-Africanist family that you got to understand, they do a lot of reading because they read a lot of books that's like cherry picked confirmation bias books that they only wrote. So they don't write. You see that white guy I was playing earlier? That would be considered a neutral source for Black Americans because he's not Black. So there's no so we're not reading the book or watching the video because he's Black. That would be confirmation bias. He's FBA. He's not FBA, right? So that would be considered, at least from face value, a neutral source. And he does not have an FBA name. So a lot of Pan-Africanists, what they do is they usually only read books written by other Pan-Africanists. So they just immerse themselves in confirmation bias. So, and a lot of it be like cherry pick. It'd be truthhood mixed with falsehood. And then they will, like, it's like a religion. So they remember it, rehearse it, you know, all that type of stuff. And now when they get on a panel, if you're not aware what they're talking about, you can find yourself caught up with the gotcha moments. Like, gotcha. So that's pretty much what he did just now. He just rehearsed a whole bunch of misinformation with factual history or factual statements and packaged it so good it's kind of hard to pick apart what's factual and what's bullshit. All right. So I just want to catch you up what he's doing. And this is what they all do. That's why they don't really talk to people who they believe knows a little something. They kind of dodge you and they go to other FBA channels where they like people just, you know, are new to all this, like to talking points to our history. They love to go debate them.
Free to land. I'm not against that. I understand their politics and I understand the naming of New African. Malcolm X, another great example. He created an organization. He said the Organization of Afro-American Unity, right? Why did he use the term Afro-American? He wasn't talking about Blacks in the United States. He was talking about Blacks throughout the diaspora. Blacks in Canada, Blacks in the United States, Blacks in Mexico, Blacks in the Caribbean, and Blacks in Latin America. But he used the term Afro-American because it has political meaning. King called us American Negroes. Why? Because the term American Negroes suited his political agenda of integrating into America, right? Yvette Carnell, a more recent advent, She said, we're not African American. We need to remove this African off of our name. We are American descendants of slaves. All of these are political monikers to facilitate a political agenda. So when I say I denounce or I do not refer to myself as foundational Black American, it simply means that A, I don't align with the particular agenda attempted to be achieved, right, under this particular, under this. I'm gonna let you explain that. I'm gonna let you explain that, right? I don't align with the agenda that's trying to be achieved under this moniker, and also like the direction that it's going in. Hitching your cart to America is a fool's mission, and it's short-sighted at best. And I'm not saying this to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form, but I'm trying to speak to why I'm in disagreement with the term foundational Black.
I'm still not really getting it, except for the American part. Seems like you have a problem with, and there's a lot for me to respond to there, and I'm not good at remembering every single point that I want to respond.
Right. So family, let me just share. This is hilarious. All right. Very, very hilarious. Like they are so like everybody, the Malcolm X thing, Dr. King thing, the Pan-Africanist thing, even Yvette Cornell Adolph. This is he's trying to divide. Yeah, even Adolph is great, but FBA, nah, that's some bullshit. That has flaws in it. That's interesting. That's very interesting. But let me say this. Like I said, he mixed truthhood with falsehood, and his take, there's some flaws in it. All right. So for one, he acknowledges that there are valid rights of self definition. Like he said, the New African, it was used by the provisional government of the Republic of New Africa to claim homeland in the Deep South. He talked about Afro-American, that was used by Malcolm X, when Malcolm X attempt to link up folks globally. That's kind of what Tariq Nasheed did in like 2016. He said the global empowerment. All right, cool. But then Tariq Nasheed quickly acknowledged, hey, this ain't gonna work. Like there's too much coonery in these goddamn African countries and these islands, right? So he started to transition out of that. Malcolm X, if he had any serious bone in him, he would have done the same thing. He would have tried with the global empowerment, and then if he wasn't all romanticizing Africa, if he was just dealing with truth, Malcolm X would have seen what Tariq Nasheed seen, so many years earlier. He'd be like, okay, these Africans, and you could imagine how they was behaving then. Malcolm X is in the goddamn 1960s with this. He was assassinated in 65. Almost all of those African countries, even the islands, got their independence around that time. So when Malcolm X was talking that global empowerment with Africans, a lot of those countries were not even independent yet. They were still under the strong rule, the strong thumb of the colonizers. And so that was a farce. It's like, dude, how are you going to unite with anything? And these dudes not even independent yet. Anyway, let's go on. Okay, so let's deal with the false equivalence between FBA and political movements like RNA or Malcolm X, Nothing Burger. So check this out. So he likes to call FBA, he did it the whole time. FBA is a political moniker. It functions more like a lineage-based ethnonym than a narrow political group. Okay, so now the New African that he spoke about, that requires allegiance to a separatist state, the Republic of New Africa, right? And the Afro-American thing, right? Was a geopolitical diaspora term, not a domestic lineage claim. So it's a difference here, because it's a false equivalence. FBA, on the other hand, refers specifically to Black Americans descended from U.S. chattel slavery, a cultural, political, historical group, not a movement in the same way. So his false equivalences was garbage. He's comparing what we say is not a movement. It's just the naming of a lineage that has a culture, that has traditions, that have taboos, Frank Zenu, all that type of stuff to it. It's not a movement. But that's why they got to frame it as a movement, because they want to compare it to something. They want to compare to something, right? But they can't, because they don't like what we're doing is something they didn't have the balls to do. All right. So calling FBA a political project like RNA is like calling Irish American a political movement. You get it? Because Irish American is an actual person. It's a real entity. It's a immigrant that immigrated over here from Ireland. So FBA is not a so that's what we gotta tell these fools. When you think of FBA, think of Mexican Americans. That's not a political movement. That's a real person that has an identity. And the identity tells you all about them. This person is from Mexico, but they're living in America. They must have American citizenship. So this Mexican man, either himself or his family, migrated from Mexico to America, and now they have American citizenship. So therefore, they're Mexican American. So you can't compare a Mexican American person to an organization or a movement like the Malcolm X thing that he talked about, the Afro-American thing. So these are false equivalencies. This is why, family, they have to Africanize us, and they have to make Tariq Nasheed a leader, and they have to make FBA a movement. When you take that from them and you correct them, they get pissed off because nothing works. You guys that tuned in yesterday, you see revenue. He just couldn't have a discussion with us without making Tariq the leader. And neither could it do Unc West, that clown. They got to make him the leader to have a conversation with us, because it doesn't stand up. Their points fall to the wayside. All right, so let's keep going. Blah, blah, blah. So it's a lineage, and it's a cultural identity that we keep saying, and many carry political, and look, it may, because we all different people. So some of us may carry political implications, but FBA is not a party. It's a religion. It's not a religion, or it's not a secessionist plan, right? We're not trying to secede from America. That's what Malcolm X was trying to do. That's what the New Africa is trying to do. They're trying to secede from America. The average Black nationalist, the average Pan-African. Look at Marcus Garvey. He was trying to succeed. He was trying to secede from America. So we got to just keep cooking them on that. Okay, now. Oh boy. So he says FBA is flawed because it's short-sighted. He said that. He said it's short-sighted. And that's your personal opinion. Like, you're entitled to that. But you got to justify that. And he said, and it's tied to America. So that's the thing they have. That the brother down the bottom noticed. He said, yo, y'all really anti-American. You dig? It's unwarranted. But that's precisely the point, though. The point is to be tied to America. We're not trying to secede. That's why we got the American in the name. Yvette got American descendants of slaves, not just descendants of slaves, because that's anybody. That's Brazil, that's Canada, you know what I mean? So it was smart to say American descendants of slaves. Tariq Nasheed, foundational Black Americans, not just foundational Blacks, because a lot of hijackers, a lot of Africans like to hijack the term Black, and call themselves that, knowing that term was just designated to foundational Black Americans. Right? So look, FBA, we claim ownership over the American identity. That's why we put A there. So did Adolph's, right? And you got some freedmen who like to say American freedmen or USA freedmen. But you see how all of us is putting America there? We're not running from it, because that's to point out we're not immigrants, and we're not guests. We're not over here on an H-1B visa. We're not over here on nobody's sponsoring us. We're not a Moorish national. None of that weird stuff. All right. But so we're not that. All of us got American there or USA? American freedmen, USA freedmen, American descendants of slaves, or foundation of Black Americans. We put that there to show ownership, to show entitlement, to show that we are the literal builders of the country. Okay, this is not a naive assimilation. It's a sovereignty-based claim for repair, restitution, and control over our narrative. Tether. Okay. Let's see. What else he say? Okay, so he says that I believe he said we were gatekeeping, right? We're gatekeeping. But no. We're not. Well, you could say that. You can call it what you want to call it. But guess what we're doing? And you could name it what you want to name it. But we're doing this. We're preventing dilution of Black American reparations, right? By immigrant populations like that clown, like that Tether. Okay, we don't have an umbrella. We're providing an umbrella, like we're making it safe just for us, and we're protecting it from tethers like himself and other Pan-Africanist tethers and African conservative tethers, period. Okay, so we like to reassert a unique cultural heritage, labor, history, and legal grievance distinct from newer arrivals. 1980 arrivals. So, Tether, FBA is meant to be specific and protective, not all inclusive, but all exclusive. Okay? Just know that. So here's the thing. And this is what the brother in this one right here, let me see. Not him. Hold on. Phone is ringing. Not him either. All right. Anyway, not him. We're going to play a little bit of him. Over here. So this brother right here, when he was cooking this, what's he at? There's a tether on here, right here. Uma Ada. When he was cooking her, he said, hey, why you act like you can't understand that we're different? When you say we're talking about Foundation of Black Americans. We're different than you folks from the island and you people from Africa. So he said, you're Nigerian, right? She said, yes. And he said, okay. He said, which tribe? She said, Yoruba. So he said, would you say you're the same tribe as those from Fulani or Igbo? She said, no. But he's like, that's interesting because y'all all in Africa and you still don't identify yourself with them. So how do you expect us some 1,000 miles away to identify with you guys when you don't identify yourselves, and when you don't identify with each other and you're just walking distance away? So that's a contradiction in logic that he was trying to point out. Go. All right. So anyway, let me play a little more.
Respond to, but man. So first of all, let me just go here, man. Instead of even trying to do that, let me just go here because your name. I've established that you are what I refer to as the Foundation of Black America. I don't have a problem not subscribing to that term, but the same lineage group that I belong to, you're a part of as well. So the name, Omo Wale, is that how you say it? That's not your name that you were born with, that you were given, right? Right. But you chose that name for yourself because you developed a certain amount of consciousness. You became aware of who you are, your history, culture, blah, blah, blah. And you decided, and you rejected the name that was given to you, and you chose a name for yourself.
No, I didn't reject the name that was given to me. I didn't reject it. So naming is political. Right?
Now, notice, family, when the tether was going in and being disrespectful, the FBA brother was very quiet. He said nothing until the tether landed his deported plane, right? So now when the FBA brother go to cook, he hits some, you throw a rock in a crowd of dogs, speaking of Malcolm X, the one that come out howling is one that got hit. So he's pointing out some obvious stuff. Like, dude, you were not born in Africa. Like, you're cosplaying as an African. You took on an African name yourself to identify with Africa, but you're not originally born from there. and you were not born with that name. He couldn't hold himself. He couldn't conduct himself. See, these guys always talk about self-reliance, self-determination, but they got to first practice self-control. He disagreed with the FBA brother, disagreed with you, but he let you go. But now it's the FBA brother's time, his turn, his time. You're cutting in because it hurts. The truth hurts these guys. He's now, debunking his bullshit, and he chimes in. They all do this. This is why I don't go to none of their platforms. You're coming over here, period. You ain't gonna be muting me, talking over me. I let you talk, pure quietness, pure respect. I go to talk. And the first time you disagree, you're chiming in. I'm not doing that.
Part two that I wanted to address too. Foundational Black American is not a political term, actually. Foundational Black American is just a social term. That's why I say I don't have a problem if you want to go by that term or not. But the science behind it, you know what I'm saying? What we're trying to achieve by doing so, you know what I'm saying? Where's the problem with that? If you say we're hitching ourselves to America, like we're not here to try to save America. America's a burning building. America's a sinking ship. We're here to dismantle the entire system. And the system is global. It's not just in America. The system of white supremacy is a global system. So what we supposed to hitch ourselves to? We hitch ourselves to Africa. They ain't doing no better. Ain't nothing popping over there.
So let me push back just a little bit, brother.
Wait, before you push back, I'm not your brother. Before you push back, let me say this. Okay, so I gotta say this. So many of these Pan-Africanists, they accept Yoruba, Akan, Fulani, Jamaican, Haitian, etc. as distinct identities, but they all coincidentally resist FBA because it isn't Pan-African enough. See, that's the thing, family. They accept Yoruba, Akan, Fulani, Jamaican because they believe that's along the lines of Pan-African, right? Pan-Africanism. When they hear FBA, they don't believe that's along the lines of Pan-Africanism. Not even Black American by itself. They like African American. Yeah. Okay. They like to hear African American or Afro American. Now they look like, okay, we got a shot to invite them into or include them into this Pan-African bullshit dream, this Peter Pan-African dream. But as long as we are repping Black American or foundational Black American, that doesn't fit the inclusiveness of this Pan-African all-inclusive dream, right? So that's going to always bother them. That especially the American attachment to it. They're like, hell no, we can't invite these guys to the cookout, to the tether cookout. Not with that last name American, Yvette, not with that first name American. You can never be invited to the tether cookout, the bush meat cookout. All right. So basically lineages matter to those Yoruba people, Akan people. It matters to us. You're not going to include us and make us the generic African. Those days are over. Okay, so much of the discomfort around FBA centers on disliking who? Tariq Nasheed. Okay, but what they don't want to accept is that he's not a cult leader, he's not our leader, and FBA isn't a cult. Okay, it's not a movement. It's a decentralized identity people, okay, have to adopt to distinguish themselves. Okay, so we have the right, in other words, to self-identify like the Akan, like the Yoruba, and like what Malcolm X tried to do with his organization. All right, so no, we're not political, and everyone, not everyone got to accept FBA. That's your right. Call yourself what you want to call yourself, but this is our lineage. All right, but yeah, so to try to link us up with a movement to make his point, to try to make Tariq Nasheed the leader to make your point, and to make us cult members to make your point, you know, that's stupid.
And the reason why I called it a discussion, right? I was very intentional, right, about it not being a debate, right? Because I think a discussion can be more constructive, right, to folks who are, watching. So there's no such thing.
To all the resources, but it's controlled by who? I'm sorry, I was just responding to somebody in the comments.
No, don't respond to that. Ignore the chat, bro. It's me and you. Like ignore the chat. Like, there's no, all naming is political. And hold on. All naming is political.
Oh boy. And this is I'm telling you, this is why he wanted to invite him to his panel to what are we talking about, this political stuff? This is their religion. All naming is political. You dig? This is their angle, and they're well rehearsed at it. They're well versed at it. So you get caught up in this nothing burger. Why are we talking about political? Then go do you. Go be great with this tether shit. You go be great.
In fact, everything is political. This is why I brought the text out. I was talking about it before you got online. John Henry Clark, African World Revolution, right?
Oh boy, here they go with the books, and they all got to do it. They just can't help themselves. They all got to bring out the books.
And one of the particular issues that I have with folks who call themselves FBA, right? This is a practice or a behavior that I often see folks engage in, and that resource. And what I refer to it as almost like ideological false flagging, right? Y'all will put up the image of Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Amos Wilson.
Okay, now this is the argument that Revenue tried to make later yesterday in the live. They see what he's doing? He's trying to give us his Pan-Africanist fake historians, fake scholars, okay? And family, you guys don't know that you also kind of like praise these people because you were into, a lot of us are coming out of these Black nationalist movements, right? These Pan-African influential, maybe you were not in it, but you were listening to it or you've been around it. So we've been influenced by Black nationalism in this country and Pan-Africanism. So a lot of times, family, your talking points, even the people that you praise and admire, this is all influenced by Black nationalism and Pan-Africanism. So you really got to reevaluate every talking point you agree with and every person you think you like. Because what if I tell you that those were all Pan-Africanists? So now he's listing them. And this was Revenue tried yesterday. He did list a bunch of Pan-Africanist people that we always heard, in our circles, in the woke community. And we accepted them as legitimate scholars without any question, right? And now he's going to bring it back and rub it in your face. See, it's interesting about FBAs. All your scholars are Pan-Africanists. No, those ain't my scholars. And no, they're not even scholars.
Francis, this is a practice or a behavior that I often see folks engage in that particular camp. And what I refer to it as almost like ideological false flagging, right? Y'all will put up the image of Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Welsing, all of whom were adamantly against.
Hey, yo, they use the same name. Your Revenue used the same exact names. How is that possible? You guys heard FBA Convo on the panel yesterday. You guys heard SWLE 44. You guys heard V4 Vengeance. You guys heard the Holy FBA Codex. We all are FBAs. And even when the young Black Panther called in, we all handle him differently. We don't use the same talking points. We can't be in a cult. They use the same talking point. They all say, "Hey, man, if we're in a car and a police car pull you over," they all use that. And now they're going to use this now. Hey, but see, Dr. Franz Cress Welsing this person, listen, let me just be real clear. Who you honor, let me throw some names out. Yeah, because at this point, we're either a monolith or we're not. So CRU, she might love somebody, right? And they might mean much to her. We're talking about like a goddamn activist, right? Or researcher or a scholar. You might love that person and they might inspire you, but I don't. Is that possible, CRU? What about Maxwell Jenkins? Is it possible that you're into poetry and there's a particular poet you like? I love this person, but I just might not like him. Like, no, I'm good. Nope. Is that possible? Toriano 03. Is that Toriano 3? Is that possible to like, let's say, a musician, a singer, a rapper, and I don't? Do I have that right, or do I have to like who you like? So when he shot out these random names, Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, that's Tarina She woman. Do I got to be a fan of her? You see, so we're either a monolith or we're not. So Dr. Amos Wilson and John Henry Clark, okay, those are three people you named. Not every FBA person appreciate the work of Amos Wilson, Umar Johnson, Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, Shiraza Ali. Some of us say, yeah, I like that person. Some of us say, nah, I'm good. Not my type. I disagree. So nobody's going to smear these, like, you know how you put pies in my face? Here, take this damn pie. So nobody's going to smear random black people in my face, say, they said this, so you got to bow down. They do that with Malcolm X. They understand that Malcolm X eventually started to adopt Pan-Africanist ideology, black nationalist ideologies. So some of us love Malcolm X, so they'll say, hey, Malcolm X said this, though. He said, we are Africans in America, see? And then we be like, oh, wow, he did say it. So what? I love some things Malcolm X said, but this one thing right here, he's dead wrong. Not everything Malcolm X say is the word of God. You dig? Is an actual fact. Some stuff we love, some stuff we hate. We love his speeches. I love the Ballad of the Bullet. I love the message to grassroots. I love certain speeches, right? But some things he does, I don't like. All right. And a game show shit, I don't like that. But to me, that was cooning. You're entertaining. That's some minstrel stuff. You're entertaining white people. So he's attempting to throw these names that like circulates in FBA spaces that some of us actually appreciate and like. So he's attempting to smash them in your face on the guise of Pan-Africanism. So he's basically smashing Frances Cress Wilson in your face in the guise of Pan-Africanism. Amos Wilson, Henry Clark. He's trying to smash them back in your face as, see, Pan-Africanism. And I'm like, hey, man, some things they said I like, other things I don't. We have that right. That's what I'm trying to express right now. You have the right not to like somebody, even though the FBA or even though other FBAs worship them. You have the right to say, nah, no, sir, not over here.
I refer to it as almost like ideological false flagging, right? Y'all will put up the image of Dr. John Henry Clark, Dr. Amos Wilson, Frances Cress Wilson, all of whom were adamantly against the ideological and or social framework that's manifested in
like what? Like what? What exactly were they against that we on?
Oh my goodness, bro.
Because the thing is, the thing about that is, let me just say this. Because the thing about that is, there are.
Let
me just say this. Let me just add this. There are many people within the sphere who embrace the term foundational Black American, who've actually sat at the feet of some of the people that you just named.
What does that mean, bro?
What I'm saying is,
what do you
contradiction. There's no contradiction. There's no contradiction. I'm talking about people like Dr. Cobb. I'm talking about people like Professor James Small. I'm talking about like Sister Dr. Muhammad, and people of that nature who have actually sat at the feet of the people that we all study, people that we refer to as teachers.
Okay.
There's no contradiction there.
There is.
Yeah. He's trying his best to use big words. He's trying his best to sound so educated. And he said, this ain't a debate. This is a dialogue. This is a discussion. Family, that's all debate. Okay. I use the same terminology on purpose to lullaby somebody onto the panel. Nah, brother, we ain't gonna debate. We're gonna have a dialogue. It's a debate. The minute you disagree with me, it's a debate. The minute I disagree with you, it's a debate. And especially if, okay, how about this? The minute one of us disagree, and not just on that, but the minute afterwards we do a rebuttal or a response, that's a debate. Because if I disagree with you, Lord Maul, and you say nothing back, that's not a debate. It takes two. So if I disagree with Lord Maul and Lord Maul responds to that, now it's a debate. No matter what you call it, discussion, debate, conversation, it's a debate.
What I don't want this to turn into, right? I don't want to turn this into me going at Dr. Muhammad or Dr. James Small or Dr. You're like that's not what
we got. The community of skeptics in the building. They've been dodging, ducking, and running. We're gonna smoke them out.
This is, and furthermore, both Dr. Kaba Kameni and Dr. James Smalls don't necessarily have the proximity to the digital spaces that folks of our generation have to even hold a critique of the behavior and practices of folks in this group, right? Dr. James Smalls, no. Listen, bro, and I don't want to go too far.
Oh, you want the link? You want the link? All right, listen. I don't mind sending a link, but the chaotic arguing that you cause is never really civil. People want a civil discussion. They don't want to be long-winded. They don't want you to be talking over. I'll send the link, but it's early AM. I don't want to be arguing, talking over. Make a point. Stop. Let me respond. Stop. Some cordial, organized stuff. I got the link for you right here. Then hold on. Let me put the link in the chat. And while I do that, while he's trying to get on, this is a moment for the national FBA anthem. You dig? I'm a little more up now. When I got up earlier to do this live, I was very tired from yesterday live. So now that I'm excited and litty, let's pay homage to the national FBA anthem. You dig? Let's get lit.
That show me subscribe. Make no mistake, we're the only black people in y'all that only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, your black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Bitch. We built the foundation, our innovations were groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, with the linear in and out, the ground shaking. Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, Someone say, FBI, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say, mistake with only black people and y'all the only eat rat, eat cat people. You ain't black, you ain't that. Matter of fact, yo, black is repo, I'm taking it back. Cause y'all making it whack, faking jacks, y'all from the slave, raiding the tax. Breaks, pause, pause. We built the foundation of innovations with groundbreaking. Y'all ain't wanna get down, now you around, hating, faking, whittling and eating, now the ground shaking. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say. Someone say, FBA, we don't run away. We stay, we slay, we pray, we say.
All right. We got FBA Convo in the building. We got Bobby West in the building. What type of confusion you about to add, brother?
Yeah, you guys, I call you a framer. Frame shit up the way you want to do it. It's okay. You super gaslighted. You work for Exxon. Just want to let you know that. So I ain't gonna let you gaslight me today, or rage bait me. I ain't gonna let you do it.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Whatever that means.
That means you're gonna be the first one to talk long. You always talk long. Then you play like everybody else talk long. That's
We'll
all.
see right now. We'll see.
Yeah. What's on your mind with the fake framing? What's up? And big up to your audience. Big up to your audience.
Yes, sir. That's your narrative. You
fake
talking about framing. So go ahead. Explain to the audience how am I fake framing?
Because you take bits and pieces of things and change and work narratives because you could do that because it's the internet.
Yeah, but show and prove though. Like you just talking. Like give an example.
So that's your first cut off. You just cut me off.
No, I'm saying like okay, but you're just saying stuff. Okay. And we don't do that over here. Like you got to source up. You got to go get that. So explain that. Give an example of me doing what you said I did.
Like prior to you playing a song, you talk about you're gonna smoke me out. I'm running. When? My name God Killer. Do you know running? I step straight to y'all. Anybody. So you made that up.
Okay. So we don't just say. So we don't. So that's taboo now. So we don't talk trash as Black American. We don't say, yo, I'm gonna cook you or. So that's taboo now. We don't do that no more as Black Americans. Hey, you over there? You want to play one-on-one? I'm gonna smoke you. We got to be like, hey, you want to play one-on-one? We're gonna have a great game. I was really just playing around. Like, yo, damn, bro, you took that serious like that?
No, I didn't take it serious. I was just saying I just proved my point, and you just backed me with how you frame stuff. You was playing. Okay.
Well, then Black Americans, as 43 million of us frame stuff. That's how we talk. I don't know how old you are today, and where you've been at in the streets, but that's how all of us talk. We could play dice, we could play cards. We all be like, yo, you rocking? I'm gonna cook you, or whatever terminology we use. That's how we talk. That's how Black Americans talk. So when I see you in the chat, I say, oh, if we got community, I shouted you out and say, yo, oh yeah, he running. That's playing around. That's just fucking around. You took that serious?
No, I took it like because I thought you was a serious person.
I could quote you saying that too, though.
You just cut me off, though.
Yeah, but I could quote you saying too. Okay, well, let me know when you're done. Just say I'm done. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying when a person is running, I'm gonna say they running. I don't say they running when they're not running.
No, but you are running now.
It's not my stilo. So you're not playing then. See? So you just lied.
Well, there's you could play. Okay, remember Nelly said, "I got a pole in the basement." I'm just kidding, like Jason. Unless you're gonna do it. See, dude, you out of touch. So what Nelly was communicating was, I got a pole in the basement. What? She said, what? I'm just kidding, like Jason. Unless you're gonna do it. So yes, sometimes we have some seriousness in our joking. You're out of touch with the culture, bro. So anyway.
No, we always say that there's a truth in the joke. What you talking about? I ain't out of touch.
So
I'm right where I'm supposed to be.
Okay, cool. Okay. So now you told me this, because I watched this show the other day. You told me this, but I was scratching my head laughing. You told me you don't care about Garvey. You don't know nothing about Garvey. But when I watched this show, you became a Garvey expert.
Oh, no, I wasn't.
So you were running.
No, I wasn't.
So you were running from the subject of Garvey. That's what I'm saying. You're running from that.
No, I didn't mention. I don't even know nothing about Garvey.
You sound like an expert the other day.
No, I was talking about the Pan-African movement. It ain't got nothing to do with Garvey. It predates Garvey.
Okay, so you went to let me say what I mean.
I went
You
to
made
Leakey. I went to Leakey.
Right. But you made a distinction how Garvey ain't like Umar. I think they're one and the same. And then you went to explain how they're different. So to even explain how they're different means you need to know something about Garvey.
No, I mean, I'm talking about have an integral conversation about the guy, but I understand that there's a distinct difference between what Garvey did and what Umar doing. Umar didn't build an organization. Right, wrong, or different, or whether you agree with it or not. We know that. That's easy to figure out. It's not hard.
He was part of the UNIA. His origins, he was part of the UNIA.
Yeah, and then he quit.
Right.
He did his own thing.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what he did.
Yeah, he was the Prince of Pan-Africanism, but it's not about joint. See, you don't gotta do something like you got a lot of Bernie Madoffs out there. But they didn't do it exactly like Bernie Madoff, but they're still involved in a Ponzi scheme or some type of scamming. So you don't got to do something exactly like somebody. Like serial killers are different from each other, but they're all serial killers. So Umar did something different from Garvey and vice versa, but they're both alleged scammers. That's all that matters to us.
You talking about when the FBI said he with the ships with the stocks? That's what you're talking about?
No. See, you either know something you don't.
Okay, well, go ahead. Right.
Okay.
So you're supposed to explain it.
Okay. So for one, did Garvey issue stocks to his investors?
Yeah, and the issue was there wasn't no money underneath of it. You know,
hold on. I'm not going there. I just want to ask you a simple question.
No, I don't know.
Was those okay? So you don't know about stocks. He has stocks for sale. No, remember, we're having a conversation. So I'm trying to see what you don't know and do know. So do you know when it comes to Garvey that he had stocks? This is how he got his money for the ships, right? He didn't do donations like Umar. He did something better. He said, "Hey, invest in the ships through these stocks." So he sold stocks. Matter of fact, that was his charge. He was mail fraud. Mail fraud is stocks. You're soliciting sales for stocks through mail. So everything's around stocks. So to say Garvey name, stocks is there. Okay. So the question was to you was, were those stocks registered?
And you cut me off to run your mouth like you just did, because I explained it to you. I said the stocks didn't have no value to it. So that's part of it not being registered.
No, that had nothing to do with that.
It did. It was, and you can't. That's illegal. That's part of what made it illegal.
Okay, cool. Okay, so we
has to have the value.
Okay, so we agree on that. So already you're scamming already because
I'm scamming.
Your
so you're gonna use my term.
Not you. I'm saying Garvey is scamming. Garvey is scamming. I'm saying like we agree because your words were that he's offering stocks for no value and he's getting cash money for those stocks. So already he's scamming. And I'm saying that was similar to what Umar was doing, but just a little different. One person took donations, which is slicker because there's no obligations, there's no entitlement, there's no ties to your money once you donate. Investors got more connection to the money, right? They got more rights to know what's going on. So they're accepting money from the public, from the poor working class, but they're doing it differently. Their means and measures are different. Garvey is more professional, sophisticated. Umar's more slick, but they're still accepting money dishonestly from the public.
Okay. All right.
Right,
well, I'm not sure if he was aware of how the stocks work. I don't know.
No, he was.
I'm pretty sure you do. What I will say is he still built an organization that was successful. Newspapers had credible people working for him. Umar has never done that. Umar actually worked by himself. So I would never put him in the same category. Meaning that despite what you just said, right, he still brought pieces to the African American community. And I don't even like Garvey like that. And I don't understand why he never went that. Like, I don't understand you saying Africa for the Africans and telling us to go back to Africa, and you yourself have not went back to Africa. So, you know what I'm saying? So that's
part of the scam.
Yeah, that's.
But also,
I would call it a confidence thing. But I'm just saying, based off that, you got to wait. You got to look at the totality. You can't just.
Yeah, but let me just respond to what you said just now about the So no, so let's start with back with stocks. He did know, brother, because he got fined $100 for unregistered stocks. No, I'm just giving you. I know you don't know.
Appreciate
Yeah,
the
yeah, of course,
Go ahead.
of course. And trust me, most folks that claim they know Garvey don't know this shit, or they don't talk about it. That's why I'm for anybody you got to talk about Garvey. I'm gonna cook the shit out of him. All right, so
you know we serious.
But you always come by yourself. But you always come by yourself though. Like I want you to bring those people over here so they can die.
So do you just need somebody to fight with you over Garvey? Because that's what
no,
it seems
well,
like
no,
need
okay.
that.
I need to
that.
bury all pseudoisms.
Yeah,
Right?
but
all
I'm a pseudo killer though, so we wouldn't have
okay.
We don't do pseudoisms. Matter of fact, we come with college level academic conversations. So I'm telling you, don't stand a chance.
Okay, well, I got some.
Think you're doing. You need to know. You need to know more than what you need to know.
Wait, it was okay.
That?
Listen, but you're just. Oh wait, I got a team too.
Nah, I don't believe.
Oh, hold on. Yeah,
pseudo
okay,
team, pseudo team, because y'all follow pseudo FBA.
But I'm cooking you right now. But you don't know shit about. Okay, you don't, bro.
You might be teaching me something though.
Okay,
I'm biased. Maybe you're just teaching me something, brother. Is that possible?
And everybody will be in the same boat. Now watch this. Now let me finish though.
No.
Yeah, but you keep saying that, but you don't want to.
Because I know, bro. I know doctors that know Garvey that read the like stuff you have not done yet. So come on,
I know. That's the thing about Pan-Africanists. Like they think we don't read the same thing they think. Yo, hold on. What can I not get that you guys got?
So first of all, I don't understand the inference and the fake. There's a fake framing again.
Okay, all right. So let me just go. Let me just go then.
So remember, you're the Catholic Christian. Remember that.
Okay, sure.
So whenever you say I'm a Pan-African, I'm gonna say you're a Catholic Christian.
All right, cool. That don't bother me.
No. You're a Jehovah's Witness. No, you're a Jehovah's Witness.
I mean, that don't bother a non-religious person.
Well, it don't bother me, but I like to
call me a Mormon.
All
right, but anyway, let me just finish.
Okay.
So you got these mysterious people who know about Garvey and got this secret literature like a Catholic person in their personal basement or Vatican that I can't get access to. That's hilarious. There's no document that you claim these guys got that I can't get access to with all this AI and shit. I could get anything you guys got that's documented. Now, if you got some personal piece of Garvey clothing, then y'all can't get that. But if that thing documented, sir, I got it. And I read it. Now, but anyway, I'm going to get back to Garvey real fast to let you know how I compare him to Umar.
You're going long, though. You don't want to go long.
Because you keep cutting in. But anyway,
hold on, brother.
You cutting in now?
Quiet. Because you're going long, like you claim I'm going to do. That's all. Just letting you know for the note. Just note it.
Okay.
But go ahead, brother.
Anyway, so this guy's hilarious. So Garvey did know that he was selling unregistered stocks. He got fined $100. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, yes, they're different in tactics. In some aspects, I believe Garvey's more sophisticated, more professional. And then other areas, I think Umar knew better because he could look at hindsight. You did say Garvey has a staff and everybody, but they were all unqualified. He had unqualified regular day check-to-check Black Americans to run the ship and maintain the ship and do all this stuff. They had no prior knowledge about to doing that task. So they were sent on tasks or missions that they were unqualified for. So Umar felt like, you know what? If I do this school, I'm going to be stuck in a Garvey position because then I got to hire teachers that's not going to be real teachers. They're going to be, these woke teachers, the Jabari type folks in there. So he'll be in the same position as Garvey. He thought, I'm thinking, see, like, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to be the only man running this shit, like figuratively. But just to land the plane right here. So I just want to say that they haven't. It's kind of slightly different. But it's the same trajectory. It's the same goal as far as scamming the people. Go ahead.
No, and just for the record, Joe, you went 3 minutes and I didn't interrupt you. Just let you know, you said it was just a conversation. So 3-minute segments is not. I like the information you put out, though. I'm just letting you know.
Because you say you didn't know, so I feel like I got to talk longer than you. You say you don't know, and I say I do know. So I'm gonna talk longer.
I just want to just note that, just for the record, bro. So
because if a person doesn't know, they're like usually more quiet. That's what I thought happens. But anyway, go ahead.
I'm just being polite and cordial, like I can be. Like I can waddle with bums and dine with kings. My point being, I'm glad you started to make the distinction and separation between Garvey and Umar Johnson. I don't think they're the same person at all. I didn't say you said they were, but there's levels to this shit. and the benefits that you get from Umar Johnson is a fake school. Simple as that. With no staff by himself. That's the clear difference. Just want to make that point.
Now you got, I mean, you got anything else? Because I'm gonna
well, y'all they do, but they do bananas at me. Tomatoes. I was the first person to actually say Umar was scamming, remember? Over 10 years ago, I did the video. I called up the St. John's campus, St. Paul's campus. And they simply told me that Umar had never, he just came in and asked could he film the video. Wasn't even trying to purchase the school. So I told everybody that. And it was a red flag because nobody tries to buy a campus like that without a board of trustees, without a plan, without you never buy a school based off of the donations and cash apps and checks from the people. That's not how it is done. You have a staff. You have all these things in place. So we never had that. It was a scam from the beginning.
All right, so the comparison to that is Garvey is perfect because Garvey, what got him locked up is that he was advertising stocks for a ship he didn't own either. It's called the Phyllis Wheatley ship. Okay, so he lied to his investor and said he owned a ship that he did not rightly own, and he accepted money for that ship, and he accepted the money through the mail, which is how the mail fraud is connected there. So they both advertised something that they did not own for money, for donations that they wouldn't have got any other way.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna fight. I'm not a defender of Garvey at all.
I'm saying, like, to me, they're the same.
Anybody with the French funny hat to me is a pseudo anyway. So you know how I get down.
All right. So now
the hat is the hat I'm buying. He got the hat.
Nah, that's crazy. Now, but I'm glad to hear that you called in. Like you did your due diligence, right?
Of course.
But like you could be like the Hubert Harrison of your time, right?
Yeah. I look myself to be that way. Yeah, I inspire to be like Hubert.
Now, this is the thing I had an issue with, not with you, because now I know that I'm not going to lump you in here with that. But when you were in a panel with the other folks, I was discussing the Umar school thing, I overheard people say all of a sudden he's not a Pan-Africanist. Now I didn't hear this rhetoric when he was reigning for 10, 12 years as the king, calling the Pan-African, the Prince of Papa, the Prince of Pancakes, all that, the Prince of Panda Bear, the Prince of Peter Pan, all of that. I didn't hear a lot of noise back. Now, during the time of Garvey, see, if they're not the same and Umar's worse, then why did Garvey peers take him more serious as a threat, like as a bad threat? Because if Umar was worse, we would expect more than to be out there with videos, and we would expect, especially people who call themselves Pan-Africanists, we would expect them to have hella videos saying, hey, he ain't one of us. I guarantee right now, brother, I guarantee this. I guarantee if there was somebody who called himself FBA and we thought he wasn't, you have a whole bunch of videos and, clapbacks. Hey, he ain't FBA. So for Umar to be able to reign as an FBA, as a Pan-Africanist for so long and not get major pushback is interesting because Garvey got hella pushback. Matter of fact, there's a whole campaign called the Garvey Must Go campaign. So I'm just thinking I would have liked to see the same thing for Garvey, for people who are now saying you're not a Pan-Africanist. Where was your not for Garvey, for Umar? Where was your Umar Must Go campaign like they did that for Garvey? And that would be my question for those Pan-Africanists that's saying he's not a Pan-Africanist now. Where was your large Umar Must Go campaign like they did for Garvey? So that's not for you. That's just for those people out there that's now saying he's not a Pan-Africanist. That is a Pan-Africanist. We would love to see that back in the day. As Umar was strong, but my assessment is they were afraid to say something to him because he was big and powerful. He was the King Kong of consciousness. He had all the swag, all the speaking skills, the gift the gab, and all the influence. So people were afraid to even beef with the guy or go back and forth with him because Seti copped out pretty fast. But yeah, anyway, I'm saying like they're the same. They did it in different ways, but they got a lot of similarities. They got more similarities than they got differences. I guarantee that.
Right here, you can hear me?
Yeah.
got a phone call.
All right.
So nah, ain't no beef with me. I ain't trying to protect that. You know, yeah.
You cannot say Africa for the Africans and never been to Africa, yo. You cannot try to unify all of Africa when even in Ethiopia, yo, them groups within Ethiopia, they don't even agree with each other, yo. Yeah, it's kind of hard to it's kind of hard to do what he did, yo. What he did do, this is what I will say, is what he did do, he used marketing, right? So that's why his brand of Pan-Africanist was more popular, because he used newspaper and he had a prolific writer, right? He started off with Hubert Harrison's people. He used Hubert Harrison's. He took Hubert Harrison's crowd and a couple other people. And remember, Hubert Harrison was prolific, right? And with that, he just took advantage of that, yo. He went super pseudo, and he did that. Yeah, that's why Hubert Harrison, you know what I mean? He's the outright champion at this point, right? He was right there with the man. And so it's always good to have somebody that's right there with him within the organization to tell you about the person. So that's where the majority of the information needs to come from. We have those documents, so it's all good.
Yeah. I would. Well, I like Hubert Harrison, but I wouldn't call him the champion. I would say A. Philip. Okay. Do you know who A. Philip Randolph is?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, a little bit. You need to know a lot about him, and I think you'll change those gears. Hubert Harrison can't tie one shoelace of A. Philip Randolph works in America, bro. There's no comparison there. A. Philip Randolph was the champion. Matter of fact, he's called the grandfather or the father of the civil rights movement. So there's
okay. Yeah, we got some different things going on. So Hubert Harrison is the champion of bringing intellectual thought to the African American community in the time period, and scientific literacy at the time period when it wasn't fashionable. And he was an atheist. Mind shift.
He was pseudo as hell, and he went against Hubert Harrison was going against the grain. Okay, he was actually anti Black American or American Negro at the time. Okay, what I mean by that, the fact that he even joined Garvey, he was into nothing. For one, when Garvey came on the scene, brother, Garvey was clueless to what we were fighting, why we're fighting, and who we're fighting. And his arrogance came here, and he gonna offer a solution and don't even give a damn where we're at already in our progress. So, brother, before Garvey came, matter of fact, all the way before to Frederick Douglass, we was always fighting for civil rights. Civil rights stem back to 1866. Okay, so we've been fighting for civil rights and protection of civil rights all the way until 1960, almost 100 years. So when Garvey came down, that's why you don't know who A. Philip Randolph is. Okay. Right. So even W. Du Bois was a Pan-Africanist, but he prioritized his Pan-Africanist. He put civil rights first. And then once he involved himself in that, then he went to Pan-Africanism later. But people knew what it was, and everybody was prioritizing civil rights first. So when Garvey came over here, he didn't give a damn about that. He came with this separatist movement that was 100% against what we were doing as Black Americans.
Who you talking about? You talking about Garvey?
I'm talking about everybody who joined Garvey because they joined the Garvey mission, right? So it was about separatism. It was about Black nationalism, and then going to Liberia. And his goal was to get everybody Black eventually to Liberia. All right.
That wasn't Hubert Harrison though. He ain't fuck with that.
I know, but I'm saying the fact that he joined the fact that he got so the Garvey Must Go campaign, when you talk about W. Boys, Chandler Owens, A. Philip Randolph, and a whole bunch of people, they felt that Garvey only got members because they were gullible, vulnerable, and just that. So for Hubert Harrison to even join the UNIA, the Black elites, the Black educated felt like, okay, that's just another gullible guy joining this crazy nothing burger organization that's trying to go to Africa on some bullshit fleet of ships.
He wasn't trying to go to Africa. That's not how that went. Okay, I hear you.
Okay.
He wasn't trying to go back to Africa though, yo. So right from the beginning, it was a. Matter of fact, he came over there looking for Hubert Harrison though, bro. Remember that Hubert Harrison brought him over here. So you can't help it once you bring Umar somewhere, yo, and the nigga act up and start scamming. Come on, yo.
Yeah, all I'm saying is this. All I'm saying, Garvey ideology was against black. You could call us African Americans, whatever. I'll just say us. When Garvey came with the ideology, it was 100% against every black person that lived in America, that was a free black, all the way down to emancipated blacks, to the Dr. King. He was the outlier. He was the pseudo god. They're like, yo, what is this? Because that was not what was going on. Then he had aligned himself with the Klan. And now we're really confused, like, wait, what? And that's when they said, okay, get this guy out of here. This guy's nuts. Like, he's already doing some separatist movement back to Africa, self-reliance, and we just want civil rights, and was duly owed to us.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, yeah. So Garvey came with something totally opposite, against the grain, and we call that oppish. People will say that's an informant or agent, but you coming with something to derail 100-year movement of progress and success. You come with that bullshit. Oh yeah, you're an agent. So that's how people viewed him, and everybody with him, including Hubert Harrison. Like, everybody affiliated with Garvey, they felt like they are part of that that informant agent op sabotage thing.
Yeah, that's why they was beef yak. He hated him.
Yeah, no, he did good though, because he seen what it was, and he gave inside information. Yeah. And I rock with him. He got my last name. I definitely rock with him. He did. I brag about him. And I ain't know about him until you said him. Said something about him. So now I went and researched him. I like this guy. It's a thorough individual. Okay. But I wouldn't call him whatever you call him, the champion. I said, nah, you got
the champ of what though? We gotta talk about the champ of what, yo? Because there's many champions. So he would be a champion for bringing clarity in the biblical text and the understanding of it, because he could read Greek, he could speak Greek, he could read Hebrew, he could speak Hebrew, he could read and write all that shit. And he was a non-believer, okay? And so that's a challenge during the time periods he was in. He passed out pamphlets on the descent of man, the works of Charles Darwin. He talked about them. And so he was actually promoting scientific literacy and understanding the world around us. And this is a hallmark. He becomes the foundation of Harlem, speaking on a soapbox. He had thousands of people outside watching him. And so, when I went back to Harlem, you know what I'm saying? I was following his footsteps to stand outside and speak in front of crowds with scientific literacy. Like right now, it's not a popular thing, scientific literacy. It's just not, bro. So, yeah, that's why he's a champion in changing the thought and understanding of how we should view the world through the lenses of science, yo. That's why he's a serious dude. Yep. Champion in that area.
Okay.
Yep.
So, even with Pan-Africanism, like outside of Garvey,
talk about it.
Outside of Garvey, this is what, if you don't know, I would like you to ask, in your circle, because it's like
you're gonna get your chance. Don't freeze up. You can get your opportunity.
This guy said freeze up.
Yeah, you're welcome. Matter of fact, you're welcome. I've already had the conversation. Cool. You're gonna be welcome. And you can double stream it, whatever you need to do.
Yeah, all right, bro. I've been debating on YouTube. I got recorded videos 16 years ago, bro. I've been debating on YouTube a long time.
Well, we ain't gonna be debating. We'll have a conversation.
I'm not. Yeah, but it's it's what it is. But the freezing up part ain't gonna happen. Like, I know what I know, and that's it. And nobody gonna trick me or try to intimidate me. Look what I got. I got this article. I got this book right here. Did you read this? No, but what's the book called? Boop 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 boop. Is it about this? Okay, I got it. All right. Okay, but the thing about Pan-Africanism that kind of that confuses me amongst the Pan-Africanists, they don't seem to understand where the origins,
of course,
are.
I agree.
They get confused, and then they call different people the first to bring it out, and that's confusing. Like, wait a minute, I thought this person was.
It is.
And then when you look at their views, because there was a mistake on your last video, brother.
So,
me, I'm a fact checker.
So yeah, what? We all make mistakes. What do you mean on my last video? What you mean?
Yeah, the last one you did about do Foundation Black Americans know our history? Okay, now there was a big blunder.
Okay,
so remember somebody said go Google the alliance with the Sahel states, something like that?
Yes.
Well, I actually did.
Okay.
And that had nothing to do with any point y'all were making.
yes, it's a Pan-African experience.
In what sense?
Pan-African, that African nations came together and worked together, right? That's from the what you would consider to be the Sub-Saharan terrain and the North African terrain. They worked together. That's what Pan-Africanism is. The coming together.
That's not what
African
happened, bro.
people. That is what happened.
Okay, so now watch
What are you
this.
talking about?
I got you.
No,
So
I'm saying, what are you
what
talking about? So you said that's not what happened. So what happened?
No,
Go ahead.
Let me
Go
tell
ahead.
you. So what happens was it was a 15-member African coalition. That was the Pan-Africanism. 3 of them left and started the Alliance of Sahel States, and that was Burkina Faso, that was Chad, or I think Mali, and another one, maybe Chad. I don't know. Okay, yeah. So they actually delineated from the Pan-Africanism that was already happening, and they did their own thing, and they excluded the other ones. So it was a 15-member country, and matter of fact, Nigeria is still there. All right, so they left and did their own thing. So I was kind of confused. Like, wait a minute.
I'm talking about the Green Wall. What you talking about?
Okay, I'm talking about her reference with the alliance with the Sahel states. She said make that yeah, because I'm like, wait a minute, but they was already practicing Pan-Africanism. They was already getting along, and then 3 left, and they delineated. You dig? And they decided to self-identify and create a whole new organization. It's like, wait a minute. So that's Pan-Africanism, to be down with each other and then bounce, dip, and say, man, screw y'all. We're gonna do this over here. So that's why I said, like, that was a bad analogy. I actually researched it. Like, wait a minute, that wasn't a good example of Pan-Africanism.
Okay. I'm gonna take a look at it. I thought you were talking about the Green Wall. I'm talking about the Green Wall. I didn't bring up the Sahel thing. And I'm sure you kind of mixing that up a little bit.
No. Okay, you share my screen?
No, let me make this point.
I stay loaded.
No,
okay.
Yeah, shoot that, because I got a shield on.
I stay loaded.
Okay, so listen though.
Negative.
So just because you got Pan-African groups and they decide to separate, it's still Pan-African. So Pan-African doesn't mean
no, but what did I do with her point? I'm saying that the point she made that didn't line up with it. That's why she said it, and that's why she said I Googled it, and then she said, "No, I'm not going to read it."
Oh, I don't.
Because it didn't go. Okay, so what I can do is I can play it back right now, because I timestamped it. You know, I stay with clips. I could play it back right now, which I'm not going to do, but I can. If you know,
do what you need to do.
I ain't no killer, but don't push me.
I'm pushing you. I'm threatening you.
Okay,
I did.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway, finish your point, and I'll do that in the background. Go ahead.
My point is simple. You can have 10 groups of people that's unifying under the banner of African nations working together, and 3 decide to break away and do something else. That's still Pan-Africanism. I mean, and see, that's the bullshit right there. The bullshit is that is a goal to unite the whole world. That all Africans, man, come on, man. Like, that's not what it is. That's when you find moments in time that require you to work together, you work together. No more different than, say, FBA and Pan-Africans. Say that becomes a problem in the United States, right? And we would just work together because you need allies, right? Sometimes allies work for you, right? And sometimes allies work against you. So we need to be able to make choices with our allies, yo. Just because you're African don't mean you're African. Don't mean that. We're supposed to be able to pick and choose our allies like the world do. That's my point.
Okay, so I remember without even going to the video why she said that. She said this. She said, I got a great ability to retain stuff. So she said, she said, people said Pan-Africanists don't produce nothing. Well, because somebody said that obviously in the chat, and she was like challenging them. She said, I challenge you to Google that thing, which they did produce nothing, by the way. They just aligned themselves up and they agreed on certain things, but they don't have no currency together. Like, they have nothing to get started with nothing. Like, so it was just another idea. They were part of a larger 15-member group. They left that and they just agreed to do something. They didn't do nothing. So when she said, you say Pan-African didn't produce nothing, then I challenge you to Google this. So I Google it and they didn't produce anything. It's like, okay, what was this about?
Go ahead. I'm at the store. Go ahead.
Yeah. So we're under the impression that Pan-Africanism didn't ever produce anything tangible. They had 200 years. That's why I say the origins. They had 200 years to do something. And we're in 2025, 200 years later, and there's nothing produced by this thing. And they're still saying, hey, you need to be a Pan-Africanist. It's like, why? This is now Catholicism.
So you agree? First of all, you didn't play the video. And I threatened you to play it. So
I was trying to save it. Okay, fine.
Don't save me. Don't save me. I'm an intellectual gunfight at the OK Corral, bro. Well, I take bullets and drink liquor.
I got you.
I'm good. At the moment I get shot is the moment I learn something, bro. I ain't afraid of this, you know it. Yeah, but I want to say this though. Are you saying that Pan-African thought has not created something that permeates still in the African American community? Are you trying to say that? I know you don't want to get shot up.
Okay,
Or
so
you're
you
saying
said
no.
thought. Okay, so
and physical stuff, not just thought. The thoughts
okay,
spawn the physical things.
Give
that's
us
still working today.
Okay, give us an example of that one physical thing that's working today.
The history of Africa, ancient history of Africa. That's a Pan-African thing. Yeah.
So
I think that's what the problem is.
That's a scientific study right
trying
there.
to learn about Africa.
Okay, so
learn about Africa at all.
no, it's okay. So wait. So that's a physical. It's funny, yo, FBA. I forgot you was on here. I thought Unc had somebody in the car. That's you. All right.
It came from the heaven.
Now, y'all both picked the link at the same time. I forgot. I'm thinking he's with you. I'm thinking like, all right, Unc then call somebody. That's funny. All right. So you said now the tangible thing is what? What's the tangible thing again?
He said Africa knowledge, man. I don't think we need that.
I ain't say that. No, come on, bro. Don't get in the car. The car's already blown up. You just don't know it. Don't jump in there. Yeah, don't do it, yo. Hold on, yo. Keep talking. You get in the car with us. So when it's already blown up, but go ahead.
Because I was under the impression that you were going to say a wrench, a car, a factory. Like even Umar produced a school. I thought and Garvey got the ships. I thought we were going to hear something like that. I mean, 200 years and all we get is a category of African history.
That's what I thought he said.
Yeah, in 200 years, I'm like, yeah, that's not what I expected. And look, and guess what? If they did do that, I just feel like 200 years in the making. That to me, that's a nothing burger. I expected something something like at least look. Umar in 10 years got a school, and Garvey got some buildings in like 3 years. Oh, ships in 3 years. So it's like you got 200 years, and you did less than both of them. Yeah, I don't know about that.
I think that's like I said. Yesterday they was talking about Kwame. Well, he answered the question. He said that listen, we were first trying to teach y'all African history, and I was telling him we don't need that. And then he said we want unity, and we don't need that either. Pan-Africans just trying to be unified, man, with FBA.
You say what? What you say? What you say just now? You don't need what?
I would say that y'all prime directive is to be unified with FBAs, or you must think that there's some Pan-Africans over here in the chat.
Fuck.
Hey, son, what's happening, man? He over here getting it in. He 3 years old. He moving now, boy. You can't shut him up. It is what it is. You're right. It is what it is. He out there. He here. No doubt.
Okay, so I think this is it right here. Let me share my screen. I think this is it.
So you saying, am I cutting y'all? Because I'm leaving the geek spot. So listen, so y'all sitting here trying to tell me that human beings on planet Earth don't seek to understand the origins of humanity, yo? Is that what y'all and people, intelligent people say they don't need to know that? Are y'all trying to say that? Because I'm blow the car, right? The car's officially blown up. You didn't see it. It's the blow you don't see to knock you out. So I'm gonna ask the question: are y'all saying that planet Earth inhabitants, Homo sapiens sapiens, don't need to know and continue to understand the origin of humanity? Yes or no?
So what I'm saying is, when I asked you, well, no, because this is what you guys said back.
Can you just answer the question though?
Wait, hold on, come on. I don't understand the question, so let me just answer it the way I'm gonna answer it. All right.
What?
Because how you
scamming?
Okay, so
Yeah,
how
you
you gonna
understand that
phrase?
question. You
Okay,
understand that
sure.
question. Come
All
on,
right, look.
bro.
All right, so now he's a detective. It's either yes or
I'm
no.
not. I
He's
didn't
the
say that. No, I didn't
prosecutor.
say
All
that.
right, so
No.
let me respond
No,
because you.
I didn't say yes or
Okay,
no.
so
I didn't say that.
let me just go. Okay, look. How about this?
Yeah.
See what you're gonna say, because
I
I don't
said,
want.
are you?
Okay,
I asked
no,
both of y'all.
hold. This is what I'm saying. I don't want to do that because I see where it's going.
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
away.
ask
It's
both of
not going
y'all.
nowhere. Not go.
Okay,
You not.
okay,
I'm not.
cool.
Hold on. Now you messing it up.
Oh my
I'm
God,
not
here you go,
answering
here
the.
you
Nope.
go.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
bro. I'm
don't
just
look,
saying.
just talk. Don't
I'm
ask
saying
me
I'm
nothing.
not.
Just
I'm
go
saying I'm
because
not
I see
answering the
where that's
question.
going now.
No, I
I
said I'm
see
not
where that's
gonna.
going.
No, I'm saying I'm not gonna
Okay.
ask. I'm not gonna answer any of your questions until
Yeah,
you
you don't have
answer
to.
mine.
Yeah,
Until you
you don't
answer
have to.
mine.
Yeah, because you.
Right.
Okay,
Because you
cool.
scamming right now. That's all. But
Okay,
go
so
ahead,
all
bro.
right, so let me go further. Okay, so now he started off with, "Are you saying he misrepresented what I'm saying?" So I disagree. So the question was just bad faith. His question was, "Are you saying?" No, I'm not saying that. But he kept going as I am saying it. Then he asked me a question to what I didn't say. Then I'm like, "Yo, what is going on here, bro?" No, what are you
I'm
talking
not
about?
talking to you. You weren't the last person to talk, though. I'm biased.
Oh,
You want
well,
you was already
you
in the
didn't
damn
say
car.
that.
Your man did say that.
Okay,
Ask him again. He was like, "We don't need to know that." What are you talking about, man? Stay coherent in the
bro,
conversation.
you didn't say who you're talking to because we're both
Man,
talking.
I'm responding to the person that last spoke.
Oh, what's up?
Jesus Christ. The one that got in the car with you. So I'm gonna ask you, I'm gonna say it again. Are you trying to tell me? Because you the one made the statement that we don't need to know African history. You said that, right? My statement is that Pan-African thought and Pan-African organization, right, actually laid the foundation for people to understand the human population in Africa and the origins of it. That's what I'm saying. So you said, no, we don't need to know that. So I'm asking you, the question is, so are you telling me that human beings that live on planet Earth don't continue to seek to understand the origins of humanity? And
I can answer that.
Go ahead. So you agreed. So go ahead, answer the question.
I appreciate it. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, basically, I was just saying that I really wasn't worried about that Africa stuff. I'm worried about the last 400 years. That's what I was worried about. Now, I mean, like, you can go ahead and study that all day. And I'll say, I'll look at it with you, bring it to me. But that ain't going to be my main focus, trying to figure out what's going on in Africa, trying to figure out what's going on in America, because I'm foundational.
Okay, so I thought you understood that African Americans are the foundation of America.
We trying to cut that. We trying to cut them tethers out. That's why
No,
we try to say,
do you get that? Do you understand that? By the very
listen,
I
was going to answer your question. Yes, I do have African ancestry, but I'm not looking at them like my ancestors. That's in this land right here, the bones of my family in this land right here,
Yeah, they're not your primary ancestors. I never said that. I never said that people in Western Central Africa was your primary ancestors are buried in the grave sites around America, bro. I understand that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, then what makes you? Then why is it that FBA or Pan-Africans or whatever group you think you are, or African Americans, why is it that you would think that understanding the foundation of humanity is not just as important back then as it is today, as it was back then, when the rest of the world agrees as they put millions and billions of dollars in this study? So obviously it's important, and it does not mean that just because you have a general understanding of humanity, where it came from, doesn't mean you stop doing other things. You can chew gum and walk at the same time, bro. That's crazy.
That's how my main focus is. I mean, it could be a main focus of a Pan-African, which I'm claiming not to be at all. You see what I'm saying? I don't want no African nowhere near me. I want you to run me that black, and you can call them African American, Haitian American, Jamaican American. You can do all of that. Just make sure we delineate it. And if you want to be in the Pan-African, you want to go pro-African, y'all can do that. Just don't involve us in that. We not trying to go with y'all.
You can't help it though. It's impossible. Like you can't get away from where you came from. There's no separation there. You just at a certain point you just because African Americans are the foundation of America, bro. That's already in the understanding. Nobody thinks different.
Well, we not trying to mess with African American. We saying Black American.
No, you get my point though, right? you do recognize that African Americans are the foundation of America. We can at least agree to that.
He said, "I'll let you off the hook." All right, so then I'm gonna ask the question where my boy asked me. He always tell me, my boy Ryan be cool. He said that, listen, who sold, did Africans sell Africans into slavery?
I'm saying, so, okay. So that means you're doing the same.
That was a question.
Yeah, different chiefs, different clans that would later on be called Africans did that.
I want to throw my little spin on it. In those 400 years that I was in this land, when did you ever see a Pan-African king or anybody come over here and search for me and say they wanted to apologize to me, or they love me, or they were sorry to me? When did that happen?
But why would they have? But why would they have to do that? That doesn't even make sense.
FBA, thank you, bro. Thank you. God damn, I can't get back in here.
What happened?
No, I'm trying to get back in the conversation, and y'all playing double dutch. I'm trying to get in there. I'm sitting there rocking to hop in, and FBA ain't jumping back out or making room for me. Like, God damn, bro. Like, let me get back in here.
Go ahead.
All right. Mm-hmm. So anyway, so now, did those tribes sell themselves also, like the same tribe members, or did they just only sell warring tribes and other weaker tribes?
Well, I don't speak in absolutes, because as soon as you speak in absolutes, you're absolutely wrong. So I'm pretty sure that it occurred. But fundamentally speaking, for the most part, African nations, tribes and clans did not take their own people.
Yeah, I agree.
Criminals. Now, if you was a criminal, right? Because remember, they didn't have a penal system, which is a very, very important part of the conversation. They didn't have concentration camps. These is what Europeans do when they go to war. Well, like Russians and Germany. Let's start putting a name on them. When they go to war, they put you in a concentration camp, prisoner of war camps, or they put, if you commit a crime, they put you in prison. That's not how the system works. As a matter of fact, I got documentation to verify that you should never confuse African slavery with colonial slavery. Two separate items that should be studied separately. They do not have anything to do with each other.
Yeah, I'm going. Yeah, I didn't want to go to that, but that's why I said, like, yeah,
your man did though. He jumped out the window with it without a parachute.
He's way over somewhere else. Yeah, yep. I think we're kind of good on that.
Okay.
All right. So no, we were back to the production of Pan-Africanism, right? Yeah. So for example, what I was asking for was something more tangible. Like Umar came up with a bando, right? He had 2 bando buildings, right? Yeah. Under the name, the brand of Pan-Africanism. Garvey came up with some failed business stores and a couple of useless steamships, but they produced something under the brand of Pan-Africanism. So what I was saying, like in the totality of Pan-Africanism, in the totality of it, including Umar, which I don't think you would accept that gift, and even like adding Garvey, I don't think you accept those gifts as a production of Pan-Africanism. So I don't think you will. But outside of those two, in 200 years of existence, right? I'm thinking we would need to, and it's supposed to be like the so productive, and it's the way to go. I would expect something tangible out from this thought, and it's like this. I don't see it.
I gave you something.
What was it?
You refused to answer the question. I said,
no, what was it?
They laid down the prehistory of Africa.
That's tangible.
Yeah, because before that point, nobody was actually doing it, and that's important.
So that's all. So in 200 years, so it took 200 years to get that done.
No, it's still happening. You know, it's still occurring. So those ancient fossils are found in Africa, and so the bringing together of different African nations to get that done is important. And they created, groups, and they created. Matter of fact, the leader of the group was Dr. Leakey. This is essential. The Dr. Leakey, if you don't know who Dr. Leakey is, and I'm sure you know who Dr. Leakey is, then you're gonna mess up the whole damn conversation, because he's actually chairing a Pan-African conference, and people don't know that. So if you're a Pan-African, how about I don't mess with science and I don't mess with white people? Then you're not really practicing Pan-Africanism. You're messing it up. It's like me and you understand this, bro. We understand it. People will take a Dr. Ben's book and don't even understand it. So people holler out Pan-African and don't understand it because it's too complicated. So there's different sections of it, like the science initiatives and the scientific literacy that most people run from. They'll run to the idea, hey, let's unify all Africans. Yeah, that's the stupid Neanderthal stuff. Just wanted to make that point because it's hard to understand what I'm talking about.
All right, so I think this is the part right here in the video because you said you want to push me, so you push me. Okay.
Yeah. Oh, that's what they're really saying. That we have to come together to reach our goals. We don't need everybody.
No,
right?
not at all.
We don't need everybody. But it's based off of tangible things that we can actually do. So today I'm gonna prove to you, right? That one, nobody.
Hold on. No. That was you. No, my fault.
Yeah. Appreciate that. But slick. I like that. Big up. I'm biasing this platform.
What was slick?
I like that clip right there, yo. Good clip. Good clip,
yeah.
bro. Mm-hmm. Think it captures the essence of what I'm saying.
Hello?
Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm trying to one second, Claire. I'm trying to remember the exact
We could do it tomorrow when you go in the morning time. We'll do it again tomorrow if you can't find it. I know how it goes.
Right, now look, okay, so but anyway, so let's go. Yeah, I wasn't expecting to
I know you
pull this
wasn't.
up.
I know you wasn't.
Yeah, well, yeah, one second. Yeah, just go on mute for a second. Just 1 second. Let me just finish up with I ain't got all day. Now, but the other one you was on, right? With the other guest and the one with the dashiki, like my man had the whole
the
look
other
like
one. Okay, so you're not doing all right. So you switching. Go
no,
ahead.
I'm doing both. But I'm saying like because something was made over there too. So that guy had the whole dashiki look. Yeah, he remind me of that guy at the basketball park. They got the headband, the new sneakers, socks, but the whole gear on. I know he could play. You throw the ball.
That's
he
my
shoot
man
that ball.
right there. Good.
He shoot that ball with a whole basketball hoop, yeah, behind it. Yo, so
that ain't him though. He's serious guy, yo. He ain't he ain't see though. All right, go ahead.
This what happened.
You're funny guy.
So Dr. Maya asked him. She said, "Listen, same thing." She said, "Hey, they say that same thing. They said that Pan-Africanism didn't produce nothing tangible. Can you address that? Can you address that we produce something tangible?" That man first words was like, "Well, I ain't the guy on this panel that's best suited for that, but." We had the psychological, spiritual, like he straight deferred that. I'm like, damn, he a serious guy. It's like if something was produced tangibly within that 200-year religion, it's like that should be common sense. Like he should be like, yeah, see, we had the leaky thing, right? The bones. This dude said, well, listen, there's other people in this panel that could probably but he's a serious guy and he deferred that easy question to somebody else.
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, he wilding.
You're supposed to do that as a doctor, yo. If you don't got it, then you defer. You don't try to make it up. That's fine. That's par for the course, though, bro. That's what we fall short. We all try to do everything that we can do. So I ain't mad at that.
Yeah, at least
I know
make it up.
Qualified to do it, though. Yeah, at least he ain't make it up.
Okay.
I'm qualified to look into science and who's actually teaching science. Let that sister go. I think the sister on it.
Yeah, hold on. Wait. Because I don't want the subject, because you see FBA Convo, he changed the whole thing, something else. Okay.
Blown up in that
so now the question I'm gonna ask you, the question I'm gonna ask you is not a gotcha question, right? It just
I'm fine. Go ahead. I'm good. Okay. I'm prepared. Go ahead.
So it ain't what you spoke to old boy about either. This is this. Do you use Black American and African American interchangeably?
Yes, because it is. It's synonymous.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I definitely think it's used that way, interchangeably.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So, but when I hear you talk and you represent Black Americans, African Americans,
yes,
like you make a conscious effort to only always say African American. I'm like, that's interesting. Like he rarely ever say Black American, but he agrees they're the same thing. He agrees they're interchangeably. Okay. So
I'll change it up for you. I'll make a conscious effort to say Black American for you. That way you
For
hear me
me,
say it more often. Yeah, because I just like African American. Because
I'm sure you do, because you
I'm
can't
always
be a
African.
you can't be
I
a
enjoy that part.
Pan-Africanist without that name in it. And that doesn't bother me, by the way. I tell people all the time, like the
You're Polish
label.
Christian. You're Polish Christian.
Yeah, the label, shit, the whole South is Christian. I just left South Carolina. They all really, really spiritual. Yeah, you ain't talking that atheist stuff over there with those folks. You won't be in nobody's sitting room. Like, they are super spiritual and religious. Yeah, on a whole nother level. But anyway,
Let that lady jump in, yo. I want to hear what you gotta say.
I guess, sis.
I have a question, and this is really sincere. Pan-Africans really, really, truly, strongly believe in their beliefs, correct?
Who you talk to?
Just in general, Pan-Africans have a strong belief in their ideology and their ism, whatever you want to call it, correct?
Who you at? I'm asking you. You asking me or somebody else?
I would say you're a Pan-African,
Well,
right?
I don't know. No, I'm not. I don't know how a Pan-African would think. I'm not that. I'm Brother Unk. I'm the real black atheist. I'm the God killer. I bring scientific literacy. I recognize all the terms for what they stand for and what they mean.
But a lot of his close friends are Pan-Africanists. So so maybe he can still answer, but just ask him.
Not true.
So
got more atheist friends than Pan-African friends. But go ahead. But you can ask the question.
And you were saying that we all basically, you believe that we all derive from Africa, correct?
No, it's not a belief. It's actually a scientific verifiable theory. Scientific theory. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So that being said, do you believe all human beings derive from Africa?
Yes, ma'am. That's based off the work. That's based off the work of Pan-Africans.
Okay.
Yeah,
now,
they got the work. I can send it to you. Go
that
ahead.
being said, why is this not such a proof if all life derives from Africa? Why is this ideology not pushed with Chinese people? Why is it not pushed with white people? Seems like white people need to get it because they come from there. I mean, they came up with the ideology. Why is it always centered around a small group like us who are Black Americans?
Oh,
Number
okay.
two.
Hold on, stop at one. Stop at one.
Go ahead.
You said it wrong. I never said that all life comes from Africa. So don't mix it up.
That's what they said. That's what Pan-Africanism.
No. Listen, you
out
understand.
of Africa theory states.
No, the out of Africa theory does not state that all life came from Africa. The out of Africa
yes, it does.
States, no, it does not. Let me finish.
It does. It says all life came from Africa.
You
a
cut
Chinese
me off.
man even traced their lineage to Africa. It's like they're saying that's where it came from.
Are you listening to me right now, sis? I'm saying you're
but
wrong.
A white man came up with it. It says all life comes from Africa.
I tell you what we do. You want to put some money on that right now?
That's what they said.
No, I'm asking you. Do you want to put? I'm saying they don't.
No, I'm asking a question. That is where the theory comes from. All life derives from Africa. Even some Africans will tell you they come from there as well.
It's illegal to gamble in South Carolina.
It's illegal to gamble. So since you ran past that, I challenged you, and I'll challenge you right now. So I'm telling you, the out of Africa theory does not state that all life comes from Africa. The out of Africa theory state. So you know what? I tell you what. So then you just have to sound stupid then. Since you cut me off and trying to explain it, then you're up here sounding stupid.
Okay, I'm gonna stop. What do you say it says? Because that's what they say. All life derives from Africa.
Okay, well, I want an apology. I want an apology once you allow me to speak.
It depends.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the theory does not state that all life comes from Africa. The theory states that Homo sapiens come from Africa. All human beings come from Africa. That's what the theory states.
Okay.
Right. Now, all life is plants, gorillas.
No, I'm talking about human beings. Let's not get
Thank
ridiculous.
you. So you said all
I'm
life.
talking about human beings.
No, okay. Now you're clear. So can I get that apology? You said all life. That would not be true.
If you weren't clear when I was saying human beings,
you said
I named
all
human
life.
Beings. But that's how you go. Okay, all life. I'll give you a little
all
thought.
Life. You know what I'm saying? You got 3 domains to life: archaea,
human beings,
bacteria,
all
and
human
eukaryotic.
beings come from Africa. So when I asked that question, why then are you not pushing this ideology towards white people? Because they seem like they need to be more humane in the way that they treat quote unquote Africans. Why not push this ideology to Chinese people who are over there now, and they seem like they need to have more justification on being more humane. We're not over there in droves taking over African resources.
Okay,
So
so
I'm
that's
not understanding why are
let me
we being
explain it.
centered,
Let me
because we
explain.
now want to lean into what our ancestors have unequivocally done here. I would agree that
So
if
now you
someone wants
talk
to
me to
get
death,
knowledge
sis. You gotta give
about
me
a
a chance to
country,
get it.
they should, but I'm not understanding why the push
Sis,
for
you
Black
gotta give me a chance,
Americans to hold
sister.
on to this African ideology
What's your
when
name?
you're not pushing it with the people who are doing the most harm in Africa, which are Europeans. And right now you have the Chinese.
What is your name? What is your name? What is your name?
My name is Clarity.
Clarity. My name is Brother Unk. So you know when you ask the question, you can't do what you just did because you're not
I asked
actually
the
asking a
question. I
question.
wanted to give you clear context. That's what I'm
No,
asking.
I got the
I wasn't
context.
finished speaking. So when I was finished speaking, then I would have finished, ended the sentence. I wanted to get clarity. These two groups, I named two groups who are very harmful. They are out of Africa as well as the Europeans, the Chinese, as well as the Europeans. Why not push it to them? Because they're doing the most in Africa to Africans.
Can I answer that without you cutting me off? Is that a possibility? I want the same amount of time you got, respectfully. First of all scientific departments on planet Earth, I mean real scientific departments on planet Earth, whether you in Australia, North America, or the halls of Europe somewhere, agree that human beings started in Africa. The human population is basically a savanna African ape. Simple as that. And so China agrees to this, right? You're talking ideology. You're talking about culture, right? When you say, why don't you talk? No, ideology has nothing to do with the scientific theory. So Europeans agree, the science, the evolutionary departments agree that human life started in Africa. There's no split on that, okay? So the whole world gets taught this. Like last time you went to school, you should have learned that in social studies. Okay, so science teaches, it's the scientific consensus, meaning all human beings that are scientific recognize the origin of humanity. Simple as that. Now, ideology is where the problem come in. So you can't teach white people to be no way. They're gonna be the way they're gonna be, sis. So we don't gotta keep telling them they come from Africa because they already know it. As a matter of fact, it was a white boy that told the world that all humans come from Africa, and that would be the white boy Charles Darwin. So the white boys know this. The Chinese boys know this. The Australian boys know this. The problem is African Americans or FBA. They don't understand this. Because if you did understand, you wouldn't have mixed it up like you just did, sis. Let's just knock it off and let's get educated together so we can make better informed decisions in our conversations across the board.
Okay, now I have another question. Now that you went with all of that. Pan-Africanism
Did you understand
is
it, though?
taught in our universities, right? It's taught in our universities, correct?
I'm not sure.
I think it is taught in a lot of our universities.
African studies.
I
Yeah,
keep
Black
seeing
African
a lot of
studies.
Pan-Africans pulling up these books.
It's the same
They
thing.
always
African
say
studies, Pan-African studies, same thing.
I don't know about
so that. They read it. So Ron, they do read this in universities. They have a lot of books. I notice a lot of Pan-Africans throw up books. Am I correct on that? They always telling you to read a book
all day long.
So if they're well versed, this is what I have to say to the chat. Because as an American, I put American first, and then I put Black as a descriptor, however you want to put it. I'm a little perturbed with this. We have done marches, we have done blocks. What do you call it? What do you call it when we block people off? We tend to do boycotts.
Yeah.
How about
protest.
I'm serious. I would really like to see Africa be better. And I noticed that a lot of you as Pan-Africans have so much knowledge on how to make Africa better. And I would say for us as Americans, maybe we can, study it in our due time, because our main focus is being American. And I would agree with Brother Unk that we maybe need to study to show ourselves approved. But my main focus and study is America. But what I would like to do is maybe we can form a petition, because I would love to see this theory work. I'm serious. So I would like to gather up all Pan-Africanists
theory does work,
who would be willing to go to Africa. Pick a country. because it's a continent. Pick one.
They like Burkina
And I
Faso
would like
nowadays.
to
It's trending.
them actually
Over there.
do what they say they read, because this is America. So I would like to know about what we have done in America. And like you said, we're not well versed. When we choose to do so, maybe we can learn about different things on this quote unquote African cultural whatever. You pick a country, pick that culture, because I find that Africans are not so much concerned about being Pan-Africanist as well as a lot of quote unquote Black Americans and Caribbean.
No, they trying to be
so
American.
I would say, why don't we, and I'm serious, and I don't know who can do it, form a petition that these people can go and show us how Pan-Africanism can work. I want to see it done. I don't want to see it done in America.
What's the question,
it's not
sis?
where it should be done.
They are not leaving America.
Africa is the center point, correct?
What's your question, though?
Yes,
is Africa the center point?
No, actually, African Americans started Pan-Africanism.
Okay, no, well, then I want to see
is it the center point? Because it's called Pan-African, not Pan-African American.
So this is not Pan-America. I'm saying, am I wrong to ask, can they do it in Africa?
And I'm saying that
they will never do it in Africa.
Well, I would like to make a point. You're talking to a person part of conscious ingenuity. We actually have STEM camps in Africa, right? But first of all, we value America first. I'm saying,
no, I don't think you do.
Now, okay,
I
well,
don't think you do.
My name is
and the reason why I'm saying it is because when I see
you're not going to talk that long and then not give me a chance to talk, sis. That's
yeah, because every
proper.
time you've been up here basically telling us how dumb we are for wanting to be American, and we're not. We should be more focused in Africa. I feel like, and I'm gonna let you know,
you made that up.
I feel like Pan-Africanism is a threat to my Americanism, and I want to see y'all do it in Africa. That's what I want to see you do.
I'm saying your ignorance is a threat to America.
No, I think we need to. And I think the way y'all boycott,
let me finish.
Y'all tired of hearing this. I need someone to come up, and I can't do it right now because I have a lot on my plate. But can we as Americans, Black Americans, come up with a petition, go to our government, and make sure these people do their ideology there? Because Africa needs help.
No,
and I think they're the ones to do it. With all of these books that they're reading, I think they need to show us what they can do there.
They the ones smuggling bushmeat over here.
So my point is, let me finish my point. I don't care what you think you is, that's fine. You have the ability to self-define who you are. Sister, I'm ashamed right now because you will not allow me to speak and you're not even listening.
Yeah,
yes,
and then once you're done, Pombo has a question, I guess.
Okay, I'm saying I'm an African American first. My ancestors died in every war. World War I, World War II. Slave, we was fighting to get unslaved. Okay, we fought in the Korean Wars. We fought in the Civil War. We fought against the Native Americans, right? So our legacy is fighting in every war and did every damn thing. So my allegiance is to America first and my people in America. That's why
I'm not talking about personal. I was talking about everybody in general. Right now, you're part of this.
Since you're doing too much, man.
Why are you crashing out? You need to calm down. Calm down,
sir. Because you're doing it on purpose.
But calm down. You need to stop crashing out. You're not making a good representation.
But you're not calm. I don't even care at this point. What I care about is the way
that's why you probably can't get your point across.
I'm saying we need to treat each
other.
If
I can get you that upturned that easily, white supremacy would crush you.
Hour, sis. It's
no,
like
you
doing it on purpose.
You should be able to say what you gotta say without going off. I'm just having a conversation.
You're not
go ahead. I'll let you finish. Calm down.
Teaching.
This is something that you don't want to follow. I'm glad that you have more self-control, Ron. And if this is what y'all do to follow this, I see how white supremacy has got your mind all twisted up. All I'm doing is speaking. I'm not going off or anything. If my voice is causing you to go that crazy and you can't talk and interject in, then there's a problem. Continue.
The problem is your level of ignorance, and you continue to run your mouth.
Here go
that
the
is the problem.
There it is.
Yes, it is. It's not an insult.
Okay,
it's the
continue.
Truth. Everybody
this is what they do.
To the broadcast.
Women don't follow no men like this. They are thrown off.
I start talking, you start talking, and you talk for.
Because you're insulting. I didn't insult you not one time.
I did not
and when
insult
you.
I told
I'm
you the
going to
truth.
make sure I push your buttons to see how far you would go.
But you cannot
so
push
you
my.
want to call
So
me
you doing it on purpose.
So I'm
now you do it on purpose.
Buttons.
So you actually do it on purpose.
You need to control yourself as a man.
I'm
Get it
actually,
together.
as a man, I'm in control. And as a man, I
No,
will
you're
speak when
acting
it's
like a
time for me to
child,
speak as a
like a
man.
teenager.
You're
I might can give you
acting like
teenager.
like
so do y'all
an
want to move on to
infidel.
the next
You're acting
topic?
like an infidel.
Next
You know what
question.
infidels do, right?
All
Infidels
right,
will
so
say
let's go to the
anything
next
out of their mouth.
question. Let's go to the next question.
Hold
Next
on, Ron.
question.
Hey, Ron. Hey,
Sorry,
Ron.
Ron.
Hey, hold on,
I didn't
Ron.
mean
Hey,
to do
Ron.
that.
Hey, Ron. We're not
That's all
playing
right.
this fake gaslighting game. You know that sister
I
claimed
was
to ask
trying
the
to
question.
get past the arguing and yelling.
Okay,
That's
well,
what I was
no,
trying
it
to do.
wasn't arguing. She was doing all the fake question answering. It's our ignorance that will destroy us in America. She's ignorant on subject matter, but yet she keeps running her mouth. It's the wildest thing ever. I'm not crashing out. I'm saying is we supposed to yield to each other back and forth. She act like she can't hear and got a hearing aid or something. It's the wildest thing ever. And as a woman, I'ma always respect my women. And I'ma always respect my sisters.
It don't sound
I'ma
like
do
it.
that.
No, it
what I'm
didn't
not
sound
gonna
like
do
it. I'm
is
sorry,
I'm not gonna allow a person to just wild out on me like that. Come
I
on,
didn't
man.
wild out.
Yeah, you did.
I don't think so.
We had
I
a
don't
great
think I was a
conversation.
wild out.
I didn't wild out.
No, you
Well,
no,
I
you
just want
did.
to go ahead and hit that rebuttal.
Trust
I
me,
just
you
want to
know
go
if
ahead
I
and hit that
wild out. I
rebuttal.
didn't
I
wild
know
out.
you really want to get to that rebuttal. Go on, hit that rebuttal. What you got?
Yeah, get the rebuttal out.
Rebuttal about I'm saying that we have STEM camps in America first. Like it's the wildest thing. That Continental Notes, you look it up. I got research papers dedicated to African American STEM learners. I'm published. So I don't even understand what the sister's saying. It's just misinformation, disinformation after misinformation after disinformation. It's not proper to not understand who you're talking to before you start talking. You can look me up. Type my name into your quote unquote chat GPT, Brother Unk, pseudo killers. And then you see my background. You see that I'm published. You see that I care about America first. The people in America, Black Americans first. But like, what y'all talking about? Come on, man. That's the craziest thing ever, bro. I don't care about going to Africa.
Right.
Y'all tripping right now, bro.
You don't care about going to Africa?
Hell no. I care
All right. So let's move on.
I care about stopping the drugs outside of my front door first. I'm not going to walk outside and step on crack valves and dope bags and then run to Africa. Who the hell does that? It's ignorance.
All right. So now, Pombo, are you there? What's his name?
We got somebody on panel.
Yeah, Pombo.
Yeah, Pombo.
Pombo.
He got.
Pombo, you got him. He always does that. He call in. What kind of? He got that megaphone, bro. He calls in
that janky phone. That janky boy.
Hey, Pombo, man, you gotta. You want the phone number, bro? He did this last night.
He did. I ain't see him.
Yeah.
Unmute yourself,
Pombo. You gotta unmute.
He'll get it. It's right there.
Right. Let me put the phone number for Pombo. Pombo be tripping. That damn megaphone, bro.
Pombo got timed out.
Yeah, but they got nothing to do with calling in. Like,
I know. I'm just telling you heads up. You know, there's probably a Pan-African that you might talk to.
Nah. He's not a Pan-African at all. He don't agree with that at all. And then he is neutral. I could guarantee that.
I'm having problems with those.
He got smoke for all of us, man. I mean, that's why I want him on here.
Ooh, he got smoke for everybody.
Yeah. But Pombo, I'm gonna put the phone number in the thing, because Pombo got some crazy ideologies, bro. And y'all need to hear this one. That's why I want him on here.
Man. Is the sister still on the panel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, sis, if I said something that was a rattling or decisive against you, I apologize, and I never want to represent myself in a manner that would even remotely think that I'm going to be aggressive against women. So I apologize for that. Right? I'm simply saying we have to allow each other to talk and be clear in our questions.
I accept your apology, but I still had a question. I just feel like Pan-Africanist.
Yes, ma'am.
And they need to go and practice it there. I want to see that. And I think we need to form some type of funding to get them to do what they say that they are so concerned about. I think what we are doing here, we are concerned about American issues and American issues only. My great-great-grandfather worked alongside Harriet Tubman to free slaves, and she in no way called us African. I have nothing against Africans. My son is part Caribbean. Well, he's American. No problem with that. I don't think none of us have any problems with Africans or Caribbeans in general. But on an individual basis, I feel like that's how you get along individually. But when it comes to our politics, our policies, and what we need to do as a people, it's time to be cutthroat because they were.
Yeah, actually, Unc made the analogy. He said, "I'm not going to step across, like our litter, basically to go clean up litter in
And that's
Africa."
good. I heard him when he said
And but that is the FBA model, though. We like, yo, we're not going to galvanize folks in Africa without galvanize ourselves first under an idea, and we call, our point of reference is this lineage. We say we don't agree on nothing. Let's just agree on lineage. Like we're from the same lineage, and let's do something with that. There's some momentum off that. And then what that is kind of what Unc just said. That's kind of where he kind of against it, because that's what we're doing, and we just saying based on that, this lineage is going to be very exclusive, where people can't hijack it, because we know that our lineage and our lineage only has been the only inclusive
it's time to be more
lineage.
exclusive.
Right.
Hey,
So
hey,
Less
Ron.
inclusive.
wait, hold on. Wait, who was that? Who was that? Who
This
called
is
in?
Pombo. I'm in the
Okay,
Zoom.
okay. Wait. Before you say one thing. Okay, before you say one thing, because Pombo said this.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, I got you. But listen, before you say one thing, yesterday I asked you two questions. I just want to update the panel and the chat, because this was a late live. Nobody really heard it. So Pombo, I asked Pombo a question. Well, I already knew what he was before.
I want to
Wait.
talk about something else about
Okay,
the.
I'm sure you do,
yeah.
but you got to first close that chapter first, brother. We don't do that. We don't be wrong and don't acknowledge it. Okay. So
yeah.
so hold on. Good. Then because you got to build, a resume of credibility. You can't just be doing that. You're gonna sound like revenue.
Well, I
Now
looked at the Chat GBT, and I looked at the poverty and the home ownership from
okay.
1860 or 1865 all the way to now. And I do see there's a huge
disparity.
Disparity between
racial
Black
disparity,
home
right.
ownership.
So you agree that systemic racism existed at one point, right?
So yeah, I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm just
wait.
showing you that I am actively looking. And
right. But before you do the numbers, you clever devil, you. Before you do the numbers, you now admit that systemic racism did exist in this country, or no?
Still do.
Yes, I am evolving.
Right, okay. So hold on. Okay, that's good. That's growth. So let me just update the
Can I
panel.
interject, Ron?
Wait, no, because I just want to update. Okay, thank you. I just want to update everybody what we're continuing from. This is important, because the brother yesterday acknowledged himself as a conservative, which I already knew he was. He was trying to cosplay. Then I said, brother, do you believe systemic racism is alive and well today? He said no. He said he don't believe systemic racism is alive and well today. Cool. I said, okay, do you believe it ever existed in this country? He said no. All right. I'm telling you, the worst Black conservatives, I call them African conservatives, will admit that it at one point reared its head. You dig? So when he said no, I'm like, what type of conservative is this? Even Charlie Kirk will agree that it existed. All right, so brother, so for that layout, you go ahead.
All right, so I just want to say that I looked up the information, and I do agree now that there was, but currently at this time frame, in this day and age, I don't think there's nothing that's holding anyone back at this moment.
Yeah, he
Nothing
wrong,
holding us
United
back
States
at this
government
moment.
came out and said
But this is not the topic that I want to talk about. I want to talk about the
how you gonna say that in rough?
You can't say that in rough that, yo.
I wanted to talk to what Unc was talking about with the all coming out of Africa thing. Because I wanted to pop in because once he said the Homo sapien thing, that's correct. The Homo sapien thing, all Homo sapiens did come out of Africa. But what you're not forgetting is that there's also Denisovans, Neanderthals, and other human species that are human races that also was populated at the same time. So when you say
Mm-hmm.
So all Homo sapiens came out of Africa, because when you do DNA, when you do the DNA, all
Mm-hmm.
pure like Africans have 100% Homo sapien DNA. They don't have any other
I never heard that.
race of human genome in them.
Yeah, you kind of messing that up.
Well,
Real
that's the
bad.
information that I'm seeing so far with it.
So where'd you read there's a pure anything? There's no such thing as a pure anything. Homo sapiens sapiens are mixed in Africa prior to leaving Africa, running into Homo neanderthalis and Homo denisovan. It's called ghost genes. Look it up. So we already have. There's no such thing as a pure anything. That's a misnomer. That's not. It's not how they say it in the literature.
I would disagree with that.
So you don't agree that they was mixed already in Africa? They got ghost genes that they can't really identify before they even left out of Africa. You don't understand?
No,
that?
I'm not disagreeing that Homo sapiens didn't mix with other
No, I didn't
human
say that.
species.
Keep in mind, he's the same guy who disagreed that systemic racism is alive
Oh
and well.
yeah.
Just
So
consider that.
I'm not disagreeing that Homo sapiens breeded with other races. That's
No,
not
you
what I'm
said
saying.
no. There's no such thing as race. So you're talking about Homo sapiens sapiens mixed
Well,
with
I classify.
other homos.
I classify race as like a species, not so like
You using the word
being a
variation
color.
like
Being a
Charles.
color
Variation.
doesn't mean that you're a different race,
Variation.
like white, black, like Asian. Like that's not, to me, that's not classified as a race.
No, you're using this variation. Charles Darwin used the word race as variation. So you're saying variations of Homo sapiens. All right, go ahead. Proceed. Go ahead.
So what I'm saying is that people who are from Africa,
okay,
originally was 100% Homo sapien.
And I said not true. Remember, and I explained why it's not true. And I gave you a term to look up. It's called ghost genes. This occurred before they even left Africa. As a matter of fact, Homo sapiens sapien is the great mix from other archaic humans, brother. Look it up. Seriously, like your forehead, the way it protrudes, your jawbone. This comes from different places in Africa, different homogeneous, because we're part of the homogeneous family. And so if you're within a 2 million period, you can actually mix with other archaic humans. This is played out with the Homo neanderthalis and Homo denisovans. So I'm telling you, Homo sapiens sapien is a result of the mixture of different homos.
Homo sapien.
I didn't say homo. I said homogeneous. We're part of the homogeneous family. So Australopithecus is not in the Homo family.
Right. I agree with you on that.
Okay.
But I guess what I'm trying to explain, the point that I'm trying to say is that people who are purely that were from Africa, who didn't breed with Denisovans or Neanderthals.
I like that. That's better.
Right.
Like that. Okay.
They are 100% Homo sapien. There's no other genome inside of them.
It's not true. That's why you gave you a term to look up. I know you don't got time to look it up on the show. And you've proven that you would look it up.
I wanted to say.
So, okay, so listen, you've proven that you will look things up and change your stance. That's very intelligent. That's how we got to start being. When faced with more data, we have to change our position or become pseudo in ignorance. So we never want to waddle in ignorance. And so what you're basically saying is that the population that left out of Africa become non-African. But non-African does not mean African. It's simply talking about how your molecules mutated once you left Africa. That's all this is. We're talking about molecules. We're talking about haplogroups in DNA. It's molecules, bro. So you're basically saying that the group that left out of Africa ran into another family of homos, Homo Neanderthal, and they made it with them. That's what you're saying.
Correct.
So they retained about 4 to 1% of Neanderthal genes in them. The outside population. That would include all the outside populations. So all it means is that certain genes, when you look at Neanderthal and you look at humans, it's simply saying that there's certain genes that match up. That's all it means, bro. So people that left Africa might have retention of things that help them deal with colder weather.
Sorry to interrupt you, but to try to make this full circle, the reason why maybe the white culture is saying that or trying to push this all life came out of Africa thing
is so they can be able, because they know that Homo sapien is the cream of the crop of all the other races or humanoid races. So they're trying to link themselves, because originally white people try to say that Africans were not, were the lowest grade of humans.
Yeah,
But then
I kind of see where he's going.
Science proves.
I see where he's going.
So so the white science proves is that now they're like, oh well, Homo sapien is actually the best. So now they're trying to link themselves to Homo sapienism, is what I'm trying to explain to you.
Oh yeah, but that's not what they're doing. They just found available
Because
evidence.
they want to make sure that they're still on top.
No, that's not it. Because so the question would be, do you think Africans are older than Europeans, or older than, let's say, what you find in Asia and Europe in ancient times? Do you think that the population that didn't leave are older than them? Do you think that?
Well, older doesn't necessarily
I'm just
mean
asking
better.
a question. I'm just asking. No, I know, but I'm saying you said they was better, right?
Because I mean, God made Adam as a man, not a baby.
No, just hold on
so
for a
he can
minute.
make perfection, not a.
Hold on for a minute. Wait.
Yeah.
So now you're talking about the Garden of Eden. That's you changing the conversation. My point is that
I was gonna say my man went to science today and religion.
Yeah. I ain't gonna do that. Well, I will say this: that Europeans are just as old as the Africans, because Europeans are Homo sapiens sapiens. Homo sapiens sapiens is the same age. You're just
They're Homo
looking at
sapiens by interbreeding. They
No,
have they have the Homo sapien DNA.
No. They retained because of their developmental genes, right? We did not get along with Homo Neanderthal. So you will not find a population of half and half hybridization. You won't find that, right? Because they sterile. So when a Neanderthal male mixes with a quote unquote Homo sapien African, right, they can have children. But if it's the other way around, right, they're sterile. They can't have children.
I disagree with that fact.
No, you don't. No, you okay? Based off of what? Just based off of what?
This is the point.
Based off of what source? Name your source. No, name your source. Don't just say it. Because we're not even
sources
qualified.
like Ancestry DNA or like 21andMe or like any of those DNA tests that you can check to see the species of the other humans that you are. You can.
You can't. You
spend
can't
$100 and take the test.
No,
there are people right now living and breathing that have Neanderthal DNA inside their bloodstream.
Yeah, but you got to know
and
what
some
it means.
people on this planet right now only have Homo sapien DNA. There is no mixing. Some people do, some people don't. That's all I'm trying to explain to you.
So basically, you're not keeping up with the conversation. Because early on in the conversation, I explained to you, maybe you just didn't accept it. I explained to you there's a thing called ghost genes that occurred in Africa. But yet you keep bringing it up. Now, hold on. So you would have to understand, what does it mean to retain 1 to 4% of Neanderthal DNA? And I'm telling you, it may have helped people, Homo sapiens, navigate the cold better. Or it may have hampered them. They don't actually know. So my point is, all humans on planet Earth are 99.99 the same, bro, regardless of having an influx of molecules. So you can't say that.
But so my only
because
question
you have
to
it
that,
too now. So now you have it too. Because remember, we left
absolutely.
Africa by forced
I'm not.
migration.
I'm definitely mixed for sure. But the
No,
point when
they don't say mixed. I'm saying African Americans or FBA have a low amount of Neanderthal in them.
Exactly.
So what does that
with
mean
you
then? So what does that mean about us?
100% with you.
So
That's
if
what
you
I'm
make
saying. I agree.
make it a negative thing, that we're actually part of the negative thing. Remember, we mixed with Europeans.
The point I want to make with you, Onk, is that you said that do you believe that other races were, well, we both agree that there were multiple human races all at one time currently living on the same planet all at once.
No, I don't agree with the word race. I agree with there were
different
types of homogeneous living on the planet at one time. I would agree to that. Homo neanderthal, Homo habiligensis, Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, Homo florensis. These are different types of humans, and they did reside on the planet Earth one time. Sometimes a few groups, sometimes little groups. We're the last.
Okay,
We're the
so
last species standing. We're on our way out.
exactly,
But
but
go
correct.
ahead.
I agree with that. But the point what I'm saying is that you're saying that two different human races mating or breeding with each other makes it sterile. But
no, I said
that,
if it's a homo male. No, if it's a homo, if it's a homo male, Homo sapien male, have sex with a Homo Neanderthal woman, the baby comes out sterile and can't have children. So that line would stop right there. It does not bode well for breeding. It does not occur. It's like a liger. A liger, its offspring would be sterile, so it couldn't reproduce. You get that? It's not a the term is
that's true. Then
yeah, the term is it's not advantageous for having a offspring, a valuable offspring. So they do not produce valuable offspring. It has to be
but
the
if
other
that
way
was
around.
true, then that means that if they were sterile, then you shouldn't have any other DNA besides Homo sapien.
No, I said the other way
because
around.
that genome would die.
No, I explained the other way around could occur. That remember?
So okay, so
I
you're
said
saying that
a
it can
Neanderthal male
reproduce.
could impregnate a Homo sapien woman, and she could have a valuable offspring.
Okay, so but what I'm
other way around, it couldn't.
Right, so the genome can still get pushed on.
If a Homo Neanderthal male impregnates a Homo sapien woman, if a Homo Neanderthal, if a Homo sapien male impregnates a Neanderthal woman, it becomes sterile. The baby, they do not produce a valuable offspring. A valuable offspring means reach the age of reproduction.
Okay, so now I feel like at least we're getting on the same page. Where
you still in the Garden of Eden. You in the Garden of Eden. We're not on the same.
Couldn't you say that there could be a group of Homo sapiens that only breeded with themselves and never went out, and they could be 100% Homo sapien?
No, I'm saying you're correct that because the whole of the population that was in Africa didn't leave.
Right.
We know that. And I'm saying is the African Americans or FBA represent the population that left last, but through forced migration. It's still a migration. It's just forced migration. So I agree with you on that. Yeah, I'm saying the word choice is bad. That we mixed in Africa. So if you want to say, even though it wasn't a Homo sapien, it was still in Africa, you could say that's what you want to say.
Correct.
All right. Okay. Say that then. It's more clearer. Because the whole 100% African thing is the wildest statement ever. Because a Homo erectus
take
is
your
an African.
ass. You better subscribe to goddamn pseudo killers or community skeptics. All this goddamn homo Paul stuff. I thought he was going. I thought he was going to bring this somewhere. Nah, dude. Listen, like we don't mind a little science talk here and there, but this ain't that. This is a history. You dig, a current event.
Yes.
Type of channel, bro. I mean, like I said, I don't mind, but that was long as hell, bro. I was like daydreaming. I was like, holy shit, you still talking about that shit? I'm thinking you were going somewhere with it. I'm thinking you're gonna tie that in somewhere.
But it all matters.
I'm sure it does. Yeah, it's gonna matter more on the community of skeptics or the pseudo killers. But over here, we talk about race relationships in real time and like something important like scientific racism or white supremacy that you said doesn't exist today. You said there's no excuses, right? You said there's no excuses, right? Now keep in mind, like I debate these conservatives all the time. They say the same shit. Their grandfather's Thomas Sowell. They repeat Charlie Kirk, Jared Taylor, Richard Spencer, and you're gonna do it too because you already started off wrong saying it didn't exist ever. Now you agree that it existed. Now look at this. Right? I'm a bomb drop you again. So you agree that it existed at one point, and you're saying it doesn't right now, right?
No, I made it clear that
that I'm not a drone or a robot, and that I can learn.
Okay, so I just
So
cool.
I can admit that I was wrong, and I can
okay, I
learn.
got you, but you already did that. And I thank you, and we thank you for admitting that you were wrong. You want to learn. So now I'm just trying to talk to you where you're at right now as far as education, where you're at today. I want to keep updating you because we might get you over here. So okay, so but you believe it no longer exists now, as you said earlier. There's no excuse, is what you're saying.
Currently, yeah, at this moment, I don't see, with the life that I've lived, I don't see anything
you're
that
basing
you
on your
can't
life.
do to
Oh
stop
my God.
you, that will stop yourself
Okay,
from getting
cool,
something.
cool. Okay, it's okay. Okay, now, when did it stop? So if it existed at one point and is no longer alive, it was alive before and is dead now, brother. Can you give me the year when it stopped?
I would say probably around the 80s.
Okay, so let's talk about mass incarceration. You ready for this topic, brother?
I mean, there's a lot to it to unpack.
Okay, cool. So let's start there. Because you sound like you know a little something on this. All right. So mass incarceration. Can you explain the disparity with the crack and the crack, crystal, cocaine, crack, and the powder, the 100-to-1 ratio? Can you explain that to us?
So I can't explain exactly what you're
Oh,
meaning, but
shit.
what I will say to it is that just because that there is drugs in your community doesn't mean that anyone is forcing you to take it.
Got it. No, I got it. You're right about that. And look, first of all, brother, you're on the wrong channel. Like, we believe in accountability.
Well, that is accountability.
Okay, right. I got it. Right. We've been okay. I'm gonna neutralize where you think you're going, because now listen. Got it. So there's drugs out there. You don't got to do them. There's also
That's accountability.
Okay, right. And there's also school shootings out there you ain't got to do, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if I do that and it's against the law, what should happen to me? I should be held accountable, right? And be in prison, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now let's say if that happens to me because I'm FBA, but this other person calling himself a white American and that does not happen to them. Instead, they get to go to rehabilitation center or see like a psychiatrist. They could see a psychiatrist all day, damn day long. They take medicine, but they never go to prison, right? And that's like seen to be the case. Okay, so when you say that's a racial disparity, FBAs, when they commit this atrocious crime, they go to prison and they get demonized by the public. But when white Americans commit the same atrocious crime, they go to see a psychiatrist, they get put on medicine, and they get sent home where their family could take care of them. When you say that's a racial disparity, and that's going back into systemic racism.
So I'm gonna bring up something. I would bring up something.
So you're gonna ignore that? All right, you see.
No, I'm not ignoring it. That's not what I'm not trying to move the goalposts. I'm not trying to do that, Ron. I'm not saying it,
brother. All right, look, go. If I don't believe that ties into what I just asked, you answer my question, I'm gonna kick you out of here, bro. It's real simple. Okay, so just go, because we ain't gonna do that all day. We make a point, and because you can ask me questions too, and I'm gonna try my best to answer the question. I'm not gonna just act like you didn't ask me a question.
So drugs aren't the only problem, is what I'm saying.
I'm just using good, but these things are measured. These things are used to measure that systemic racism actually still exists. Because you said the 80s went away, so I'm gonna bring it to the 90s. Because if it's a way, then we should not have it in the 90s. I think you agree with that. Just common sense in the 2000s. So I'm saying is if I can prove systemic racism through the war on drugs, what they called it, okay? If I can prove that was still there and it caused a racial disparity and also sentencing, drugs, because we're going to talk about that too. Then we're going to talk about school to prison pipeline. We're going to talk about things that you need to be aware of, or this is going to be a bad day for you. So, but we're going to start first with mass incarceration. Right. So now, was there 100-to-1 ratio that favored one people, rehabilitation, a softer sentence, and the other ratio on the other side disfavored the other race or ethnic group to a long-term prison sentence? That's either fact or fake.
So there's definitely a disparity in.
Is it a racial disparity? Okay,
there's a racial disparity with Black Americans
being in prison more than other
I'm
races.
just talking about drugs. I'm just talking about drug offenses, my boy. It's me you're talking to. All right, we're talking about drug offenses. I don't care about no other offense. We're talking about drug offenses.
And the main drug I would
I
say
need you. Wait, no, I don't care
marijuana.
about it. I don't care about it. No, I ain't dealing with that. I said crack cocaine, bro. I said crack cocaine. So here we go, bro. Now to be so smart, yeah. Well, I would assume
I'm
you
not
think
claiming
you're smart.
I'm smart. That's
No,
not
but
what
I assume you think you're smart, though, right? You don't think you're dumb, right?
No.
Yeah, because I like to talk to my peers. I don't want to talk to nobody like goofy and stupid that can't comprehend simple English language. So we're talking about we ain't talking about marijuana. We ain't get there yet. We're not gonna get there. We're talking about the 100-to-1. You could try to Google it. You still gonna get your ass kicked. So we're talking about the 101 crack cocaine ratio that caused a disparity in sentencing, and it led to a mass incarceration type of deal. So that's either a result of systemic racism being alive, or I just made that up.
No, I just need to see the statistic in front of me. That's all. I'm gonna ask.
Go ahead. Yeah. Use your AI like you did like yesterday. I mean, see, here's the thing. A lot of you like to, claim you're dumb and you're learning. Well, we're gonna help you out. This is going to be a fast way to learn. So you used it yesterday the way I directed you, because he tried to use it his way and got more confused about systemic racism. I said, no, type this in there. He typed it in there. He lost his mind, kicked him off. But he slept on it. He Googled it. He came back on, and now he like, yeah, you're right, unbiased Ron. So now go do your own research on this. You're gonna read some goofy bullshit that I'm gonna teach you how to correctly word it to get the real result. So go ahead and do your thing. But if you want, you want to, because he's
I'd like to go back to a point he made. He said, you asked him a wild question. When did it stop? He said in 1985, United States government made a recent statement on how systemic racism is still systemic, means in the institutions and shit. And so we have not torn down the damn institutions, bro. Like, it's still there. It's not gone anywhere. It's in the very fabric of what makes America. Remember, it's founded on colonialism, and colonialism is founded on a pseudoscientific idea that one race is better than the other. Right? You know what I'm saying? So it's right there for you to see. Yeah, you got him in a trick bag right now. You're not gonna be able to get out of that, bro.
All right. Well, he's trying to Google it away where. Go ahead, brother. Well, I got to call you brother. Go ahead, other.
Wow, that's disrespectful. But okay.
No, you're not my brother. Nah. I ain't gonna lie to you. It'd be disrespect for me to lie to you.
I mean, why don't you
I don't see you as my brother.
Why don't you just call me by my name?
Nah, just go ahead, bro.
I mean, that would be more respectful.
Nah, well, I'm not respecting everybody.
I see that.
Yeah.
You're not trying to win me over to the FBA.
I ain't trying to win you over. That's Unc job. I ain't trying to win you over at all. You could join the Pan-Africanists or the Black Nationalists. We don't want you over here.
Hey, Bamboo.
I don't believe in ideology.
Hey, Bamboo. Hey, Bamboo. He always try to call me Pan-African. I'm not that.
I'm curious in this FBA because you guys label yourselves as American.
I'm just listen. I'm an educated African American, bro. Hold on, man.
He might have. Yeah, I don't even believe he's even one of us anyway. Like he keep talking. I'm like, hell, this dude sound real white American. You dig?
He said you ain't like us. I'm just an educated.
You got to turn your camera on, buddy. I don't think if you think you're one of us, you got to prove it. Cause you sound like another. That's why I called you other, bro. To be honest, I don't think you are actually a foundation Black American looking person. I think you might.
I ain't going for that. Okay, you're gonna be darker than bias is, bro. Don't pay him no mind, yo.
No, he don't got to cut it on. But I'm just saying this is why I said other, because I'm not, as he keep talking, I'm not convinced he's actually a brother like how we would use it in our cultural sense.
Well, let me ask you this: what would you classify as a brother?
Well, first of all, of the lineage, you got to be of the FBA lineage. Then you're my brother.
Okay, so you're saying that if my father is descended from slavery, I'm not. So you're calling me not a brother. even though my
I'm
father
saying
is
I don't know. I don't want to jump the gun and call you brother.
He
And you
said
turn
he's
around.
mixed. He just said he's mixed, bro. Did you
Okay,
hear him?
all right.
He
I'm
said
just
it's
okay. I
father.
didn't hear that part.
So,
I'm
but
just
now
saying,
you're
like,
calling me other. So I'm trying to
all right.
understand
Don't
what
worry
is
about that. Don't worry about that. Just go
does
get that.
matter.
Okay,
The
cool.
hate,
Just
the hate that
the
is
hate
spewed
because
from that.
I called him other. That's hate. No,
It
I got to
is.
other you. Okay.
That's like, how are you going to win anyone over, man?
All right, brother. Just brother. Okay, look, I'm calling you brother again. Brother, go get that.
No, just call me Pombo.
Bambo.
Nah, Pombo is his name.
Pambo.
Hey, Pombo, go get that.
From the island of Pambo.
I'm very curious in this FBA thing, since you have in the group America, and I'm pro-America, so you have me on that.
I guess I gotta mute him. I'm gonna mute you, bro. This is what happened last night. This is what happened last night. Like he has a belief system because he's mixed, and maybe his white side is like more influential. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah, they don't even say the mixed thing no more, yo. You don't know how many genes. What how is genes sliding? Yeah, he's FBA then. He's a foundation. African Americans are the foundation of America. I don't know.
Nah, he ain't FBA. He's African American, bro. He's one of yours.
One of mine. I'm an African American, Black American, and
Right,
we are the foundation of America. So by default, African Americans are foundational to America. I don't know why that's hard. I don't see why the split come into play. We're supposed to be educated on all things that affect our lives, yo. I mean, somebody within the clan got to be educated on it. Can't run around off of nonsense.
All right, so look,
I got to organize.
Hey, Pombo, if you got a question and you don't want to research what I gave you, okay, give that question to Unc. Give it to Unc.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Pombo.
Give me the question, Pombo. What you got?
So, can you help Pombo out with explaining the crack cocaine issue in the 80s?
Yeah, the first issue was that they made crack cocaine more than cocaine. In actuality, crack cocaine and cocaine is the same damn thing. The difference was they just added damn baking soda. So they basically charge you for the chemical reaction that occurred when you actually cooked up the crack cocaine, which is ridiculous. Cocaine is cocaine. And cocaine was produced and sold in marginalized communities at high rate, whereas though cocaine itself was not. Okay. And so the rich people had it, the white people had powder cocaine, the actors and the stars. And so if, for instance, if I got caught with selling 5 keys of powder cocaine, I would get 1 year per key. But if I got caught selling an ounce cocaine, I could get 15 years. Yo, that didn't make no sense. And so we was getting high sentences with the federal guidelines, which was ridiculous, where a white boy get caught with a whole ounce of powder or keys of cocaine, yo. He wasn't getting that time, yo. It was a disparity. As a matter of fact, it was the African American community that came together that helped create the damn disparity because they voted on the shit. Your last president actually put together those rules and regulations, yo. The drug, I forget what it's called, the drug something. Right? It was the craziest thing ever, yo. So the Black community also plays a role in help pushing that because the epidemic was occurring, the endemic. Within our community with crack cocaine, they didn't know how to handle it, yo. So craziest thing ever, yo. So no, you should have never got 30 years or 15 years for some bags of crack, and another person can have a whole key of powder cocaine and he get a slap on the wrist or a year in jail. It just didn't make any sense. The disparity was clearly racial and clearly designed to continue to lock up marginalized communities, bro, because that's the way we was using it. One is used intravenously. The powder cocaine is used intravenously or through sniffing it through the nose, inhaling through the nose. Crack cocaine is smoked, right? It's still cocaine. The ingredient of what it is cocaine. So that was the wildest thing ever, yo. And people are still in jail for that nonsense. So that's the explanation of what he was talking about.
Okay, so thank you, Unc, for explaining that to me.
Racist.
Now,
that's we call that racist, yo.
I guess my question to that is that now since they're still in jail, do you think that is still happening today?
I think they might
Like,
change those. They need to work on change. They're working on changing the guidelines, and some people come home.
You fell for the trick bag. He said it ended when now he's agreeing that it was extended.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, they never stopped it, bro. They trying to work it out now. Yeah, they never. Remember,
yeah, because
Obama
they're
tried
still
to
in
change it.
jail. So they're
The crime
still
bill.
being.
It's called the crime bill, introduced by Biden. Biden is the one wrote the damn crime bill. He's a wild guy. That's why I never messed
Yeah,
with
I'm
Biden.
not a fan of Biden.
Yeah, because he got
actually no. Actually, he amended. That was actually the Reagan bill. Biden, the administration amended. It was worse under Reagan. They amended it. No, so that's not Biden. That's Reagan.
Based off
it
the
was
war on
Reagan.
drugs. You talking about the war on drugs?
Yes, that's Reagan, bro.
With black heroin dealers. They called him the public enemy number one. Forget his name. The black guy that sold heroin in New York. It's a crazy man. Listen, bro, you cannot put pounds of drugs in our community, bro, and then lock us up for it. Yo, the CIA and all that has something to do with that. So it's crazy. Like we don't even run the borders to even get the shit in. So America as a whole is responsible for drugs. And oh, by the way, you know, people that sell drugs spend a lot of money in the country. It's the underbelly, right? So it's the craziest thing ever, man. And so they should always have treated it like people who use drugs the same way they treat people who use alcohol, because alcohol is a drug.
Hold on, you're going too far because these are my analogies. These are my rebuttals to him.
All right, go ahead.
No.
Slow it
Okay,
down.
wait. Hey, Pombo. I'm talking
sorry.
slow now. Okay, so were you wrong when you said it ended in 1880s, or you're agreeing with us now? It still was alive and well.
So yes, Can I add on to it?
Wait, yes to which question?
So at least with the crime disparity, if that is correct,
brother,
and I'm leading to believe that it is, then
okay, so
then the disparity.
hold on,
yes.
because I just want to. I'm asking direct questions and I'm getting indirect answers. I just want a yes or no from you. So, are you agreeing that systemic racism was around when you said it ended? Okay, cool.
No, I agree that.
Oh my God.
I agree that they were giving them the book of the law and giving others the idea of the law. So I agree.
Thank you, bro. Appreciate that.
The question I have is like, it sounds like it's a grand plan going into some of the things I think. Like, so I think another thing.
You know, it was a plan. It was a plan, though. It's called colonialism. It's called a plan to control the resources and actually use marginalized people as a resource and not give them no fucking money. It was planned out, yo. It's called the slave trade. It was the global economy. It helped usher in the industrial age, offer free labor. Imagine if us on this phone had free labor, yo, for 200 years, yo. You know what we'd be at, yo? We'd be ahead. It's called. We was all at the starting line. It said, "Pow!" Right? Everybody started running, but they had the Africans with chains, so you couldn't even move. And they just take your labor, yo, and they build the world. So the world is based off of the world economy is based off of the global slave trade to the tune of trillions of dollars, bro. That's why they owe us our fucking money. But go ahead. It was a plan.
Okay, so so the theory that I have at this moment is that I think government assistance hurt Black Americans and Black families.
Man,
this is my opinion, because hear me out for a moment and then I'll stop speaking. Because government told Black women that they needed to have no father in the house, so for you to be able to receive this money that we're giving you, this little bit of money. So they took that and decided to go with that. And so then there's no fathers in the homes. And then there's a couple of generations where there's no fathers in the homes. So then the drugs come in with no fathers. There's no fathers the family is weak. Now there's drugs that are being added into it. And it's just it's a raining down. degradation of Black America. I'm done. Do you follow me, Unc?
What happens? You on mute?
I'm not on mute. It looks
Okay.
like Unc and FBA convo is.
Okay, yeah, but anyway, finish up. I'll take over
Did
from
you
here.
hear
Go ahead.
my thought though? Like
No, go ahead. Go back. Now I got a phone call. Go backwards.
All right. So when government assistance came in, like during around the late 60s, early 70s, where the government was telling women to get rid of their husbands and men in the family so they can be able to receive government assistance. So they were able to take that little bit of change that the government gave them for a weaker family. So the family got weak. Then a couple of generations go by with families that are very weak, or not weak, but they're dwindling. Then they add drugs into the mix on top of that to make it an attack, more of an attack on Black America.
Okay, what's your conclusion to that, or what point you're making?
So it's adding to potentially your ideology of the systemic racism, the attack on Black America.
Yeah, well, yeah, you could add that in there, yeah.
So I'm just trying to see if this train, like at least with what I'm looking at, because at least with the information that I've seen before, or at least with what I've observed so far with FBA, I talked to another YouTuber about it just to get clarification, and the end goal for FBA, just if I correct me, Ron, if I'm wrong, is to potentially have an all Black community, Black everything, Black products, everyone, Black Americans buying the products and buy everything that is Black owned. Am I correct on that?
No, because everybody's not gonna be an owner, entrepreneur, CEO. So you're halfway there. The goal is to practice true equality, is to have those things be accessible if we want to go that route. So if we want to buy a home, we should be able to buy a home if our credit is good enough, if we have certain amount of money, all the requirements should be equal with anybody with that profile, right? So that's what we're saying. We're saying stand on what the country said they were going to be on, which is true equality, equality to access, different programs and different assistances out there. That's all. Like, so we want access to different things. Now, if we choose to do, okay, no. Okay, stay right here. You get your cartoon. You can't go back. Get your cartoon right here. Get your cartoon. Come right. Okay. So if we choose to do that, to like live amongst yourself, like the Indians, Chinese, and everybody else, white people, then that's fine. But everybody don't want to do that. We're 43 million of us. But if we want to do that, that should be on the table without any obstacles based on race.
Yeah, there was another channel, I think Chantel I was talking to, and she was pretty much saying kind of the opposite, like everything has to be all Black American items.
Right.
Like
so that's what I'm trying
to
got it. Now I got you. I heard that before. Okay, thank you. Now sit right there. Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you is that there's 347 million Americans totally. I don't know what number is white, maybe 200 million. Let's go with that. 200 million white folks think differently. You got leftists, you got rightists, and non-independent. So one person thought doesn't reflect the whole of white America. All right. So but that's what they want to do though. That's just their personal thought, and they'll galvanize people behind them if they believe it's something that should be done or practiced. The same thing with Black Americans. We're no different. There's 43 million of us. You got a Dr. King, you got a Malcolm X. They believe opposite realities. I think it's common sense. So what you're saying is, with a sister who thought like that, that's her reality. Like you said, it's opposite of mine. No problem. I'm not in her way. She's not in my way.
And I'm not trying to throw anyone under the bus. This is just.
Nah, I just answered the question. Yeah, that's all. I just answered the question.
Thank you. So my next question to that is that there was Black Americans, even under the Jim Crow laws or being suppressed, was able to still be able to persevere through those hard times. But we can acknowledge that some white hate groups burned down cities and businesses and destroyed them, even though they persevered through those hard times, correct?
Yeah, but let me ask the context there. Systemic racism is a net. So when you go fishing for salmon in a big fishing boat, you throw out a net and you try to catch as many as possible, and some will come out the net. You don't care about what leaves the net. You're just focused on what's in the net because you're going to sell that and make profit. So systemic racism doesn't guarantee that everybody will be at a disadvantage, and it doesn't guarantee that every white American will be at an advantage. It's to net, like net. It's to net as many as possible to cause a landslide, or no, you know what? And net as many possible to cause a racial disparity. And that's what happened. So whether people thrived or not, there was more people who did not thrive during those times. And that was called the lopsidedness. That was the racial disparity. It's the ones you get, cool, that's a net. So vice versa. Many white people thrived during that time, and some didn't. Some was just as bad as the average foundation Black American, because it's just the net. The net's going to grab as many white folks as possible and put them and bring them to shore. And it's going to net as many Black people as possible and keep them far deep in the sea to drown.
I see what you're saying, because I'm referencing like Black Wall Street, or like the Tulsa destruction, and some other cities that were built like all
they
Black
were just
cities.
those. Yeah, so I explained that with the net analogy.
Yeah.
They didn't get netted. Okay, and even they were restricted. Like, for example, since you mentioned Black Wall Street and the Black successful people, are you familiar with Madam C.J. Walker? No, I'm sorry, Maggie Lana Walker. You familiar with her?
Was she the woman that inherited the oil money, the millionaire?
No, that is Sarah Rector.
Okay.
Okay, even she got railroaded, right? Okay, but yeah, Sarah Rector. Yeah, like I said, I really do this, bro. You're on the right channel. But Maggie Lana Walker, she was the richest Black woman and the first to be a CEO of a bank. Now, brother, during that time we were being successful, we were still restricted in our success. We're still marginalized. So, for example, for a bank to grow and be wealthy, be successful, it has to get out of the savings category and get into the investor category, right? From there, they get governments, loans and tax breaks, things like that. A Black bank could never go into a large portion of them couldn't go into the investment category. So they made all of our banks saving banks, right? So even though they're thriving now, but your money ain't gonna be set in the bank to collect interest or be loaned out. That ain't gonna happen. So even the banks were limited on their success. So even within our success, we were being stripped and held down and netted.
So you would also say the net theory with even during slavery times, because there was I looked it up, there was like over like at least 3,000 black owned plantations.
Okay, so now listen, you're gonna take yourself to the sea and drown. So
That's okay.
Okay, cool, but it's not okay because you're losing credibility, and when you lose credibility, we don't take you serious, and you can't come back up because now you're just you're just going anywhere. You're trying to see what I don't know, but I do know that. Okay, so
I'm
did
not
you
saying
know?
that you don't
Okay,
know it.
cool. Well, it appears like that, but I do know that, and I know that era better than you. So do you know most black free people? Wait, first of all, have you, because you went somewhere and now you got to know about that era. So now you're talking about, I'm going to tell you the time frame you're talking about. You're talking about anywhere from the early 1800s to about 1850. Okay, so now watch this. How did a black person become free from slavery? This is important to know. Okay, to get your answer and actually value it, you need to understand what was going on. It's called context. So you could Google it. You could Google it. How did an average person get to gain their freedom during that time?
They would have to been bought and released for free.
Okay, so you're talking about manumission. So you're talking about bought out of slavery, right? Or manumitted, doing great works. Okay, what's some other ways?
Those are the only two ways that I understand.
What about being born free?
Oh, correct. Like anyone that came over
No,
from
that just
not
came over.
America.
No. If I'm a free black and I have a baby, my baby's born free. That don't make sense. Okay. So
no,
now,
it makes sense.
Okay, so now the other way is four ways. The fourth way is to buy yourself from slavery, right?
Yeah, I don't see how that could.
Yeah, well, good. No. That's either fake or false. People bought themselves out of slavery, brother. That's why I like the brother thing. I like cringe because like this is common sense to brothers of mine. Okay, so anyway, so now those options to gain freedom were limited state by state. Every state had different laws.
Right.
So one state you can buy yourself from slavery. Another state you can't. Another state you can buy people out of slavery, Black Americans. Other states you can't. So now what you're talking about, when those plantations, those black plantations, let me just common sense you. Yeah, put that back. Let me just common sense you. And those black states where they had those plantations, do you believe they allowed them to buy black people freedom? Or do you believe the only way this person can be removed off that white plantation is to be bought and put in a black plantation? Go.
I do agree with being free, like either coming from not America, like coming on the ship free. And also I just didn't know about the buying yourself free thing. I didn't, but I agree with what you're saying. I'm learning quite a bit.
But my question was to the black plantations. I'm saying to have a black plantation, that mean a free black person, because you can't be property. That's
right.
Slaves are okay. I had to be free to buy property. So for me to be free to buy another black person to have a plantation, I'm asking you, that state, do you believe that state allowed you to buy people freedom or not? Where I'm talking about the same state that those black plantations were in. Do you believe those states allowed them to buy other blacks freedom?
I would believe so. I would want to believe so.
Okay, yes, but that's the thing here, man. Like really, like I'm not to be funny, but I don't mind people asking questions and things like that, but stop. But some effort, and then you throwing out beliefs. Like we don't really. I ask you a question that's more common sense, and that's what you want to believe, which is cool. But when you when you have a belief like that, because you could believe the other way too, but when your belief system is consistent with that way, I like lose interest in educating you for free. It's like I educate my real brothers and sisters for free. I'm actually a real paid teacher. Like I might be doing like everybody talk teaching shit, they don't get paid for it. Like I actually get paid for teaching. So, but I also do free teaching, free lessons. All right. But that's only for the brothers. But like your energy, your belief system is always going away from brotherhood. Because a real brother, that I would call a brother, would say, yeah, that state probably didn't allow you to buy black people freedom. So they did the next best thing. They bought them, and because the state only allowed them to be put on their freedom, you could buy them, but they had to be put on another plantation. They didn't allow free blacks. Okay, so I asked you which one is more likely, and you said, well, nah, those states also allowed you to buy blacks for free. So I'm gonna stop. So I don't want no more questions here. I'm just gonna say this to you. You should go Google. You should go Google. Did those states where they had black plantations, did they do it mainly because the option of buying their freedom wasn't there in those states? You should do that. All right. I'm not your Google. I'm not your AI. I'm not your Chat GPT. You use your resources and you figure that out.
So I guess my last question, and I appreciate your time. My thing is like, if it was solely on race, like hatred towards Black Americans, wouldn't those white people want to strip those black owned plantation owners of what they have and put them back in chains if it was solely off of hate? Because I mean, we got that movie, what is it, 12 Years a Slave, where he was a free man.
Wait, let's stop. Because the setup question is disingenuous, right? Because you didn't ask me, was slavery based on hate? You didn't ask me that. Yeah, you just posed the question that I believe. I think the hatred came after we were freed. You dig? I felt like they seen us as property, but the hate thing, I don't think was really, I felt like they had feelings, but the word hate, I feel like that really showed its face when we were freed. Now,
I see.
Because at that time, they weren't just outright killing us. They were just working us to death, to build this country. But it wasn't until they could no longer work us when the KKK said, no, they're just outright killing for sport. So when they could no longer legally work us, right? So when you say hate, I don't necessarily agree that they hated us, like hate, like want to kill us. I feel like they felt like that we were beneficial, valuable, and the hate thing wasn't there. They were, they were inhumane, but I don't believe the hate was there until freedom. Now they could no longer use us for any selfish wages and labor. That's when the hate came. Yeah. So you phrase the question with hate. Yeah, that was you already lost me.
Well, I'm actually really glad, Ron, that you actually cleared that up, because I feel like some other people would have a different opinion on that than you. So I'm glad that, because my understanding of slavery, I'm not talking about the crew, how you treated them, but slavery in general, to me, is all about economics, about warring tribes, warring nations, being the loser of a war battle and being taken. It doesn't matter what civilization around the world it is. Egypt, Rome, Africa, doesn't matter whatever, all nations that took slaves, it was all due to warring nations or tribes, and the losers became slaves. So by economic, and I would say the same thing with the American slave trade, because those warring African or the losers of Africa and the tribes were sold into slavery. At least that's my belief. So would you say that it was economics
Yeah, well, yeah, of course. They it's called a slave trade. Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, it was a
Okay, because I feel like a lot of other people would not have the same opinion as you, Ron.
yeah, but everybody don't have the same education either. Like, so people can only assess things from their education level on said topic, said subject. Like, I don't know a lot about engineering, right? So, or like, um, let's say like physics. So if something happened, physically, I could only explain it from my education level. But somebody more educated in physics can actually explain why that looks like it's impossible to do. So people only can express stuff from their education level. Not everybody is a history buff like me. That's a fact.
So yeah, our dialogue right now, and I really appreciate it, Ron. And hopefully we can have more dialogue because I appreciate you.
All right. Well, listen, to have more dialogue, I want to see more effort. So again, go study, like impress me. Go study the crack, cocaine, no, just type in mass incarceration. Just explain how that was via systemic racism. That's one. And then two, go ask ChatGPT what was the main reasons why there were black plantations. That's all. And then you come back with those answers, with the real answers that you got, that you're only going to get, then that's showing growth, and we could continue the dialogue. You know what I mean? But if you can't do that, there's no growth. I don't really talk in circles. I don't talk I don't preach to the choir. I don't talk to deaf ears. It has to be growth.
Understood.
All right. Well, thanks for calling in, man, and hopefully we'll get somewhere.
Yeah, Ron, have a blessed one, Ron.
All right.
Have a blessed
You
day.
too. All right, you too. Hey, Unc is on mute. Once Unc come off mute, Unc, you off mute? Are you off mute, Unc? All right. So once Unc, oh no, he's on mute. Okay. So once he come back, but I think
Hold
I
up,
handle
Rob.
that.
Hold up, my
FBA,
bro.
go ahead. What up?
What's
Go
up,
ahead.
dog, man? I can't take that, man. I ain't lose to Unc, man. I need to do the replay, man. What's that? Where y'all see I lost at? Where I get cooked at?
Unc, you got a W, bro. I didn't say it, the
I
chat
get a
said it.
W. I get a W. On what? What? Saying I don't know? Or that's what I wanted?
Nah, I don't think you debated. I don't think you took an L because you didn't debate.
I just threw two questions out there. He couldn't answer them, and it is what it is. I was hitting him in the stomach. You came and grabbed me and said, "Yeah, man, my man won." I'm like, "How he win?" I was winning. It's all good.
Nah, like just to let you know this. Like when somebody's having a dialogue and they're engaged in a particular topic, and if you want to take it somewhere else, you got to let them know, hey, let me ask Unc this question. It has nothing to do with what you guys talked about. Same thing with the sister. Like Clarissa said the same thing. She just said, hey, let me ask Unc a question. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Like even Pambo should have said that. Because when people call in, it's obvious to assume you're calling in to speak on the topic that we're discussing. So that's why people think their way, because they're thinking that and you guys were off topic. You talked about something else, not what we were talking about. So
I was talking about Pan-Africans.
No, you're not listening again. So are we. But you're talking about slavery, bro. We're not talking about slavery. Okay, so you're not listening right now. What I'm saying is whatever me and Unc was talking about, when you guys chimed in, the chat obviously thought you would talk about the same thing that I'm talking about with Unc. So they're judging you off that. They're judging you off how did you do on the topic with me and Unc. And did you want to add anything? So when me and the brother just went off, Pombo, did you want to add anything to that dialogue?
Pombo, yeah, he was just getting on my nerves. I didn't really like his conversation, but
okay,
I'm glad that y'all handle
but you missed it. So let me do a recap. Unc, you missed it. So yeah, he was very humble, bro. Very humble. Okay, so he was able to concede thanks to Unc. Okay, Unc got a W on him. He was able to concede when you explained the whole crack everything. He went back and said, "Okay, yeah, that's systemic racism." Okay, so then he tried to go somewhere else. I said, okay, because if systemic racism was alive before then, and now you're seeing was live in the 80s to the 90s, why wouldn't it be alive now? But anyway, he brought me back to slavery. You know, he's trying to find where I'm weak at, and people try that and it don't work out for them. So he went to slavery. He said, "Okay, listen, or not slavery, like the Black Wall Street era. Oh, you know, during the height of Jim Crow, Black folks doing well, and you know all this type of stuff." So what I said to him was, I used the net. I got it from X, by the way. X architect. I used the net analogy because you know sometimes he's crazy, sometimes he's cool. Yeah. So I used the net analogy. I said, bro, systemic racism isn't designed to advantage every last white person, and it's not designed to disadvantage every last Black person. It's designed to advantage enough white people and disadvantage enough Black people where there's a disparity. That's what it's designed to do. Okay. So then he ran me to the plantation. He said, "All right, well, the plantations. Can you explain the Black slave plantations? You know, Black folks own slaves." I said, "Bro, gladly." I said, "You think no." I said, "You think you're gonna know something more than me? Keep trying." So I went there with him. I said, "What is the 4 ways that a Black person can find themselves free from slavery?" Of course, he only know 2. I'm gonna tell you guys, and you can repeat this. Just give me a little credit. So 1 is manumission, right? Dr. Clark talked about that. Your merit manumission. Number 2 is you buy yourself from slavery, right? Number 3, you buy yourself from slavery. And number 4, you're born free from a free parent. Those are the 4 ways you are out of slavery. And those are the only 4 ways that I know of. So I said, so now you said that there were Black plantations, and they were. He said 3,000, whatever number. I said, let me ask you this. In those states, because each states, even now, have different laws, different state laws. I said, so now those states where they had Black plantations, do you believe that they were allowed to be bought from slavery or manumitted? So he said, yeah. I said, yeah, of course you would say that because you want to believe that. I said, but let me help you out. You could chat GPT it. I said, those states didn't allow it. Everything I said, no born free, no meritorious manumission, and no buying yourself out of it. So, and no born, all of what I just said earlier. So I said, so what they would do was the only option was to buy you to their plantation. And these were normally relatives, just brothers, kids, and wives and mothers. I said, that's what happened. So it's because I heard Sharif Bey even like reference a book. Oh, Black folks bought. Okay, again, these are disgusting people who don't want to read for real, and know what's going on. So yes, there were southern states that wouldn't allow that. So the only way to get your relative, loved one off that plantation and in your custody, you had to buy them as a slave to your plantation. So now they were not ran like plantations. So I said, just Google it. I said, just Google that. Just Google it. So then he mentioned, back to the Black Wall Street. So I said, yeah, there's people. I asked him about Madam C.J. Walker. He didn't know. I said Maggie Lana Walker. He didn't know. So I just made a point. I said, bro, so even though we were doing great as millionaires, I said we were still limited in our success. I said Maggie Lana Walker was the first self-made millionaire. Madam C.J. Walker was the first Black just millionaire. Madam C.J. Walker was the first. She was the first self-made millionaire. Madam C.J. Walker, the hair comb guy, the hair product, that woman. But Maggie Lena Walker was the first Black woman to be a millionaire or first bank, CEO, own a bank. Okay, she became a millionaire. So I said, now, in order for banks to grow and be successful, they got to move from a saving bank to an investment bank. I said, so even though Maggie Lena Walker was rich as a bank owner, but she was locked into the savings category. She couldn't expand. So you're trying to say we're rich during Jim Crow, the height of lynchings, but even then, these millionaires could have been billionaires, but they were limited on how they can grow. So I said, so you still see that they were affected. All right. So then he said, he thought I was talking about Sarah Rector. He said, hey, you talking about the woman who became rich because her land had oil? If y'all check my archives, you'll see Sarah Rector there. You check my archives, you'll see Sarah Rector. So what I'm saying to you, Unc, is this. When it comes to Black American, just check my archive. And you probably never heard of Sarah Rector. And he tried me. I did know about her.
Yeah, it's a movie. It's a movie about her. But go ahead.
Okay. So, but what about Biddy Mason? So my thing is, when it comes to Black America, I know a lot, man. I know I ain't got a PhD. I know I ain't got a master's or a bachelor's. But when it comes to Black America, I know a lot because I do this day and night, like that song from Kanye. Anyway, so that was a recap on our conversation with old boy.
Gotcha. I think the number one mistake would because this person does this, then that should be everybody. That's crazy. And so that's not even how you look at it. You look at the general overall population. That's how they do the numbers, not the outliers. Those people are considered outliers. And I always understood that an extension of slavery was always sharecropping. And it's just, an extension of sharecropping is definitely the Jim Crow and the civil rights and so forth. So the question is, like, the state right now that we're in as Black Americans, where do we fit and where are we at? I know I always want to do my part by advancing scientific literacy in the community as a vaccine against the charlatans to come amongst you with the misinformation. And so, my real knock on the FBA has always been Tariq and how he started the thing with the statements of the ethnogenesis between indigenous Black people and enslaved Africans and the Native American population. That's emphatically wrong, can't be proven by documentation, and can't be verified through science. And so, I always advocate for y'all changing that. So the root of what you're doing should not be based in pseudoscientific ideas. So that's my only knock on that. And I'm gonna stay on that, yo.
All right, so
until somebody change it.
Well, we're gonna change it right now, but it's up to you to accept it. Like, oh boy, he said a lot of bullshit, and it's up to him to evolve, and he was evolving. So you can't let him evolve better than you. Okay, so now slow it down. You said it pretty fast. I can. So okay, so let's tackle each point. When you reference Turk Nasheed, let's slow it down. You said a lot. Like you sound brother polite. Okay, so slow it down. And bring it back.
Sound like polite.
No, because how fast you said it. Okay. So let's do it word for word. Let's address it word for word. So just slow down.
Slave Africans.
Go to Turk Nasheed and how you tie it in FBA. Start right there.
Tariq Nasheed actually started that. He broke away from Panel.
Yeah, we know that. But, so what's your problem with that?
I don't have a problem with that. He kind of split the whole thing it was crazy, but he did it.
No. Okay, so here's the thing, brother. We having a conversation. No. That's what
go ahead.
I'm saving you. I'm stopping you. I'm saying, bro.
Don't save me. I don't need saving. Okay,
no,
I'm an intellectual gunfight.
You say that.
I am.
But there's a separation. Right, but there's a separation clearly. But let me say this.
Separation for what? What do you mean? I'm confused. I'm not
on this topic of ADOS and Tariq and Yvette and FBA. There's a separation between what you know and what I know.
So what you know? Yeah, give me some.
Right, I'm going to share with you. Okay. So what is the main reason, since you want to talk about it, and I know you don't know, what's the number one main reason Tariq made why he don't want to call himself ADOS, but rather FBA? Go.
I don't know. Go ahead.
Right. That's what I'm trying to say. Because he felt like Adolf was kind of leaving a window open for others to invite themselves in.
Okay.
Okay, so that was the number. Now, outside of his beef with her, because I already addressed that earlier. I said, listen, we got to separate ourselves from grown men beefing. So Tariq beefing with Yvette, and matter of fact, they had history before this whole thing. You dig? So they already had history, right? So I said, what we got to do is step aside. When a grown ass woman want to be petty, when a grown ass man want to be petty, and they throw temper tantrums at each other, we got to just step aside, just be neutral. Let them figure that shit out. Okay. And we do is we take the meat, throw away the bone. We take the meshes and set aside the messenger. Let them work that shit out themselves. This was a great idea. Adolf was a great idea. FBA is a great idea. Okay. So I want to add that there. So that's why he did that. But and some of us said, yeah, I like that. Sounds like more fitting, more exclusive than Adolf's. And some of us said, nah, Adolf's is good enough. Okay. So now I just want to slow you down there. Okay. You can start from there and continue.
ADOS is descendants of slaves, bro. Like that's simple. Not a person that came over here later on. You would not be a descendant of a slave. You would not be the foundation of what made America that. So it's all on how you want to say it. It's all on how you want to say it.
It's the same thing, bro. But go ahead.
Okay, right. All right. So we agree to that. Okay. My point is, the history is something that's very important, and how people see you later on in the future is essential, because they're going to be people who sharpen me. They're going to critique that, right? And they're going to be.
But go back to Tariq Nasheed, because I want to address that. Yeah.
He takes the words from Claude Addison, who deals with financial matters. But he's not a historian. He's not a historian. Hold on.
Okay, great. And neither are people on your team. No. And neither are people on your team. Like, and also.
I do. Well, I do. I got doctors on my team, so don't get it fucked up.
Yeah, but they're not historians. Dr. Closet. Hold on. Let me just get a word in. I understand you do.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, but you also got a lot of doctors who are not. And they're doing the same thing, Dr. Clark. Because, I told people, I said, Dr. Clark Anderson, some of the stuff he said is flawed. See, I'm a real.
It's not just flawed, it's pseudoscientific.
Okay, so you say pseudo, I say flawed. I say
no, it is pseudoscientific. Come on, bro.
But I'm saying flawed. What's the big deal?
It's a difference.
Okay, cool. You prefer pseudo. I prefer flawed because you're right. Wait, hold on. Just relax, bro. See, I don't have that hatred, that emotional tie.
I don't got no hatred, no emotional tie.
I'm just saying, some things he said, as far as history, wasn't accurate. Now, he's an economist. He a politician. That's his shit. Okay, but also other doctors that you align yourself with are not historians. They're other shit, and I found flaws what they said, too, as far as history. So, yes, you're right. When you're not a historian, and you speak on history, we're not historians either, so we're gonna make mistakes as well. That's cool. We're human. All right. We just accept them. And he corrected himself too. So the mistake I caught him on some years down the road, he adjusted. So I gotta give him credit. He didn't keep that same bullshit. All right. So I just want to say that. I just want to rebut that.
What same bullshit? What you talking about?
Well, I don't Dr. Claw. I don't want to put him on blast. I don't want to put him on blast.
Okay. All right, but my point is, y'all have the ability to change. You have to change that.
Okay, change what? Wait, go back to Tariq Nasheed. Change
what?
You
got the fact that he is promoting at the origins of FBA a pseudo-scientific idea which never even occurred. So you got thousands of y'all thinking, hold on, brother, thinking that that's a real situation, and it's actually not.
Okay.
I know.
Okay, cool. Wait, hold.
Yeah, we're having dialogue.
Wait,
you cut me off in the middle.
I got it. No, I'm right because we already had a dialogue. This is time where we stop. Because look, you said what you said. I think you missed what happened.
Yeah, go ahead.
You said all of that uninterrupted, right? And
I said, I didn't forget that. Go ahead.
Okay, so listen, I said, say it over, and I'm going to stop you. I gave you a warning. I'm going to stop you.
All right, but I didn't get a chance to say it over and over. Go ahead.
Because I stopped you.
Okay, go ahead.
There's no need. Okay.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
So we have FBA.
Mm-hmm.
No, in spite how you look at it, we look at it as a lineage, not a movement, not a political party, not a religion, not a cult.
I like that.
So so when we look at Tariq Nasheed, he had a great idea. He had a great concept, and some of us look at it as more inclusive than Adolf. So a lot of us gravitate to that. So anything else he attaches to it, that's just him. Now, some people may agree. Some folks may disagree. Okay. Now, Yvette and them are more political, right? So they're going to throw more political arguments in what they do. Some people agree. Some folks like me that don't vote at all. So that don't really move me. So what I'm saying is they could only express their ideas, and they believe in that. So you would agree, whether Tariq is wrong or right, you agree that he believes in that. So he's going to push it because that's what he believes in. Okay. But what I'm saying is his belief is separate. You're trying, and Dr. Maya cooked you too, by the way. Okay. She already educated you. So Tariq Nasheed's personal beliefs are not necessarily attached to what FBA is supposed to do. And a lot of people say that with Garvey. They say Garvey was a Christian, but nothing of it was Christian, right? So all I'm saying is that Dr. Maya told you, because she said that she identifies as FBA, but she doesn't accept everything that Tariq Nasheed does. For example, he's anti-vaxxer. I'm pro-vaxxer. He's pro-life. I'm pro-choice. We differ. I don't attach his personal opinions, personal beliefs to a lineage, to the name of a lineage. I don't do that. And you shouldn't do that. Okay. So now I don't got to correct that because that's his shit. Whatever he does in his private life, that's his stuff. And matter of fact, even the beefs he does with Yvette, I don't like. All right. I don't, and vice versa. I don't like it on her or him. I think it's petty and they both need to stop. So we're not burdened with correcting Tariq Nasheed personal beliefs. We agree on him. We agree with him primarily with the acronym FBA. That's what we rock with him wholesale on.
Mm-hmm. So, and I appreciate you stating that, but it doesn't help in this particular situation. Because as you routinely say, and this the thing that gets you in trouble, you use a particular word. And this particular word, you will be judged by this particular word. And that word is lineage. And so if you're claiming that FBA is a lineage, right? And then the author of that understanding is a guy that gives you your lineage, and your lineage traces back to indigenous Black people that's in America before anybody, a Native American population, and an enslaved population, and he uses the word ethnogenesis, then he has incorrectly formed y'all lineage based off of pseudoscientific ideas and misrepresentation of what the word lineage actually is. Now, if he gave you the proper lineage that can be backed by science and scientific understanding, then I wouldn't say shit. Y'all need to change that because you say it's a lineage. And when you say it's a lineage, we say, well, what lineage? It's the lineage that trace you back to enslaved Africans, indigenous Black people, and Native Americans, which had a ethnogenesis. So that's why I'm on y'all head. The words you use is lineage, right? And he misrepresent that lineage by pseudoscientific ideas. That's all I'm saying, bro. I will never get off that till y'all change that. That's where I'm at.
Okay, cool. So I'll let you
so
go.
We good. So we good though. We don't gotta keep going.
No, stop. No, come on now. Are you serious? And
we
look,
gotta keep going. I thought that was checkmate.
No.
No checkmate. No, hell no.
Wait.
That's checkmate.
Hold on.
That's
FBA,
checkmate,
hold on.
Bro. I'm not arguing with y'all.
I was very quiet while you went in.
I'm quiet, and I'm quiet too. Go ahead. Get past
talking.
the word lineage.
Okay, cool. So I'll put you see.
Address
this
that.
What happened. So this well, damn.
Yeah, address that.
Well, I can't if you keep talking and you're throwing me off what I was going to say initially.
Oh, okay, I got you. I don't want to throw you off.
But you keep doing that.
Go ahead, bro. All right, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So now I'm gonna need you to repeat what you said. Like you keep. Hey, bro, when you stop, shut up. Let me go, man. Go ahead. Say it again.
I simply said the word lineage means back to a progenitor, a descent from a common progenitor.
Okay, I got it. I got it now.
All right.
I got it now.
Go ahead. So y'all got to fix that.
Okay.
Fix
no,
that.
no, it's nothing to fix.
Fix
That's
that.
in your.
No, fix that. Yeah,
He's
fix
still going.
that, bro.
bro. That's nothing to
You gotta fix it. It is.
Bro, can you let me go now? I was quiet. I didn't
All right,
interrupt
go
on
ahead.
purpose. I led
Go
by
ahead.
example.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Because we believe a lot of y'all Pan-Africans, y'all do that. Y'all get emotional. Y'all won't let us talk. All right.
It's
So
the same thing you Jehovah's Witnesses. But go ahead.
yeah, but I was very quiet though. You
All
can
right,
admit
you
that I didn't
are.
cut you off. Okay.
You did.
So let me give me the same.
Mm-hmm.
All right. We don't gotta fix that because I am a great thinker. And I put the link in for Lex Vortex to pull up if he wants to.
Yeah, that was a bad move. Lex don't like this dude.
No. But it's not about like. Remember, I'm not into that.
Yeah, I ain't gonna stick around argue with this nigga. This nigga's a shooter. I don't argue with
Okay,
like that.
but FBA just gaslight that though. But I'm saying that look, I don't agree with Tariq and Yvette arguing. That's personal, Renee. I think that's petty. So even though if Lex doesn't like Unc and Unc doesn't like Lex, I just think at some point we got to communicate, even though we don't like somebody. Like we still got to be cordial,
Not at
professional,
all.
sophisticated. No, I'm just saying what I think. I think I think civilized people can work it out. You have Republicans and Democrats who could come together and pass bills and they hit each other. All right. But anyway.
Oh, as they threaten each other, to come to their house and all that.
Right,
they do that.
Right.
They do that.
Yeah,
too?
and they still pass bills. But let me get to you though.
Oh, okay. All right.
So now
stick to me.
Got it. So now listen to this though. You need to listen very carefully. So I thought about that.
Yeah, think about it. Think about it.
No, not think about it. I thought about that. So you gotta be quiet though. You're still going. So I understood that there's a lot of people who claim to be FBA and stop. And from their perspective, everybody came over from slave ships. Okay. Then you got some FBAs who would say, slave ships plus already here. And then you got the dang Callaways who say we're already here. All right. So I understood that can be an issue. I'm like, okay. And then I am a solutionist. I'm like, how can I avoid that unnecessary argument while we're galvanizing? Because that's going to stump the galvanization. So I said, while we galvanize, how can I sidestep that? How can I Dwayne Wade Eurostep that? So I said, listen, for us, you can call yourself African American. That don't bother me. You can call yourself Foundation Black American, ADOS, and you don't know because you wasn't around when I said this. Because this is one of the first channels that was inclusive to everybody, regardless of ADOS, FBA, or Freedmen. So even like the Lord Arbor crews, welcome over here, and it should be no debate because as long as you realize that you're who we talking about, because I think people who represent Freedmen represent me. I think those who represent ADOS represents FBA and Freedmen. And I think people represent FBA represents ADOS and Freedmen. So it's like we really are there. We just don't see it. But I see it. So this channel is inclusive to FBA, Freedmen, ADOS, and even folks who like to say they're foundational African Americans. You're welcome here as well. Okay. That don't bother me because and even those who say we're native and all we was here, because my position is everybody at some point gotta prove what they say and how they qualify for these tangibles that may come. Okay, I think they are coming because when Black Americans fight for something, we're undefeated. Everything we stood up for and called for, we got it in this country. Like there's no history where we didn't get it. So now reparations is a big thing, intangibles exclusive to the lineage is a big thing. So for me, I don't mind if you say African American, Ninja Turtle, aliens. The bottom line is, can you trace your lineage to slavery? So the Dane Callaways, they're included as well. Because the same question come back to them. Can you trace your lineage to slavery? So for what you're saying is going to be a later debate down the road, what you're saying. Okay. For me, that's not important right now. For me, we're in the Malcolm X stage. He was galvanizing. He was getting people to join his Islam. They were not debating. Okay. So for me, we're in that stage. We're in the galvanizing stage. Bring awareness to people that this is a thing. You feel me? And then at some point, trust me, we're gonna talk about Revenue made a great point with the whole Drake and the Kyrie Irving. That was the first time you said something pretty cool. Okay, so because that's kind of confusing, and we need to work that out as well. But what I'm saying is, right now, the most important thing for us is to galvanize and get on code because we share the same lineage. Forget about titles, lineage. If you can tie yourself to that lineage, you're a lineage. So my channel is called The Lineage. The lineage supersedes FBA. It supersedes everything else, all titles. It's the lineage. All that matters. FBA is an attempt to identify the lineage. ADOS is an attempt to identify the lineage. African America is an attempt to identify the lineage. So it all comes back down to the lineage. Are you of this lineage or not? Once you say no, kick rocks. So you can respond and then respectfully let Lex respond after you. Go ahead,
I'm saying I do not connect to a lineage that takes you back to indigenous Black people. That is no such thing. That's a false narrative, cannot be verified through the methods of science. So you keep saying lineage, right? We got an explanation of what the lineage was by the person that founded it. And we got movies made called The Hidden Colors, which are pseudo-scientific, pseudo-historical movies. So the whole educational piece that would even bring the thing to question is pseudo-scientific. So no, there is no lineage of ethnogenesis, a progenitor, ethnogenesis that comes from Native Americans, indigenous Black Americans, and enslaved Africans. This thing does not occur at all, right? Like you said, you're more concerned with the lineage. Well, being concerned with the lineage means you're concerned with the common ancestor or the ancestor that is the progenitor of the quote unquote lineage. Now, what's the progenitor? Indigenous African people come to Americas and mix with Native Americans and Europeans. That's what that is. Then you would be a foundational Black American. But if you add in a pseudoscientific progenitor, and then you mess up the whole thing. We have to be exact with our terms. We have to be able to stand in front of the world and don't look like idiots. That's my point. There you have it.
Appreciate you. I think you missed out what I said, but
I didn't.
Lex, you want to add?
Yeah, yes, sir. Peace to the FBA family. Once again, I'm gonna show y'all how to dismantle ridiculousness and white man brainwashing bullshit. When it comes to the indigenous conversation, you can apply it both ways. If they want to say that the indigenous people were not Black people, well, you still have an ethnogenesis with what we call the Native American still, because we still know even if they want to deny that there was no Black indigenous people, the ethnogenesis still stands with the Native Americans that they consider Native Americans from their brainwashed, coon minds that if the white man don't tell you that it happened like this in the book, then it didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, when you go back and look at the so-called elders and scholars that they follow, those elders and scholars say that we were taught history wrong, and that history and that the winner of wars, they get to write history and they write it through the eyes of their people and to their advantage. So then the question becomes, well, if that's the case, then what history didn't they teach? Because if you're telling us everything that your master told you that we can verify that was written down by whatever author from his perspective, then you ain't teaching nothing different from what the enemy is teaching us about history. Now, when it comes to the indigenous people here, they can call it pseudo, and pseudo, y'all, has become a op. I want y'all to know that's become a military op, right? Just like the word conspiracy was started by the CIA after the JFK assassination. That's fact. You can look it up. And you're talking to a dude who's, I ain't even gonna get into that. We won't even talk about the possibility of agents from the U.S. military and all that, because that's just hearsay, cliché. But I'm telling you, it's there and it's relevant. So when you look at even like people like Ivan Van Sertima, these people take them and slander this man and disrespect people like that wrote books, and even people they follow, like Dr. Ben, John Henry Clark. Now they speak about African presence here before Columbus and before all that. Now those guys try to deny that and say it's pseudo. No, but there's evidence for it. There's just like there's evidence, like when you look at, let me tell y'all something about science. These guys, first of all, that talk to you about science can't produce a light bulb. So they talk about scientific literacy, but never about scientific production. So they don't have, they sitting around talking to us like they science. I actually do science STEM, been working in technology for damn near 20 years, put it to practice. You got people out here that can barely read and want to come to you and call everybody pseudo and can't create the filament in a light bulb. You got dudes talking about STEM, like this one guy, he got a school all dedicated to STEM. Not one product has been produced out of that. What use is scientific literacy if it's just for talking purposes and not for into this conversation about the indigenous? There's plenty of information. There's oral information. There's the information that comes from the settlers who came here, who reported people who they reported as African looking. And then there's always the gray areas of history that you know, just like when they brought up the Drake stuff, and is Drake a foundational Black American because his father, but he was born? Those are called nuances. You see what I'm saying? And only an agent will try to use the gray areas and nuances like that. That's going to discredit the lineage, because there's nuances where we got to figure out, okay, this is not a regular case. That's like that in the Native American society, by the way, and I'm going to show you the double standard. They don't use DNA. You can't use DNA to even get into the government recognized tribes. All right. So that means their whole existence would be pseudo. They don't use science. You got to have documentation. You have to show a relative and a family, and you have to trace your lineage to even get into the federally recognized tribes. You understand what I'm saying? And then when it comes to DNA, y'all, who are they using? You know, I heard, I was listening to Sonetta talk, you know what I'm saying? You know, Sonetta had a recent Shinnecock revelation, and then he brought up and said, well, yeah, you know, there's 2% of my DNA says I'm Native American, so this kind of corresponds with what I'm saying. And then he even said, yeah, and even Ankh said, well, yeah, that can make sense. Who are they? There is no Native American DNA. There is no Native American DNA there is no American DNA for them. And who are they using as the model to say this is the DNA that says you're Native American, when the Native American DNA is Eurasian DNA that don't even just belong to them. It belongs to people in other places in Eurasia, across Europe and Asia. And so we know they had the migration. So when you say you have Native American DNA, please tell me that's not pseudo. There's no such thing as Native American DNA, and they don't use DNA to even get into their tribes. So the ethnogenesis is real, and it's been the oldest work. I mean, it was done by a Native American, Jack D. Forbes, African and Native Americans. He talks about the oral traditions of even Native Americans that say they've been trading with people that came from Africa for thousands of years. So basically what these guys follow is I'm white and I'm say so. And let me tell y'all a little something about why these guys avoid me for years. See, they can talk that shit to people who really don't study science, but when you talk about peer review and all of that, it becomes a way to protect information in terms of, yeah, because anybody can come and say anything. But always, it also becomes a double-edged sword, where it becomes a way to also control the information. That's why I always tell people there's something called a scientific priesthood. Look up the peer review and look who's on the board and how these things will form. And you'll see there's been many scientists that when they come with innovations, they always call pseudo in the beginning. You understand what I'm saying? Even Albert Einstein was calling people pseudo when quantum physics hit the scene. Couldn't accept that the Newtonian way of physics was the way the world works. You'll see that all the time. That's called a cycle process in science. You're going to have it go through a couple of different things. When a new idea it comes on the scene, it's rejected. Then it's accepted, but it makes people angry. And then finally it's accepted as truth. And now, just like our great sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing told us, the problem with these guys is they want to deny that white supremacy. And if you don't understand white supremacy, everything you think you know will only confuse you. So when they talk about science, these coons try to leave out the fact that it still ran under a white supremacy system that is putting out information that's still trying to make them superior and oppress our people. They want to deny that reality, which makes them the ultimate coons. In order to be in white proximity, they want to act like science is not biased anymore. Like science is something that like scientific racism is something that only took place back in antebellum slavery. Like that legacy doesn't continue. Like the legacy of eugenics doesn't continue. So when we talk about indigenous people, the fact that you don't even want to look into it and realize that white supremacy and eugenics has targeted indigenous nations, targeted indigenous history, and rewrote history in their favor is crazy. So we can say that there's no, we can't pull out, something that says with anything in history that says this is 100% how it is. So when you're dealing with science, y'all need to know this, y'all. The experts, right? Their job is to give you the data. That's their job, not to interpret it for you necessarily. So when you see guys like this, they always talk about stuff is pseudo. He's talking about the so-called interpretation of the experts, and the experts are the priesthood of the white supremacist system that continues, that wants to paint things in their favor. That's still a continuation. Now, you know what they're going to do as agents? Tell you that's all just a conspiracy theory. Yeah, it wasn't a conspiracy theory when they injected her with diseases. It wasn't a conspiracy theory when you can go look up the many cases that they use to test their little biological warfare all through Africa, all the court cases they have. It's not a conspiracy theory now that the vaccine that this man promoted to our people, whether you're an anti-vaxxer or a vaxxer or not, they have new court cases now where people are developed this white clumpy stuff in their bodies, these type of cancerous looking stuff that they can't explain. There's been so many deaths that there's been statistics that came out that said the goddamn jab has been killed more people than a disease. Now, those are all things that are arguable. You understand what I'm saying? But it's there. But the dangers of agents like this is they want to drop your awareness to white supremacy as if you're just in some pseudo-scientific world where you want to act like these things are going on, like the fight is over. These people have changed. They ain't the same people. Dog, slavery ended in 1970. Not 1865. You see what I'm saying? Because that's when we really got to the point where we was able to function. So you want to talk about dangerous? They're trying to tell you, drop all that shit about white supremacy, what you've been through, and all the conspiracy shit. It's all conspiracy theory, y'all. We can trust these people now. We can trust whatever they say, whatever they write in the book. Forget the family traditions. Forget the oral traditions of the indigenous. That's all pseudo. Them people are stupid. They made that shit up. None of it is real. Bro, that is called Agent COINTELPRO bullshit. Our people, black people have been why are black people allowed to be in every other continent? You got to ask yourself. Why are they allowed to be in India? Why are they allowed to be in Africa? We can even make some people talk about the black Grimaldi man in Europe and how the original Europeans are even black. Because remember, we only get white skinned in the last 10,000 years. You only get blue eyes. They trace that back to someone 8,000 years ago. Okay? They say the Native Americans came to here 15,000 years ago. That's before white skin even existed. And then if you check out Ivan Van Sertima's work, and by the way, Dr. David Imhotep has the first doctor's degree in American history documented. And in his book, you know what I'm saying, And they like to call him a pseudo, disrespecting that elder, rest in power. He talks about there were 5 waves, 5 migrations of people coming over here. And all of them would have had to be originally a Negroid featured type people. You have the Inuit people, and then we can't even count out what they say about the Twa. Because you got the Twa people all over the earth. Even in the Americans, in the Cherokee tradition, they have a tradition of these little people in the mountains that they say will come alive and dance at night. They kind of mythologize them, but they would say that they called them the little people, these little magical people that lived in the mountains. And I would suffice to say to you that they was talking about the Twa people, just like in Egypt, they was talking about the Anu people, these little people, or the people that represented best. The little people. These people were all over the earth before anybody. Dr. David Himotep points that out. Another person they try to call pseudo elder, Dr. What's his name? Damn, I can't. His name's slipping me right now. Dr. Clyde Winters, who reads and writes. By the way, they call Dr. Clyde Winters reads and writes 10 languages. Nigga. You see what I'm saying? They got a nerd to call Dr. Clyde Winters pseudo. You know what I'm saying? Then he points out the linguistic stuff. So when you're piecing together history or science, you are a detective, y'all. You're taking pieces of information and you're putting it together and you're interpreting the data. I'll give you a prime example. In the Egyptian story of King Tut, right? They got a whole story put together about how his uncle betrayed him. And they assassinated him, they hit him in the back of the head, and they tried to assassinate him, and they put a whole story together about what happened to King Tut. Why? Because they found a little hole in the back of his head that looks like he was struck by something. Now, whether his uncle really is the one that struck him in the head, whether he fell off a horse, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, we really don't know, but they reconstructed it. That's called interpretation of the data. Same thing with the DNA. You know what I'm saying? What are you using as the base model to say who's Native American? And then remember, when we go back to what was it? Albert Perry, when they say that oldest DNA, when it first came out, when his DNA first came out, this is what they were saying. Let me show you how the academic world works and what this man won't tell you. Remember, when his DNA came out, it was controversial. They were saying they was going to have to rewrite the evolutionary story because this DNA went past the numbers they had already put out. They had it at like 200,000. When Perry's DNA went back to like almost 400,000 or something, right? They were saying, oh my God, we might have to rewrite this and rewrite that. So later on, conveniently, they say, oh, you know what? We missed this. We had this DNA in our database, but we just didn't recognize it. But now that someone's pointed it out, oh, you know what? This comes from Cameroon. Okay. And so then they switch up the narrative conveniently. You see what I'm saying? So there's gray areas there. Why? One thing I do recognize is they do not want Black people associating themselves with being directly connected to this land. There's a reason for that. There's a reason for that. And to ignore that effort is some agent shit. And let me tell you something else. Whenever you see the prison population, you're looking at the indigenous population. Those are the prisoners of the war. That's why when I told you, when you look at the wars like this, I always talk about the Pequot Wars. What do? You got to get rid of the warriors. All the warriors are in prison. That's who's being attacked. So either way you cut it, whether you want to say those were not Black indigenous people or we just count them as Native Americans, either way, 70% of the slaves that came to America were men, only 30% women. Only 300,000 is the number they give us that came to North America. If you do the research, you can Google it, just start a basic Googling. Did Africans mix with Native American women. You're going to find out that even if we just go with the narratives that we were all Africans that came here, the ethnogenesis still stands with the indigenous because they still intermarry. You got runaway slaves. Now, a lot of times we do give the Native Americans a bad rap, but do they tell you about and do the history that, yeah, there were some Native American tribes that actually was hiding our brothers and sisters, that allowed them to join the tribe. You have ex-African slaves who married chiefs of the Native Americans documented. You got people like Lena Horne. You got people like Crispus Attucks, who was known to be African and Native American. So which one was he? That bloodline is still here, even of the people who mix with what they would call Native Americans. Same thing with the Seminoles. Where's all those? That's still an ethnogenesis. So either way you cut it, they're just trying to find no excuse to come against this FBA renaissance and keep that Pan-African grift and business going that hasn't produced anything. They're not even united. That's why they're sitting around talking about Umar. If they see the youth watch these people make a mistake, if they was really on code, they would have been trying to cover Umar's sins. You know why? Because knowing the impact that it would have on the collective consciousness of the people watching, but they were so hating on each other and competing for who's going to be able to have the biggest voice in the Pan-African community and who's going to be able to sell their bullshit ass products, that they hated on Umar. See, one thing you got to realize is these people are not politically smart. Tariq is a political genius. Why? Because he recognized something and filled a hole that they didn't have the heart or the power to say. A lot of us was feeling what Tariq was saying. Matter of fact, let me tell y'all something. Before all of this really exploded like it is, you know what I'm saying? When I was even a Pan-African and I was having conversations with even Unc, they were saying they wasn't Pan-Africans. They were even saying, the pseudo killers were saying that Pan-Africanism was a pipe dream and a scheme. So now that FBA is like on this rise or whatever, you know what I'm saying, in terms of the conversation, now you got these same people that was fighting with me about Pan-Africanism when I was a Pan-African. Now they want to try to act like they represent Pan-Africanism and FBA makes no sense. All from the dumb little nuances. Oh, well, were they really Black indigenous? And why is that a problem with moving forth with the political action? Just like Ron was saying, whether even if you got someone like Dane Calloway, or, you know, because I had, you know, when I had these conversations in the Aboriginal community, and one of the reasons I fell out, because I was one of the ones who sparked the Aboriginal movement, but one of the reasons that we fell out is because they were denying their African heritage. You see what I'm saying? And that's something I didn't think was cool. But guess what? You know what I realized? Whether you got Black people that deny their African heritage or embrace their African heritage, just like you were saying, it don't change the fact that they're still foundational Black Americans, even if it's a delusion that they believe that they're Indians with no African roots. Are they still foundational Black Americans? Should it stop us from moving on the Renaissance that's taking place, all in the name of, oh, well, you know, it's pseudo-scientific, so I can't get behind that. The same excuses that sellouts said back in the day. Like, why? That's not an excuse to sell out the tribe because you disagree with how they interpret indigenousness. Are you from the lineage or not? Do you represent the lineage or not? Just like a Jamaican represents it, just like a Nigerian represents it, and you can be about Pan-Africanism. But why is it a little, we ain't gonna fix every single nuance and argument amongst anything. So your beef is, oh, you gotta correct the little indigenous part, oh, I can't fuck with it. Well, nigga, get your Asian ass up out of here then, because that's not enough to say that we ain't gonna do what we gotta do as this one ethnic group. Because you know what it comes down to, y'all, let's be real. Let's be really real. The suckerism and jealousy of Tariq Nasheed. That's what it comes down to. And that's really sad. The brother's successful. The brother has a nice family. The brother is going to go down in history, whether y'all like it or not, as the man who sparked another renaissance amongst Black Americans. Yes, indeed. And whether you like his films or not, see what I'm saying? Like, I know people in my family, you know, you got some in every foundational Black American family, it's like the Cosby Show, nigga. You got some of us got some well-off, bougie, educated people, and then there's motherfucking the real cousins from the projects, nigga. And I'm gonna tell you, there's some people who had no idea about Black history, right, wrong, true. Hidden Colors awakened them to even want to investigate more. So the fact that you would be like focus on, oh, there's some inaccuracies in Hidden Colors, and so he put out a pseudo this. How many youth were inspired? You know how many youth I heard call up Tariq Nasheed and said, bro, I was gang banging and I was doing this, and then I watched Hidden Colors, and you woke me up 10 years ago, and ever since then I've been studying. So they're not, you see what I'm saying? So this is the problem in the Pan-African community, y'all. All they do is sit around and find a reason to be the top dog or to tear somebody down. Yo, when I was coming up early 20 years ago watching these dudes, they supposed to be my elder. Unc was supposed to be my elder. The nigga didn't try to bring, that nigga tried to tear me down the whole way as a fucking elder. You see what I'm saying? Never was like, and does that with the whole community. Oh, you pseudo and bash motherfucker. You're supposed to be an elder. Help the youth along. Get out of here with that bullshit. And y'all ain't gonna come around interrupting with that FBA with that bullshit, because none of that matters. If the shit is moving, if we agree with it, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like it's not coming from another place. You know, it's coming from one of our own. And then I'm gonna tell you another thing they're trying to do. And Tariq did a great job of this the other night, and I'm gonna land my plane. Frederick Douglass was saying the same shit. We got early ancestors that were saying, no, we're too tied to this land. You ain't shipping us no man. So this delineation, and then remember the other day I told you about the Black heritage flag. That was made for delineation purposes. So when they lying and try to act like, oh, y'all got this new grift, this new phenomenon that Tariq made up. No, Tariq really just brought it back to life and highlighted the sentiments of our early ancestors and people like Dr. Claude Anderson, but with the proper modern day political lens. With the modern day political lens, because remember, this still spills over in not just the social media arguing and bullshit, but to the social political climate regarding reparations, regarding statistics that they spew, regarding all type of this shit. Delineation has been needed, and without delineation, man, we can see all of the issues. And then, so in my last statement, what's the problem? Really? FBA hasn't hurt nobody physically. They haven't came after nobody financially, politically, or nothing. So what's really the problem? That's how you know tethering is true. And the Pan-Africans are scared they're losing members. Listen, bro, Pan-Africanism, Moorishism, the Moorish Science Temple, Christianity, Islam, the Wahhabi, whatever you want to call it, is all philosophies, nigga. We cannot change our lineage. And I land my plane on that note, bro. Are you there, bro?
Yeah, let me squeeze on in there.
Yeah,
Damn,
I'm here. I was in the back room. Good, FBA.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Unc dipped down because of that personal beef between y'all. I was just trying to make sure that y'all, you know, I felt that if I hadn't said nothing, then I'll probably been setting y'all up. But you know, I would like the conversation too. I just would like a conversation too. But I ain't know, because I've been on the Lex channel, so I was like, whoa, you know. But hey, we had a good conversation today. It was all beautiful, man. I don't know when the show about to end, but it's been fire so far, man. Good job, Lex, man. You've been taking care of business, man. Yeah, the other day they had asked me the question about Tyreek, and I couldn't put it into words how you wanted it, though. What you call Tyreek, like the great orator? Because it ain't in the book. Lex, you still there? had
I
a
think
good
he
word
might be
for
on
me.
mute. He might be on mute, FBA, but go ahead.
Yeah, he on mute right now.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
it because he had a mouthful.
I'm
You did
sorry,
go
what
ahead.
you
yeah,
said?
I know. Oh,
You
there you
talking
go.
to me?
Yeah, I was just I wanted to want you to answer that question for me about because they had asked me who had asked me I think it was Kwame. Kwame asked me about your book because he was there when he had seen your book and he wanted to ask me about what you say about Tyreek. You know, when I remember, you know, when you was telling me about Tyreek, you had called him like the great
clarifier.
Yes, that's it. Because you know what I'm saying, like he's not the leader of FBA, but when he came up with FBA, it seemed like it was already in us. It was already inside you. It was just
Why don't
clarity,
you
like
read
you
it
said.
to him, bro? You
I
got the
did,
book.
man. But look, I don't think they're gonna understand because see, like, you
Yeah,
know,
they
it's like
will. If you go to the book of
it's like a poem. It's like a poem. All right, look, here we gonna go. We're gonna go here right here. I already got it over there because my man asked me, what's up with the book of Tyreek? I say, all right, then. I flipped it. I found it. It's on page 83. Marie right here, my boy wrote. My boy. The book of Tyreek, chapter 1. The birth of the clarifier. In the days of muddled identities, when the
Hey,
descendants of...
wait. Hey, listen. FBA, can you hear me?
Yo, I hear you.
Okay, you're confusing the holy FBA. Lex, you're confusing him. Bro, listen, man. It's real simple. He misrepresented Lex. That's it. He misrepresented him.
Who said what happened? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening because I had to step away for a second.
Yeah,
What happened?
no. He called in yesterday.
Yeah.
And you could hear it. You could hear it. He tried to imply that you was calling when you had your chapter from. He was trying to imply that you were calling Turkey that she the leader, but then he used other words. You dig in that place. So what I'm saying is what FBA you should have did was like, dude, you be clear, bro. Like this is something for everybody listening. When people make a claim, you want them to stand on it. It's like, hold on, because he said a bunch of different things. Because he first said that he was implying that Tariq was a leader, but then he said clarifier. What you should have did was, because I was on mute, brother, is he the clarifier or leader?
Yeah,
And
but
made him
that's
stand
what
on
I'm
that.
saying. You can read
You
it.
didn't do that.
I mean, it'll tell you exactly, what it is. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, I couldn't
we
find it
gotta have
yesterday. I couldn't find it. I had found it after the fact, but oh shit.
Yeah, I would like it. Do you mind if he just read a little bit of that? Like, it's not like, because we can clarify it doesn't take long. It's not that long a chapter. Read that first little that first little chapter. It's only a few sentences.
Yep.
FBA convo.
Yeah, what's up? I'm on mute. No, I'm good. All right, cool. Let me read this
Hey,
real quick. I gotta go
hold on.
pick up the little boy.
Stop. Because we ain't going nowhere. Let me say this. Kwame, revenue. Why don't you call in or ask a link when he's actually here? You dig? Why would you even ask FBA Convo? How about call in? He's been here for a minute now. American Dream's in the chat, by the way.
Hold on. So what are they? I'm confused now. What are they saying? That I said Tariq was the leader?
Yeah. Which we know you ain't say. You dig?
Man,
Stop.
I mean, come on, bro. Like y'all dudes are some agents, man. Why would y'all even try to do that? I'm saying
But hold on, Alex, but check this out. But they're always tuned in. You dig? So they know you're on here now. American Dream is literally in the chat. So it's like, okay, hey, stop, boy. Okay, so it's why not call in now? Why call in when he's not here to ask people about him? He's here. He could speak about what he wrote in his book. Call in now, but they don't, man. And bro, they're in attendance, so they're purposely picking the. So FBA, you gotta understand, bro. Like, listen, that's why I stop people. People see you as a weak link, so they're gonna attack you. I already went to that. I said a lot of these guys they go after the weak links that represent FBA. Even the young dude that I was talking to earlier, right? he was saying, hey, I called in some other FBA chat. They said this. I'm like, yeah, they're doing the best they can, but everybody's not a researcher, historian. So they can only speak to their education. That's it on said subject.
Speaking to my experience, what I've seen.
Right? No. That's your education. But I'm saying when there's somebody more qualified, it's okay to just yield and defer and say, yo, Lex, I gave Lex the link because I felt like he knew more about the subject than me when Unc and whoever was on. I said, yo, pull up. You dig? He pulled up. See? So I even defer. There's some shit I'm good at, and there's some shit I'm bad at. So everybody just gotta know, like, be real with themselves. Like, I'm good at certain areas, I'm bad at certain areas. You dig? So that all that bullshit group, I'm bad at that. I'm bad at that. So I'm gonna send a link to folks who are good at it. But you ain't gonna catch me here lying and trying to act like I know this shit. I don't know it. You dig? I might know it one day, but right now, this ain't the day for me. This is Lex Day. You dig? So that's what I'm trying to say. Like, just because you got a microphone doesn't mean you got to talk all the time. Speak on what you know, speak on what you experience, but pay attention to what's being said, because people go after the weaklings. You understand? And
yeah, I don't think I'm
had
a
to
weak.
step away for a second. What happened?
I'm a weakling. I'm a weakling on certain topics. Like, relax, dude. You like really like taking it somewhere else. I'm a weakling on certain topics. Like the haplo, I just told you, bro. You're not even listening. I just told you on the haplo, that marker. That ain't my shit, my boy. I'm lost there. So I'm going to invite Lex. Like, yo, Lex, we'll pull up. Address this shit, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah, that's all good, man. That's not, we all gotta, we improve, watch what's going on. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know exactly what happened because after I landed my plane, I had to step away. But no, I've never said, now I will say this. Now I've told people this. They're running reverse psychology on y'all. See, when they come with that Tariq is your leader, and you get into like denial and rejection, it's almost that like they're forcing you to almost. They used to do that with Farrakhan a lot, like in the media. Like he was like the litmus test for black leaders. Like, do you renounce Farrakhan? And you had to say, yeah, and it's almost like they do that with Tariq. I say make him mad. Don't even forget, all right, yeah, Tariq's the leader. Whatever. But I would say this, Tariq is a leader. Just like there's, and he's a good leader. And a leader doesn't necessarily mean they're like the president of something, like, you know what I'm saying? But that is a tactic, y'all, to turn your energy and to deny his place, though. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gotta defend Tariq's greatness or some of it. We ain't gotta deny, you know what I'm saying? You see the reverse side. It's just like someone coming saying,
no, bro, listen, that's called chess. Hey, Lex, you might know, Lex, but you don't know about me is I'm a chess teacher. Like, you dig? Okay.
Oh,
so,
yeah, I forgot. I heard you say that. So you know exactly what I'm saying.
So it's tactics and strategy. So I'm rocking with what you're saying. That's a strategy. That's one way to look at it. It's like, yo, you know what? Let's go with that. Let's take that from them. See, when you're a chess teacher, when you play chess, you take away their strength. That's Bobby Fischer. He's known for that. That's why his name is big in chess. So yeah,
when they say that shit, don't fight it.
Right.
Let Tariq.
Okay, he's the leader now. What you dig? He's the leader now. What?
Now what's up? And he's gonna keep letting them know that he always said he wasn't a leader. So let them deal with that. See, this is why these people hated me for years, y'all. Even when I was a parent, because I can see through their BS. I know what they're doing. Just like when you was playing that Dr. Ma'at joint the other day, I almost threw up because she was making straw man arguments that if you're not really paying attention, like when she said to say Pan-Africanism is dead, now you're discrediting Booker T. Washington. No, that is a straight up
horrible connection.
Devil lie. You know what I know?
That was
it's
a
not.
horrible connection.
you'll get caught up in trying to correct that like it's really true or something. No, you ain't even gotta. You see what I'm saying? You ain't even gotta respond to that because. And let me tell y'all. Now, I disagree with some of the way y'all feel about some of the Pan-African scholars.
Yeah, of course. Hey, Alex, we're 43 million individuals, bro. We're gonna disagree on disciplinary action on kids, on politics. Yeah, that's cool, bro. That don't mean shit to me. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, but so just because we disagree with a Pan-African scholar doesn't discredit everything the Pan-African scholars say. Pan-Africanism is just something someone identified philosophically. Like I said before, if I go build a house, nigga, you're not gonna say, "Oh, the Pan-Africans built that house." You see, so John Henry Clark was a Pan-African, but that didn't determine all of his views and and Booker T and stuff like so that's what I'm saying. That is, and what I'm saying, something that simple is deep deception. Like, cause you ain't that stupid. You're Dr. Ma'at. You got a degree. You're a thinker. So when you said that, you knew what you were doing.
Oh yeah, right.
Either that or you're slower than we think. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's either or.
Yeah, you had to know. You gonna and see, they think our people are slow, bro, and it's really insulting. And when the real intellectuals of our people come and defend our people, they don't like that. Just the same way the Republicans don't like when people that's in the politics reveal what's been going on with them Democrats. It's almost like, how dare you step in the way of the way things run and who controls.
It always been,
But go ahead, Ron.
No, I agree. Like, who are you to come and shake things up?
Yeah. And that's what that pseudo shit is all about. And that's how, and shout out to Dr. Amos Wilson. I keep telling people, go listen to his lecture, Educated Servants, while they always try to talk about he's a Pan-African, but what that got to do with what he said about educated servants. And this is what Dr. Amos Wilson said. And it was the most genius thing. He said, okay, you got all these, how many black people do we have with masters in business since you're so educated, but yet immigrants still run the businesses in your neighborhood? What good is it? What did you get a master's in business for?
To do what? To motherfucking work at Walmart or PSEG?
Yeah. And this is what I'm saying about Unc and them when they talk this pseudo shit in science. Okay, you want to talk scientific literacy, the ability to read and understand the terms, but not one of you has produced anything scientifically. You see, it's the same thing. You want to talk that talk. You want to talk DNA. I'm going to tell you what, people. Let me tell you what real scientific literacy would be. We ain't listening to what you got to say about shit until we can see it for ourselves. Until there's an FBA lab, which your dumb ass in there, and we can verify what these motherfuckers are saying, it's all pseudo. Because we can't verify it for ourselves. I'm talking about with someone who loves us, that's from us. You are taking secondhand information and the interpretation of data like a goddamn coon slave.
So look,
why did I say so?
Like, let me give you an example. I'm a chess teacher. So you guys want to see a website, resume. All right, family, listen. I'm a chess teacher, right? I got 6-year-olds who just joined. 6 months later, they're the #1 best in their city. They beat people who've been playing for 3, 4, 5, 6 years. That's my background. So what you're saying is kind of, I mean, I agree with that. If you say something, you got to produce something. So I say I'm a chess teacher. You want to see successful chess students, right? And here's the thing, though. I dare you guys to challenge me. You did because Lex. Here's the thing. I got so many first, second, third place winners. Is that now I'm going against schools. I'm an individual. I'm going against schools. The person with the most winners, right? In whatever school or teacher, you get a trophy. Yo, family, I got 13 trophies.
So just imagine how many kids won on my watch. I got 13 or more trophies. That lets you know how many kids.
Running some chess games live, man. I'm still working on my skills so we can get it in.
I'm working on something like that. I'm trying to get folks involved. But I would love to under unbiased Ron, because I want folks to get like, what the fuck is chess on this channel? So under unbiased Ron, let me know, bro, and let me know when you're playing. And over there, I'll go live and you show your screen. You dig? You know what I mean? And I'll watch you. I'll watch you play and see where you at.
Check
You know
this
what I
out, Ron. So the next time a satanic atheist comes to you talking about your pseudo, ask them what's the difference between, because I'm giving y'all chess arguments, because that's all they got. Ask them what's the difference between me as a pseudo and you as a scientific literate. What have you produced that I haven't? So what's the difference? Just because you can talk the lingo and get into white proximity, what have you, like, look at do the same thing with doo-doo butter. Oh, we promoting STEM. Not one invention has came. When you go into institutions like you go to MIT, they don't do that just so they can be literate and know the term. They actually produce technology. So until you to produce some technology, you just as pseudo as me. Until you can show me your own DNA test, until we got a lab that says we can verify what these white folks is telling us, you just as pseudo, because they can tell us anything. See, that's the problem with these people. They still trust the enemy, man. And I'm not saying all white people are the enemy, but I'm talking about the institutions have not changed. Do you know what they call the genealogical? That was eugenics. They just changed the name from eugenics to something else. And you got fooled, nigga. Go look up the I forgot what they changed. Look up what they changed, the eugenics company. They just changed the name. And so the name change confused these niggas. See, if you don't understand white supremacy, shout out to the great Elder Nilly Fuller and Dr. Welsing, who they try to call them pseudo. But listen, if you don't understand the system of white supremacy, everything you know will confuse you, because they control the information that comes from all 9 areas of activity. And if we want to act like these coons, see, they want to be in proximity. Like, I'm not, like, you notice they always use this as kind of a boule thing to make their see, my people are ignorant of science, Mr. White Man, but not me. See, I'm literate. I can have a conversation with you. And when you can even see it, when they bring on their little white masters, the respect that they have from them on their panels. They come over here with no respect, like they just talking to some low-life pseudo niggas. It goes back to that boule shit. Even Dr. Ma'at be playing that shit. I have a doctor's degree. You can't talk to, what have you produced in the goddamn engineering field to advance our people? And this is what Dr. Amos Wilson stressed. See, in white supremacy, they set up their institutions. Why? When they make bombs, it's to further white supremacy. When they make medicine, it's to heal their people. When these niggas come on here talking about scientific literacy, it's to beat down their people intellectually with verbs and terms and make them feel like they're more educated. Nigga, you ain't produced shit talking about science. You ain't had no heart surgeries. You ain't cured. And then they attack the natural healers that are trying to help our people, that has actually healed people. Oh, you pseudo. Nigga, you ain't healed one of our people of nothing. You just sending them to the man to get their poisons injected to them. Now, I'm not a total anti-vaxxer or nothing, but what I'm saying, should we not be careful given the history? Do we just trust them? No. So, I've been going on too long, Ron. I'm sorry, man. But I'm passionate about this shit because I dealt with these people for years. And all they ever do is try to tear people down that don't fit into their financial Pan-African scheme. All right? Because they want to sell them Pan-African shoes and all that shit, but they ain't never gonna actually produce nothing for the youth, nothing that it's just, I just know these terms. I'm scientifically literate. Well, where's the car you produce? Where's the cell phone you produce? Nigga, where is the goddamn fire alarm that you produce? Can we get a fucking wristwatch, nigga? Until you produce the motherfucking Armin Ra Squad pseudo killer wristwatch, nigga, you just as pseudo as the rest of us. Stop bringing my people that bullshit and do something to further our people. Just reading about scientific terms is not gonna change nothing. Oh, you literate. Do you know the proper term for it? Nigga, whether I know the proper term for it or not, don't mean I don't understand it. Stop trying to play my people as stupid. It's just like that proper English conversation. You know what I'm saying? How people try to make Southern people stupid because they don't speak, quote unquote, proper English. That's what you niggas are. You niggas is coons. That's what you are. And you're tribe traitors because you have no reason not to rock with our lineage over some little nuanced bullshit about Drake. Oh, nigga, Drake was raised as a goddamn Canadian. He don't even claim the lineage.
Hey, you're right. He said he's Canadian. I'm going with him.
But shout out to the people. One love, Ron, man. This is one of the best FBA platforms out here, bro.
Thank you. And yo, listen, man, they love your energy, bro. That's why I see the link. I want you to hop on. They love you, SWLE 44 and Q Vengeance, right? They love your energy, man. Yeah, y'all bring hey man, that's what makes us FBA, that fucking energy, bro.
Yeah, y'all energy, love my energy. Y'all ain't coming to my goddamn stream.
Oh no.
FBA Codex TV1, yo.
But no. Tell them what time. That's important.
Well, I'm doing the FBA cookout on the late night.
That's good. No, that's good. That means that you popping off when I'm shutting down. So give it Eastern or whatever what time? Pacific EST. What's going
on? Central time. Between 11:30 and 12, the late night FBA cookout, and it's just so we come and chill, just like a cookout and build, man, and feel free and have a good time. Come through, man.
Okay, so family, if you love that energy, and look, he ain't afraid of opposition, as you clearly see. If you love that brother and what he brings, his energy, listen, late night cookout, go there. I'm not late night, so you can forget about that. He's late. I'm knocked out. Normally 10:30 p.m. EST. So family, if you're up, you overnight or whatever Cali time, Canadian, UK, go Japan, go check out this brother. He told you what time. He told you Central time. Check him out. He goes in. You dig? That's it. So we're not competing because he's on when I'm off. You know what I'm saying? He's on when I'm off. So check him out. See what he got going on. Well, you already know what he got going on. He's giving you sample sizes of it. And that's it. If you fuck with it, you fuck with it. You don't, you don't. That's just it. I mean, but check him out. Give him a chance at least. You know what I'm saying? Somebody, yeah. So I think today was very productive. Oh my God. I think productive. FBA Convo hopped off. Bobby West hopped off. Even the Holy FBA Codex hopped off. So that's just a sign for me to hop off. Family, I love you guys. I love the lineage. I defend it no matter what. So I feel like this is a sign for me to hop off. Everybody hopped off. I'm the only man standing. I feel like I'm no different than them. I got to hop off. I appreciate y'all. I love y'all. The super chat does work. You dig? Unbeknownst to you, the Cash App, that's alive and well. It's pinned to the top. If y'all love what we doing over here, Cash App, super chat, financially support. Or if you ain't got that going on, no problem. We ain't stressing about that. You dig? We good. Go ahead, hit the like button, subscribe, notification bell. You dig? We out.